Shabbat Shalom, everybody. We made it here to another Saturday, another Shabbat. Looking forward to the scriptures this morning. Before we get started, I'm going to say a quick prayer. Father, Abba, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this opportunity to come together and read your word. We thank you for everyone here, and we ask that you bless each and every one of us and show us what you want us to hear and teach us what you want us to know. In Yeshua's name, amen.
Amen.
Today's portion is called Shelach, and that stands for sin for yourself. This is going to be in Numbers 13 through 15. It'll be in Joshua chapter 2, and of course, Hebrews 3. I want to go ahead and jump on into Numbers 13. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Send men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel. Send one man from each tribe of their fathers, every one a leader among them. And by the mouth of Yahuwah, Moshe sent them from the wilderness of Paran, all of them men who were heads of the children of Israel. And these were their names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, son of Zachar. From the tribe of Shimon, Shaphat, son of Hori. From the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb, son of Yefunah. From the tribe of Issachar, Yigal, son of Joseph. From the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, son of Nun. From the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, son of Raphu. From the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, son of Sodi. From the tribe of Joseph, from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, son of Susi. From the tribe of Dan, Amiel, son of Gamali. From the tribe of Asher, Shether, son of Michael. From the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi, son of Wapsi. From the tribe of Gad, Gul, son of Maki. These are the names of the men whom Moshe sent to spy out the land. And Moshe called Hoshea, son of Nun, Yehoshua. And Moshe sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go up here into the south, and go up into the mountains, and see what the land is like, and the people who dwell in it, whether strong or weak, whether few or many, and whether the land they dwell in is good or evil, whether the cities they inhabit are camps or strongholds, and whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there are forests there or not. And you shall be strong, and bring some of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the season of the first fruits of grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin as far as Rehob, near the entrance of Hamath. And they went up through the south and came to Hebron. And Ahiman, Shashi, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were there. Now Hebron had been built 7 years before Zoan in Mitzrayim. And they came to the Wadi Eshcol, and cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they bore it between two of them on a pole, also of the pomegranates and of the figs. That place was called the Wadi Eshcol, because of the cluster which the men of Yisrael cut down from there. 13:25. And they returned from spying out the land after 40 days. And they went and came to Moshe and Aaron, and all the congregation of the children of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. And they brought back word to them and to all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they reported to him and said, We went to the land where you sent us, and truly it flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. But the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are walled, very great, and we saw the descendants of Anak there too. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, while the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains. And the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the banks of the Jordan. And Caleb silenced the people before Moshe and said, Let us go up at once and take possession, for we are certainly able to overcome it. But the men who had gone up with him said, We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. And they gave the children of Israel an evil report of the land which they had spied out, saying, The land through which we have gone as spies is a land eating up its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw in it are men of great size. And we saw there the Nephilim, sons of Anak of the Nephilim, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and so we were in their eyes. That's the end of 13 there. Grasshoppers in our eyes. I wonder if that was like, true scale, if these were like Titan size Nephilim.
The land is eating up its inhabitants.
I went to this is quick. I went to a speech by a Vietnam veteran who was ambushed, and he was the only survivor, and he later met up with the Vietnamese enemy that had attacked him. And the enemy guy said, "We sought you guys out the night before. We were watching you the night before. We could have taken you, but we were like grasshoppers to you. We were only as big as your thigh."
Wow.
I'd like to make a comment on and a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw in it are men of great size. In First Enoch 8:2-6, it says, "And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells. The giants consumed all the acquisitions of men, and when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones."
Wow. Earth as a witness. You did
I'm
say Earth,
thinking-
right?
Yeah, it said the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. But it also says the giants consumed all the acquisitions of men, and when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind.
Wow.
And I think that, this is probably the root origins of why, God said multiple times, "Do not drink blood," because it's the beginning of all occultic and mystery religion. It all comes from before the flood.
I was thinking somewhere God said not to kill the people of the land too quickly because he was using them to like clear out the beasts that were in the land. Like
Wow.
I think what it means whenever it says the land is eating up its inhabitants is that like the animals in that place eat people. And
like
then
the
also
dinosaurs.
yeah,
And they
well,
also doesn't he send wasps at one point to like run people out also?
yeah, I think he does. Man, I wish I could think of where it's at, but I really do think that there's a spot where God's like, hey, these people are here because they're cleaning out the land. If you kill all the people, then the beasts of the field will just eat you guys. So he like wants it done in like a process. But I think that that's what they mean by the land eating up its
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
like
can see that.
animals eat people, and then also the people there are huge. So like not only are we going to be fighting nature, but also giant men.
Yeah, the land devouring its own inhabitants. I agree. Yeah, it's probably the beast coming up against mankind and pushing them out.
Yeah, I think that's it. Don't want to interrupt anymore. Let Dustin get through the reading.
Sorry, I don't mean to rush. Just for
No,
clarification
you're good.
for everybody.
You're good, man.
I've got a sick girl.
Yep,
and
yep.
maybe she'll be good. She's got some medicine and stuff in her system. So, yeah, we'll be fine. But yeah, Numbers 14:1. Then all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel grumbled against Moshe and against Aaron. And all the congregation said to them, "If only we had died in the land of Mitzrayim, or if only we had died in this wilderness. And why is Yahuwah bringing us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and children should become a prey? Would it not be better for us to turn back to Mitzrayim?" And they said to each other, "Let us appoint a leader, and let us turn back to Mitzrayim." Then Moshe and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Yehoshua, son of Nun, And Caleb, son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had spied out the land, tore their garments. And they spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, the land we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If Yahuwah has delighted in us, then he shall bring us to this land and give it to us, a land which is flowing with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against Yahuwah, nor fear the people of the land, for they are our bread. Their defense is turned away from them, and Yahuwah is with us. Do not fear them. But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. Then the esteem of Yahuwah appeared in the tent of appointment before all the children of Israel. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, how long shall I be scorned by these people? And how long shall I not be trusted by them, with all the signs which I have done in their midst? Let me strike them with pestilence, and disinherit them, and make you a nation greater and mightier than they. And Moshe said to Yahuwah, then the Mitzrites shall hear it, for by your power you brought these people up from their midst. And they shall say to the inhabitants of this land that they have heard you, Yahuwah, are in the midst of these people, that you, Yahuwah, are seen eye to eye, and that your cloud stands above them, and you go before them in a column of cloud by day, and in a column of fire by night. Now if you shall kill these people as one man, then the nations which have heard of your report shall speak, saying, because Yahuwah was not able to bring this people to the land which he swore to give them, therefore he slew them in the wilderness. And now, I pray, let the power of Yahuwah be great, as you have spoken, saying, Yahuwah is patient and of great loving commitment, forgiving crookedness and transgression, but by no means leaving unpunished, visiting the crookedness of the fathers on the children of the third and fourth generation. Please forgive the crookedness of this people, according to the greatness of your loving commitment, as you have forgiven this people from Mitzrayim even until now. And Yahuwah said, I shall forgive, according to your word. But truly, as I live, and all the earth is filled with the esteem of Yahuwah, for none of these men who have seen my esteem and the signs which I did in Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, and have tried me now these 10 times, and have disobeyed my voice, shall see the land of which I swore to their fathers, nor any of those who scorned me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he has a different spirit in him, and has followed me completely, I shall bring into the land where he went, and his seed shall inherit it. Since the Amalekites and the Canaanites are dwelling in the valley, turn back tomorrow, and set out into the wilderness by the way of the Sea of Reeds. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, how long shall this evil congregation have this grumbling against me? I've heard the grumblings which the children of Israel are grumbling against me. Say to them, as I live, declares Yahuwah, as you have spoken in my hearing, so I do to you. The carcasses of you who have grumbled against me are going to fall in the wilderness, all of you who were registered, according to your entire number, from 20 years old and above. None of you except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Yehoshua, son of Nun, shall enter into the land which I swore I would make you dwell in. But your little ones, whom you said would become a prey, I shall bring in, and they shall know the land which you have rejected. But as for you, your carcasses are going to fall in this wilderness, and your sons shall be wanderers in the wilderness 40 years, and shall bear your horns until your carcasses are consumed in the wilderness. According to the number of the days in which you spied out the land, 40 days, a day for a year, a day for a year. You are to bear your crookedness 40 years, and you shall know my breaking off. I am Yahuwah. I have spoken. I shall do this to all this evil congregation who are meeting against me. In this wilderness they are consumed, and there they die. and the man whom Moshe sent to spy out the land, who returned and made all the congregation grumble against him by bringing an evil report of the land, even those men who brought the evil report about the land died by the plague before Yahuwah. And those men who went to spy out the land, only Yahushua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Yefuneh, remained alive. And when Moshe spoke these words to all the children of Israel, the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning and went up to the top of the mountain, saying, See, we have indeed sinned, but we shall go up to the place which Yahuwah had spoken of. But Moshe said, Why do you now transgress the mouth of Yahuwah, since it does not prosper? Do not go up, lest ye be smitten by your enemies, for Yahuwah is not in your midst. Because the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned away from Yahuwah. Yahuwah is not with you. They presumed to go up to the mountaintop, but neither the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah nor Moshe left the camp. So the Amalekites and the Canaanites who dwelt in the mountain came down and struck them and beat them down, even to Hormah. That's the end of 14.
I did find the reference I was looking for earlier. It's back in Exodus 23, starting at verse 27. It says, I will send my fear before you, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come. And
Exodus
I will make
23
all...
what?
27.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry. I wanted to bring it up. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, gotcha. And I will make all thy enemies turn their backs unto you, and I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, so that the land becomes desolate and the beasts of the field multiply against you.
Mm-hmm.
But little by little I will drive them out before you until you be increased and inherit the land. So yeah, it's a gradual process. If we take out all the people, then all the animals will just turn against you.
But that reading from your Exodus, that was what I wanted to do quickly because of this sick child thing. Verse 9, it's not in our reading today that God commanded, that it was a command that you would not fear these people. It was not only a suggestion, it was from like Moses or amongst Joshua, but God. And so if you can you look at your Exodus quote that you just read, and who is speaking? Is that God Almighty, or is that Moses giving suggestions once you go into the land?
Okay, well, what verse are you talking about now?
However he started it at his verse.
The 23, 27?
Yeah, at the very beginning of what you read for him, yeah. Because in our reading it says the two guys followed the command. They went in, searched it out, and they had no fear. They said, "Hey, let's go take them." But 10 other people said, "No, they're too much for us." And just as a time reference, this is shortly after they're out of Egypt. This is clearly not the 40 years yet. God was
No. This
yes,
is
right after.
they've only
Yeah, right
spent
after,
a year.
yeah, at least. Yeah, I think we just read how they did the Passover performance or something, however they worded it last week.
Right.
I want to check on Evie. Be right back. And Brooke just picked up Eden, by the way, Deezer.
Okay. So yeah, we went over last week how we haven't got there yet, but one of the laws for a newly married husband is that they take a year off from all of their duties and please their wife. And they had the marriage on Pentecost or Shavuot, and then they've basically almost gone a year, which is why they've started numbering for war and sending out the spies. But then they come back with a bad report, and then they get cursed with 40 years in the wilderness, so that that generation can die off because of unbelief and disobedience. And then Joshua and Caleb are the only two people from the first generation that make it in.
10 times, he says. I'd hate to go back and read where they tempted him or like rebelled against him 10 different times. I mean, we could probably name them pretty quick, but it's like, yeah,
there was
specific.
probably more than 10. I think that, they tested me 10 times is just a way of saying, like those guys really tested my patience.
Oh, yeah. It's not like, hey, this is the first time, guys. And yeah,
Yeah.
he was really mad.
I don't think he was making an actual counting. I think he was just trying to say it happened a lot and often.
Or the fact that they broke the covenant originally, which was 10 commands. I mean,
That's
they
true.
literally, it's not like they broke one of the commands and therefore broke the whole thing. They chose to get out of all 10 of them. I mean, their gods that they were going to celebrate that day when Aaron said, tomorrow's a feast to the Lord, that could have been anything, but no, you can't do that.
Or that 10 could have been put in there just for the haptic structure of the scripture to line up just right. Maybe that's why they repeat some of the names and stuff so much.
Oh, and I wanted to ask you about that. Did you stutter when you read? I wanted to write it down and I didn't. Did you read a verse twice? And I. Did he say "and I" twice in the text? Don't even look it up. We'll do this on rabbit trail time. Get to your reading, friend.
Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest. All right, Numbers 15 here. We're going to 41, which I assume is the end. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, when you have come into the land of your dwellings, which I am giving you, and you make an offering by fire to Yahuwah, an ascending offering, or a slaughtering, to accomplish a vow, or as a voluntary offering, or in your appointed times, to make a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah from the herd or the flock, then he who brings near his offering to Yahuwah shall bring near a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of oil, and 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering you prepare with the ascending offering or the slaughtering for each lamb. Or for a ram you prepare as a grain offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil, and as a drink offering you bring 1/3 of a hin of wine as a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. And when you prepare a young bull as an ascending offering, or as a slaughtering to accomplish a vow, or as a peace offering to Yahuwah, then shall be brought with a young bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with half a hin of oil, and bring as the drink offering half a hin of wine as an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. This is what is done for each young bull, for each ram, or for each lamb or young goat, according to the number that you prepare, so you do for each one according to their number. Let all who are native do so with them, in bringing near an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. And when a stranger sojourns with you, or whoever is among you throughout your generations, and would make an offering made by fire, a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah, as you do, so he does. I love this one. One law is for you, of the assembly, and for the stranger who sojourns with you, a law forever throughout your generations. As you are, so is the stranger before Yahuwah. One Torah and one right ruling is for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, when you come into the land which I bring you, then it shall be, when you eat of the bread of the land, that you present a contribution to Yahuwah. Present a cake of the first of your dough as a contribution of the threshing floor you present it. Of the first of your dough you are to give to Yahuwah a contribution throughout your generations. And when you sin, by mistake, and do not do all these commands which Yahuwah has spoken to Moshe, show the difference between sinning. Oh, wait, that's footnote. Let me start over. And when you sin by mistake and do not do all these commands which Yahuwah has spoken to Moshe, all that Yahuwah has commanded you by the hand of Moshe, from the day Yahuwah gave command and onward throughout your generations, then it shall be, if it is done by mistake, without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall prepare one young bull as an ascending offering, as a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah, with its grain offering and its drink offering, according to the right ruling, and one male goat as a sin offering. Then the priest shall make atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it was by mistake. And they shall bring their offering, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, and their sin offering before Yahuwah for their mistake. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger who sojourns in their midst, because all the people did it by mistake. And if a being sins by mistake, then he shall bring a female goat a year old as a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for the being who strays by mistake, when he sins by mistake before Yahuwah, to make atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. For him who does whatever by mistake, there is one Torah, both for him who is native among the children of Israel, and for the stranger who sojourns in their midst. But the being who does whatever defiantly, whether he is native or a stranger, he revels Yahuwah, and that being shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of Yahuwah and has broken his command. That being shall certainly be cut off. His crookedness is upon him. 15:32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moshe and to Aaron and to all the congregation, and they put him under guard, because it had not been declared what should be done to him. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, the man shall certainly be put to death, all the congregation stoning him with stones outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe, and he died. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the children of Israel, and you shall say to them, make a tzitzit on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and put a blue cord in the tzitzit of the corners. And it shall be for you a tzitzit, and you shall see it, and shall remember all the commands of Yahuwah, and shall do them, and not search after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you went whoring, so that you remember and shall do my commands, and be set apart unto your Elohim. I am Yahuwah your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Mirrors a lot of Exodus 12 there. One Torah for all. Before I come into Torah, I worked at an internet company and did website hosting, and there was a website called onetorahforall.com. I think it's still there. Zerubbabel Amuna, good dude. Kind of interesting. Didn't know at the time that I would be in one similar faith with him.
Yep, that's a good chapter here. The guy getting stoned on for breaking the Sabbath, and then immediately after that they institute tassels, and then immediately after that is Korah's rebellion.
You love that, though, don't you? That'd be next week, I guess.
Yeah, it's next week.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and read through the next one, but you guys should definitely take notes if you have pen and paper. Like if I'm going through too fast, I definitely don't want to
No.
cut anybody off or too short or quench the spirit, by no means. Joshua 2.
It's right after Deuteronomy.
Oh, derp, derp. One through 24. Joshua 2, verse 1. And Yehoshua, son of Nun, secretly sent out 2 men from Shittim to spy, saying, Go see the land in Jericho. And they went and came to the house of a woman, a whore, and her name was Rahab. And they lay down there. But it was reported to the sovereign of Jericho, saying, See, men from the children of Israel have come here tonight to search out the land. And the sovereign of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Bring out the men who have come to you, who have entered your house, for they have come to search out all the land. But the woman had taken the 2 men and hid them. So she said, The men came to me, but I did not know where they came from. Then it came to be, as the gate was being shut, when it was dark, that the men went out. I do not know where the men went. Pursue them quickly, so that you overtake them. But she had brought them up on the roof and hidden them with the stalks of flax, which she had laid out on the roof. And the men pursued them by the way of the Jordan to the fords, and they shut the gate afterwards as soon as the pursuers had gone out. And before they lay down, she came up to them on the roof, and she said to the men, I know that Yahuwah has given you to the land, and that the fear of you has fallen on us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away because of you. For we have heard how Yahuwah dried up the water of the Sea of Reeds for you when you came out of Mitzrayim, and what you did to the 2 sovereigns of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, Sihon and Og, whom you put under the ban. And when we heard, our hearts melted, and there is no spirit left in anyone because of you. For Yahuwah, your Elohim, he is Elohim in the heavens above and on earth beneath. And now, please swear to me by Yahuwah, since I have shown you loving commitment, that you also show loving commitment to my father's house, and shall give me a true token, and shall spare my father and my mother and my brothers and my sisters and all that they have, and shall deliver our lives from death. And the men said to her, Our lives for yours. If you do not expose this matter of ours, then it shall be, when Yahuwah has given us the land, that we shall treat you in loving commitment and truth. So she let them down by a rope through the window, for her house was on the city wall, and she dwelt on the wall. And she said to them, Go to the mountain, lest the pursuers come upon you, and you shall hide there 3 days, until the pursuers have returned, and afterwards go on your way. And the men said to her, We are released from this oath of yours, which you have made us swear, unless when we come into the land you bind this line of scarlet cord in the window through which you let us down, and unless you bring your father and your mother and your brothers and all your father's household to your own home. And it shall be that anyone who goes outside the doors of your house into the street, his blood is on his own head, and we are innocent. And anyone who is with you in the house, his blood is on our head, if a hand is laid on him. And if we expose this matter of ours, then we shall be released from your oath which you made us swear. And she said, Let it be according to your words. And she sent them away, and they went. And she bound the scarlet cord in the window. Joshua through 24. Okay, yeah. So they left and came to the mountain, and stayed there 3 days, until the pursuers returned. And the pursuers sought them all the way, but did not find them. Then the 2 men returned, and came down from the mountain, and passed over. And they came to Yehoshua, son of Nun, and related to him all that had befallen them. And they said to Yehoshua, Truly, Yahuwah has given all the land into our hands, and also all the inhabitants of the land have melted away because of us.
Woo! Some good stuff in that chapter.
Promises fulfilled.
Right? Rahab heard the words of God, and then she believed it.
And then she did nothing. End of story.
Right. Yeah. And then that loving commitment, mercy, grace, whatever word you want to insert there.
Favor?
Yeah, favor was used, not to gain her salvation, but because she was saved.
So it was the fruits of her salvation,
Yeah, I think
not
that's
the
what I was trying to
cause of
say
her,
there.
not the cause of her salvation.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
Well,
then
she had an earthly salvation from being destroyed by the Jews, as you know.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know he wants to go, but I jotted down notes. The token. At some point, he said the word token. We can look that up later and such. To save my family. That she led them down a rope so they could escape. This is built into her house was built into the wall of the city. This wall was big enough, they say, that two chariots could pass each other on it, on the roof of it, on the top of it.
Wow.
That's how big it. And maybe it was built into the side of a mountain, or I don't know. And hers was like right there. Regardless, the sign that she was supposed to give, she let these guys down a cord, a rope apparently, or some such thing. And it sounds like it's going to be long. If she was like, even if on the second floor, if she's just on the second floor, it's still going to be a long cord hanging out the window, 20 feet, right? 10, 20 feet. And then she was supposed to put, I wasn't really paying attention, but the scarlet cord, is that she's supposed to put in the window as a sign? Would that have been like 10 or 20 feet hanging out her window, or was it just put a little piece of it in the window? Because my point being, if you're Israel attacking Jericho, well, actually they just kind of marched around it for 7 days. But you're in marching around it, you're not going to get that close. So you're going to march
Yeah,
pretty
you got to
far
stay
around it.
out of arrow distance.
Right. So if you look at this scarlet 10 or 20 foot cord hanging out of the second story, third, fifth story window, and the city wall looks, because you're so far away, the city wall is small. It's going to look like a scarlet worm. It's going to look like our worm that we were just talking about with Jesus. Jesus in Psalm 22 says he's a specific
Neat.
scarlet worm.
Very neat.
Yeah, it was my only point. So we could just get through this so you can get
Very
to
cool.
your kid. Sorry about that.
Not at all, man. You guys feel like
yeah.
you have to rush through your
Yeah,
words.
that was good. That was
We're
great.
good.
I thought that it was interesting that she tells them to go up the mountain, which would seem counterintuitive. Like she's basically saying, "Hey, go hide in plain sight while these guys go look for you," because no one would expect the spies to be up on the mountain.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, like that. You would expect the spies, to have received the word that, hey, the whole city's looking for us. We better get. They're on their way out of the country, so everyone's searching the area around town rather than, the place that's right there. And then they have to hide there 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights, heart of the earth. I don't know.
There's a lot of parallels here. Like the scarlet
Right.
worm in the window makes me think of, the Passover. I don't know.
Oh, the blood on the lintel and the doorpost. Yeah, good assimilation. And yeah, that's my other, that brings up my token thing, because what I wanted to do when you went back to your kid and we did rabbit trails was look up our token, because in my when we look at Exodus 12, everybody says, oh, how are you going to do Passover now if you're going to do it the way it was originally done? They put blood on the doorposts. And I said, no, you have to read Exodus 12, and the blood on your doorpost will be a token. It's a one-time use or thing. This token that saved her family are now saved. They can go and join the Canaanites. They can go and join the Israelites and be saved like forever. But at that point in time, they are earthly saved, and they now have the chance, and it looks like they have joined to Israel, and they're going to follow their rules, which promises salvation at your death. Yeah, I think, but this token word is what really caught my attention. I loved hearing it.
Interesting. All right, we got like 10 more verses or so. Not very many.
Do it.
Hebrews 3:7-19. Therefore, as the set apart Spirit says, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion in the day of the trial in the wilderness, where your fathers tried me, proved me, and saw my works 40 years. Therefore I was grieved with that generation, and said, they always go astray in their heart, and they have not known my ways. As I swore in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest. Look out, brothers, lest there be in any of you a wicked heart of unbelief in falling away from the living Elohim. But encourage one another daily, while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened by the deceivableness of sin. For we have become partakers of Messiah, if we hold fast the beginning of our trust firm to the end. It's a good verse. While it is said, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as in the rebellion. For who, having heard, rebelled? Was it not all who came out of Mitzrayim, led by Moshe? And with whom was he grieved 40 years? Was it not with those who sinned, whose corpses fell in the wilderness? And to whom did he swear that they would not enter into his rest, but to those who did not obey? So we see that they were unable to enter in because of unbelief.
I love that this part was next, because I was talking about Rahab hearing the words of God and then believing.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of action involved.
With a little bit of action. Yeah, I love that if you talk to somebody about the Israelites, they'll say, "Oh yeah, they were disobedient." But then whenever you read the verses, it says unbelief, almost as if those words are interchangeable.
I mean, faith is obedience. I mean, aren't they interchangeable? I mean, with faith comes obedience anyways.
Right. Got a question from the audience as well.
Oh, okay, I see. And this is from Stefan Van Vuren. Sorry if I said that wrong. Am I correct in saying that it wasn't God's plan for them to take over the land by war? As he said, he will drive them out by hornets?
Yeah, that was his plan. They were to conquer these people that had squatted on their land given to Abraham. If that's what he's asking.
Well, I think he was going to use the hornets to like put fear in them, but I think he still planned for war as well, because he numbered them for war, in the book of Numbers. And we don't really have him, other than this Exodus thing, but even in Exodus, he's kind of telling them that they're eventually going to go to war and clear the place out. But
right, but it's going to be piece by piece, and these hornets are
Right.
probably like your cowboys and Indians shows. The Indians attack, and they're like, then the Indians leave, and it's like, oh, are they leaving? And it's like, no, that's just like their first force to check our defenses to see where we're strong and where we're weak. They're just testing us. So yeah,
it's
but
obviously murder hornets from heaven. I mean,
but obviously, yes.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, seriously, it very well could have been. He says he's going to send
Yeah.
an angel before you. Well, I think that was later.
I mean,
on.
he used insects against Egypt, so I don't see why he couldn't use them against Canaan.
Right, to save a human life, especially an armed soldier guy. Yeah.
Eternal fire hornets. They probably shoot lava out of their stingers, honestly.
They probably come out of the fire NATO.
That's it. It's a fire NATO with fire hornets.
That might be something to look up. Your hornet word, I don't know how you would do it, but I think a fig tree procreates through a wasp going into it. And if this place was,
I think you're right.
If this place was plentiful of figs, at some point you're gonna have an infestation. Believe me, any farmer knows. I don't know if you've seen pictures of the wind the 1930s Nebraska where it's nothing but desert and there's like 10 million rabbits, or Guam where there's 10 million of these geese running around because we brought them there to eat up some worm that had infested the place because some turtle had died during the war. It's a ridiculous. Yeah, at some point I would think there'd be at least, at a minimum, a real infestation of real hornets.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you remember where that word token was at? By the way, I can start down that path.
Right as she's
14 or
at your
15.
beginning, she was
Oh, it was Joshua.
of the
2.
Joshua, right. Right at the beginning of that. Boy, yeah, it wasn't that close to the beginning. You have seen how we have heard, I have heard, or whatever, we have heard about how he parted the red, your God parted the Reed Sea. And now I pray thee, if you give us a token to save my father and my family.
Now, what verse is that? I'm just
No,
close.
that's what I'm thinking. It's
Gotcha.
18-ish, somewhere.
For we have now
there.
heard you who had dried up the water of the Sea of Reeds, for when you came out of Mitzrayim.
Oh, go scroll back up. I have swear by now, and I have and our hearts melted, and there was no spirit left in something. Swear to me by Yahovah, since I have shown you loving. I can't read it. Can somebody? Is there a token in there? The commit.
Please swear to me by Yahuwah, since I have shown you loving commitment, that you also show loving commitment.
And it shall give me a true token.
Oh,
the
there
very
it is.
last.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oopsies. I didn't select the verse. Dadgummit.
Verse 12.
Rookie.
Right. Word search here, Hebrew 225, in the sense of appearing, a signal, literally or figuratively, as a flag, beacon, monument, omen, prodigy, evidence, mark, miracle, sign, or token. So, and then, can't we look that word up in other places? For signs and seasons, that word signs is H226 as well, but here in Genesis translated as signs, not tokens. A mark.
Yeah, because when I looked at it in Exodus 12 on it'll be a token, the blood on the doorpost will be a token. And when I looked it up, it said the rainbow as well is a token. It's like a one-time user thing. You see a rainbow all the time, but it's always the same like refraction of light, so to speak.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so the doorpost would only be once. Her putting this red in the window or out the window would only be once, is how I'm trying to focus it. Yeah.
Even the circumcision is a token. That's definitely once.
We can't see all
that's
the.
hilarious. I got you on speakers and I heard you.
Oh, gotcha. It doesn't show the Bible search. I just now see that. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, you have to share your whole screen, not just a tab or whatever.
Gotcha. I might as well do that. There.
And then if you leave your search window in KJV, but you can go in the regular Bible to without the concordant numbers in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there you go. Nope. Go back to KJV there. That KJV plus.
That's where I was just at and switched it from.
Yeah, and then move the window out of the way. Yeah, and then here you can go back to regular KJV, and then you can click on the verses in the search window, and it'll take you to it here, and then you can read it without the numbers in the way. Does that make sense?
I don't know what you're trying to do. What?
All right, now bring the search window back. And then you'll have to redo your search. And go to the, there you go. Now you can click on Genesis 1 or Genesis 4 or Genesis 9.
Gotcha.
It'll take you there, but you'll be able to read it without the numbers.
Gotcha. Numbers don't really bother me. I kind of get used to reading around them anyways. But maybe for viewers, it'll be a little less painful.
Right.
Gotcha.
But anyways, it shows you all the references and whatnot.
And then you can just single them out one by one, and then they're selected here on the share. I'm with you. Very neat.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go through all the verses where token was used or something.
I can, if that's what we want to do.
I thought that was your plan, so I was trying to help you go through it easier, and then you stopped.
I was just kind of
I'm
skimming
just a show
through them.
killer. That's why I don't talk. I just kill the show.
Yeah, last time the thing he mentioned that was a token was the circumcision, but then he got cut off.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's great. And Jeremiah is the one that cut me off.
Right? It's almost as bad as my my Honda joke that I stole from somebody.
Oh, when the Pentecost.
They were all one accord, yeah. Jamie, are you going to come in or just make us laugh from the comments?
The Jamie, bring him in. Where's that brother?
He's finally here.
And goodness, Kayla, we got to hear from you. And where the heck is Lionheart?
Eric was up pretty late with us last night, so I'm not sure.
Probably ran him off last week with my lack of sleep.
Any other interesting stuff? Oh man, I don't think you got to see it. You were talking about Noah's Ark earlier, and it always makes me think of this comment from a guy I heard speaking that goes to seminary that probably shouldn't be speaking on the internet. But he said that Noah's Ark was in no way a reference to Jesus, and it was in no way tied to salvation, and you didn't have to get on the ark to be saved. And just because
it literally says, the words in scripture literally say, and the Lord says, come on the ark. The Lord was on the ark and said, he didn't say from a distance, come on the ark. He was on the ark. These guys were probably in hibernation. These guys, oh, that makes me so sick. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
No, like I'm glad that you have that reaction, because that's how I felt listening to it. Was just amazed that somebody who went to seminary could say some things like that.
There was probably a Muhammad dinghy and a Buddha, floater or two. I mean, Jesus, when he said, you better be ready for my coming and all this, and then he says, by the way, in the days of Noah, they were eating and drinking and giving in marriage until the flood came and swept them all away. So will it be at the coming of the Son of Man? It's just like, Jesus didn't tie that to him. Like, get on the boat. The idea, like, the 8 were saved. Hello, the waters, it's like, they were saved through it. Isaiah 20:26, like, hide
And they
thyself for a little while until the indignation be over, the wrath passes over. The Lord comes out of his place. It's so many ways to tie that to judgment, and you need to get on the ark. So it's like infuriating.
Very multiple
So he took
ways.
he took 7 of the clean and 2 of the unclean. So he gets off the boat, and God says, now you can eat anything you want, just like the plants. So they eat, one of the unclean animals, because all foods are made clean now. And now there's no more procreation of unclean animals. So now we only have clean animals. What the hell?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's where the dinosaurs went. That's how the dinosaurs went extinct. Just kidding. I mean, yeah, it's a good point. Well, I mean, they by the time they got off the ark, there would have been how many babies would they have had on the ark? I mean, geez. No, I'm sure they weren't too busy. They're interesting questions. What do you guys do with that verse? I mean, it says all creatures are like, go have take a bite out of whatever you want. It's the people have said that. I don't believe
that. I think God was obviously pointing at the clean animals, like Mike said. If he starts eating the unclean animals, there's only one breeding pair, so that's probably what happened to the dinosaurs. Yeah, I'm with Nunya on this one.
I think so too. I don't think it makes sense to think he would have said eat unclean animals. But
yeah,
that text does sound a little ambiguous, I guess, because he says just eat whatever creatures is for your whatever.
Right, but he continues. It's a comparison. Eat any creature just like you can eat any plant. No, you can't go eat marijuana. You can smoke it. You cannot eat poison ivy. You can step in it and start to itch. You cannot eat a raw tomato, can you? Isn't that fried green tomato or a green tomato or something? It'll poison you.
Oh, you can eat poison ivy. Like I'm sorry, I interrupted.
It's okay. Go ahead.
But you're right.
No,
supposedly you can eat it and then not get it. I'm not
No,
trying.
I've heard that. I've heard
I
that
don't know.
before.
That's not what I was referring to. I was referring to like these like Buddhist people, and there's this thing they do where they try and like self-mummify, and that's one of the things they do is they drink poison ivy for like 100 days or something, and it just like makes your insides itch.
And then they just sit under a tree like for 40 years.
No, they bury themselves in underground.
Oh, I've seen guys that are like, this guy's been sitting under this tree for like 20 years and he hasn't eaten or drinking, and he looks.
Yeah, no, if they really want to do it, though, they go and bury themselves in a box.
So let me ask the question I asked last night
But yeah, the point being is there's obviously plants that you can eat. There's obviously plants that you cannot eat. So whenever God says, hey, I'm giving you these animals to eat, just like I gave you the plants to eat, there's obviously a section of animals that you can eat and a section of animals that you cannot eat.
Right. So ask your daughter right here on live national TV, 83 million viewers. When Adam named the animals, did he name them Mike and Karen, or did he name him like you see him in a zoo, a bear, a rhinoceros,
Billy Bob,
or did he name them clean and unclean?
Oh, that's interesting.
How about both?
Could you repeat what you said? I missed it.
He basically said when Adam was naming the animals, did he name them as like proper names or proper nouns, or did he name them as like bear, cat, dog, or was it that one's clean, that one's not clean? Or was it all of the above, I guess?
The problem with saying he named them clean or unclean, it's like you're saying Adam had, like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
did he mean he inspected them based on rules God gave him to determine whether they were clean or not, and he figured it out?
The context was his search for a help meet.
I dreamed about this all night, just so you know. So I've been thinking about it. I was thinking,
Right. I was thinking about stuff too because I was rewatching your stream as I went to bed last night. I was thinking about the twinkling of of his eye and the brightness of his coming and like a flood of fire.
Son of righteousness. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. So like, is Jane? I guess this is a question for Jamie. So do you think that when Jesus returns and he destroys, evil with the brightness of his coming, and all those verses that we just quickly threw in here, see, when he comes back, is it basically going to be a flood of fire, and then that fire is going to kill all flesh, and then the evil people get wiped out, and then the people who are remaining have spiritual bodies because the flesh got burnt off? Is that like how you envision it?
no, but kind
Interesting.
of. But I would say, it seems like when Jesus comes in the day of the Lord, when you look at some of the Old Testament passages, it's hard to tell though, because sometimes it like melts everything that's going on in the entire 1,000 years into like one statement, you could say.
Right. Yeah.
Like
the day
it
of the
sounds like
Lord.
one event. Yeah. And that, I'm
Does
sorry,
that day
you
of the Lord mean
can't
the
put it
millennial
all.
reign?
Yeah, you can't put everything into everything that's said to be
Right.
the day of the Lord into one single day. That's the thing. But then that's why I kind of think of it like the whole, it's talking about the final things that God's going to accomplish, which kind of start with the second coming. But I would say, I believe that, they're going to die if they're not of God. And so God's people will be protected, like Isaiah 20:26 kind of sounds like to me. But so in other words, all the people that are not redeemed at the coming of Christ will die, or stay dead. And then as far as the resurrection from the dead, they're dead in Christ rise first, and then we're just changed. I think you have to go to two different verses from Paul to put that together. But
right.
And so, yeah, that's just changed, whatever that means, so that we're like him and we see him as he is, sort of thing. And then so that's when I think we're taken to heaven. So that's why I think there's not a millennium on the earth. Kind of, that's part of the reason. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't think like they're burned off. That's an interesting question though. Like the fire coming forth from like God, right, or from Christ, and then that like strips you to your spiritual body. I mean that seems like it could be a possibility. I'm just thinking about it.
I heard in Yahoo's question, he specifically said at the beginning of it, a flood of fire, and I assumed he was referencing the end will start with a flood. And was that what you were asking, referencing
No,
Yahoo?
just like as in the days of Noah, as in the days of Noah, all flesh gets destroyed by water. So what? I'm just making a
But you
guess
remember,
that
not all
the
flesh was
second
destroyed
time.
because he took some up on the ark. And remember,
Well,
he takes those
right.
elect underneath the healing, and it takes them under his wings. So I believe
Yeah.
those aren't destructed. In fact, they're taken underneath his wings. However, it was still an interesting concept, and it could still maybe fit the mode. As far as everyone dying, and that is their salvation, is because they get the second. They don't have the second death.
Matthew 25, it says, "But when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne, and all the nations will be gathered before him.
Mm-hmm.
And he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left." So there are people that survive. I think I did this a long time. I looked into this a while back, and I think that when the fire comes on the day of the Lord, it's just in that certain area. Like, it's not the whole earth. It's just that geological location. And then there's going to be, people hiding in the clefts of the rocks. And then it also talks about, like they do that comparison of the second like I know people say it's the second Exodus, but how I kind of look at it is the day of the Lord, where they cross, the waters on dry land. And to me, that's the nations coming to the New Jerusalem that sat down.
Yeah, Kaylee. Like the freaking Atlantic Ocean is gonna split in half and dry up, and we're just gonna walk across, obviously.
Well, in my mind, if you are a believer
Yeah, I
and you
don't I
walk
don't
out
know
in
how it's gonna
obedience,
go.
then you would already have like the resurrected body. So in my mind, that would be for the nations that are going to go for the sheep and goats judgment.
And one of my
Gotcha,
questions was,
gotcha.
how does this fit into a greater Exodus timeline? Because it sounds like the Exodus has happened. Now, remember, there was a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of cloud by day. So, and if that's moving around, it could be
Yeah.
purging and moving his people at the same time.
That
Just
Exodus,
something.
or
And
not Exodus, Ezekiel 20 really has me
So
question some things.
so how I'm looking at it is that it's the nations that are going to have the quote unquote second Exodus. Like anyone that's
Gotcha.
a believer, the dead will rise first, and then those that, are followers of Yeshua will be changed in the twinkling of an eye. In my mind, when people talk about the second Exodus, it's literally the nations that are going to the New Jerusalem for healing. And I don't have all my verses in front of me.
It sounds that way.
I need to like put it all together so I can be like this verse, this verse, this verse. But that's how
Is
I
that
see
where
it.
is that where 10 guys from each nation are grabbing the tsitsi of saying, I know where God is? Is that at the same time?
I haven't studied that one out, but that's
Think
what I
right.
would probably think.
Oh, Mike, you were talking about the Crimson Worm last night on Jamie's show. I was listening to this. I went to bed. I was just cheering you on, like, yes, their worm shall not die. Like, yes, their crimson worm won't die, and since their worm doesn't die, they won't get born. So if you're not ever born, then you are not alive, and if you're not alive, then you're dead. So yes, it just fit into the
Yeah,
nature of Hell
because so
Show
many of
so
those
good.
people, they were using the scripture. They were using their worm never dies, and it's 3 times repeated by Jesus and Mark. Uh, and then of course Jesus on the cross quotes Psalm 22, which starts
Yes.
out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" But in the middle of that psalm, it says, "I'm but a worm and not a
Yep.
man." And
Yep.
that Hebrew word is a real worm that
Toledon.
dies. But when they directly associate it with they're trying to define the grave and salvation and the afterlife and the second death and hellfire and the lake of fire and hell. They're trying to define all those terms, and they're using that worm comment by Jesus as like worms in a grave eating up your body. Their worm never dies; it just eats them up and eats them up and eats them up as they're
Yeah, and
sitting.
it's like,
Like,
no, that's
dude,
completely correct.
that's
That's
a
not.
rabbit trail. That is literally the definition of a rabbit trail gone awry.
Yes, yes. Wrong worm, wrong conversation, wrong
Well,
direction.
the reason is though because the picture in Isaiah is that their corpses are laying around like dung on the ground, which would have maggots in it, and so I take that.
Yeah, but there's a different Hebrew. There is a Hebrew word for maggot that he could have used, and that's the point.
I'm open to that idea. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because whenever it talks,
it's very deeply.
I want to say when it's talking about Satan, I don't remember if it's Isaiah 14 or whatever it is, but it's one of the, king of Tyre, king of Babylon, or whoever, but it's referencing Satan, and it mentions worm twice, and one of the times it mentions the crimson worm, and then the other time it mentions the maggots that are eating his
Oh, we
body.
got to search that out.
Actually uses both words in the same verse.
I accept that.
Yeah.
Actually.
That's like finding almonds
the point that Mike was making last night with the crimson worm was just totally on point, on the head. Like, it's definitely in reference to salvation, getting the spiritual birth, being born of spirit, because no flesh shall inherit the kingdom. The flesh is going to be destroyed, all that good stuff. Like,
that flesh is a tricky one too. By the way, I think because it is the way it's used.
Because there's obviously still some sort of physical body left, because they eat, they breathe, they can interact with people, but then they can walk through walls and teleport and stuff.
Yeah, because the New Testament says if you don't believe Jesus came in the flesh, you are Antichrist, basically, right? to deny, because they
Right.
were saying Jesus didn't come in the flesh. So so there's like flesh, like just meaning your physical body, and then there's like flesh is associated with Adam and the fall and needing redemption and dying and mortality and all that. So it's like a redeemed flesh. That's how I look at it. And a lot of people have a hard time with this because they've imagined that they fly off to heaven when they die, and they don't really know what the point of the resurrection is yet. The New Testament early Christians were like, you have to like believe in Jesus came in the flesh and that there's a resurrection and a judgment day. And so, which I think is way more important than like the nature of your spiritual body, which I take to be,
Right. And like
flesh.
I think like people don't even like grasp this, like redeemed, saved, resurrected. God is not in the, hey, I'm just going to go get something new business. God is in the, hey, I like this right here. I'm going to keep it. I'm
Restore
going
it.
to save it. I'm going to restore it. I'm going to protect it. Like it just blows my mind when people say new and God in the same sentence, I guess.
Redeem.
I don't think that they
ransomed,
understand what they're saying.
for sure.
Like when somebody dies, he's like, I'm just gonna go get a new one. No, like he resurrects them because he, liked it the way that it was.
If it ain't broke, don't fix
Yeah,
it.
that's what I tried to say
Yes.
too. I'm like,
If it's not broken,
Job
fix
and
it.
Paul is trying to say it's that person that's raised, but it's like he wants to also say you're like having restored or a new, but it's you. It's like it's interesting.
Yes.
You look at the details that they put in there. It's you, but it's like better. It's better.
I don't know what.
Restored.
I don't know
Like-
whose viewpoint. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know whose viewpoint it is, but it's mine also. That in the Garden of Eden we were kids, and at the resurrection we will be kids, but we will have our scars with us. I firmly believe this because my sister was developmentally disabled. We called her retarded in the '60s. What is her resurrection going to be? Oh, is she going to be automatically smart? Is her body going to automatically be smooth and instead of not and not broken? Am I going to have to assist her like I did in this life, in the words of the Father? Will she always never understand the Father at the resurrection? Is she even at the same resurrection? Am I down in hell? But no, if you're resurrected as the mature mind of you of whatever age you died at, 68, let's say, but you're going to be a child. That makes better sense to me than because a child will not marry. You're not going to think sex thoughts. You're not going to be running around naked. You're going to be running around with a bunch of other kids playing. But when you're playing, you're not going to. There's going to be nothing that comes to mind that you would want to marry the girl that you're playing with as a boy. It doesn't even come to our mind.
I wanted to marry girls when I was like 5, so.
Right, with our understanding that they were going to be our mom and feed us and
Well,
clothe us and wash
I don't know
our
about that.
and buy our clothes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking like we're gonna kiss and stuff, but
Oh, absolutely. There used to be like 4 bases like on a date that you could hit a home run with. In the '70s, we had 10 because there were so many things that you could do as a Catholic without actually doing anything that would get anybody pregnant. So we were pushing the boundaries on what our doctrine was. Don't do premarital sex. Oh, okay, I'll just do this and this and this. No, you're coming presumptuously to the Lord, like poking at his law. You can't do that. That's worse than breaking it.
it's almost like there's a
Yeah, that
spirit
makes a good
going on.
point. Yeah. The law is a guard wall. So it only works if you're inside it. If you stick your hand through to the other side or your leg or or if you jump over, you're going to have issues. It can only defend you from one side.
Well, let me butt in real quick so I don't forget this. Real quick. You guys were talking you were talking last night about sin, when we were talking about sin and like all that. So I think there's a place to have that conversation in the sense of like how we should think of sin sometimes, because I think like it's almost like that's where like Pharisees could go wrong, or like like if you can take 75 steps from your house on the Sabbath, but if you take 76,
Right.
God will strike you dead with a bolt of lightning. It's like, no, that's not how God's looking at it. Like in other words, yes, it's an awful thing to sin against God, but why? Like, is it because he's going to be really mad at you and he hates bad boys? Well, kind of, but also like because he wants it to go good for you, and you're missing the point. And so it's like it's going to cause all this trouble. And it's like, so you can kind of think of like, you can see God up there like angry and like just waiting to like smash you, and then or you can kind of see it, and that like there's a time where that's like appropriate probably, right? But like his intention is not to do that or want that. And like it seems more like, so like sin is like not just like you're bad, you're like the devil, the bad thing that just is constantly like raping women and eating feces all the time or something. It's like no, it's like the devil would never actually do that. He's bad, but he's not like yeah, anyway, who knows. But my point is like there's like a gradient to sin in the sense that how it causes trouble for you and others. That's the problem. It's not like God is just
a gradient. Repeat what you
said.
A gradient, so that they understand what you're talking. There's a gradient. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, no, that's what I said that. I was just mumbling because I'm trying to get straight what I'm thinking. It's just
we read that today in our reading, how a peace offering or a free will offering, if you do it with a lamb, you bring like a quarter of flour and a quarter of hin. If you bring a something bigger, a bull, something, there was 3 of them in a row, and the amount of flour and hin oil that you mix together, which Yahoo will tell you is quite delicious. He's telling you to fry it up.
I used to make those.
Yeah, there's a little bit more in each one, as if there is a gradient.
I think it's called country fried.
Yeah, as if there's a gradient within those sacrifices that you're doing. And the ones that we read today were not, I don't even think there was a little bit of Levitical priesthood today at this point. They were searching out the land and came back with a bad report. And he was given the command, if you do a peace offering or a free will or whatever the wordage was, you bring anyway, the example was,
and if you don't, God will strike you dead for not bringing him a peace offering. I'm just kidding.
Right. Like people may think, oh, you ate, you follow the food laws. I saw you eat a bacon burger. You're going to go to hell. It's like, no, that's not the results. There's specific results for specific sins you break. That's
exactly the kind of thing I was kind of thinking of. It's like, it's not like you got to be careful. It's not to like say it's just fine and dandy to go against what God's saying. No, but think of it like, because it's good for you, because there's more than, as soon as you try to like,
it's good for both of you. It's good for him to keep you, and it's good for you to be kept by him. So yeah, if you have a 30-year mortgage with the guy and you're late, like your 6th month, he's not going to come in and take your house. He's going to like charge you a late fee, give you a second chance. And even within the scripture we read in the law, if you steal a turtle dove, you replace a turtle dove. You steal a goat, you replace 3. You steal a bull, you replace 5. So yeah, this guy's going to be working for you to pay off his debt. He tried to steal your prize bull, Satan.
Yeah, and some jerk, some idiot
bull
says, "Hey, I heard God he ain't actually going to kill you. You're not actually going to die." It's like that sort of thing is at the far end of the spectrum on like the problem with sin. It's like, oh, but no, God's not going to let you die, or it's not a big deal, no big deal, because I heard that God actually will let you have not pay for 6 months before he takes your house away, sort of thing.
Or they'll misappropriate the scriptures of the poor guy gathering sticks. They will say that's how severe you should and strict you should follow the Sabbath, when they're taking that out of context. If he was, I won't even get into that story. But
again, Mike, I bring it up just to say that the Sabbath is important to God, not that he's going to kill you if you don't keep it.
Right. And obviously there was some circumstances there that we don't have. Like the entire story is like 4 or 5 verses, and they brought him before God to be judged. Like, it's not like they judged him. It was the entire story, and punishment was all God.
Oh, and by
when
the way,
Jesus-
Mike, by the way, that's what people ask me all the time. They're like, so what are you saying? I have to keep the Sabbath or I'm not going to heaven? And I go, what am I supposed to tell them? No, it's fine. Just don't keep the Sabbath. God doesn't care really. So, but then at the same time, I don't think people who didn't keep the Sabbath can't get into heaven. So what do you say to, it's like, so I say, hey man, I think God wants you to keep the Sabbath and it's a blessing. You should do it. And it's a commandment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
how
it's
many
part of the
dates can you miss with your wife? How many anniversaries can you miss? Like, you're asking the wrong questions. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they don't understand there's a covenant they can choose to follow. And part of that covenant is you're going to do the Sabbath. Now, whether you think it's been changed or not is regardless. It's the same it's always been. And there's other rules. Oh, I see that they align with your United States Constitution rules. Don't murder, don't steal. Don't covet to
right.
the point that you want your actual truck from your neighbor. You don't want a truck like his. You want a truck. You want his truck. You don't want a wife like him. You want his wife. There's United States laws that overlap God's laws, but no, they don't understand there's a covenant that they can choose to get to choose to follow. So they're on the outside of this covenant saying, well, if I have to do Sabbath? Well, number one, you get to do Sabbath. When God speaks about the 3 feasts, there's actually 4. When God speaks about the 4 feasts, 3 of them you have to go to Jerusalem to do. They're pilgrimage feasts. You literally have to go to Jerusalem to do it. Otherwise, you party at home with pagans and invite pagans and serve clean food. Regardless, at the very beginning of Leviticus 23, it says, here's the feast. There's a Sabbath. And then he says, here's the feast. It's a Sabbath. He repeats it twice. The Sabbath is a feast. And now, if you think a feast is like Kelvin Quayo tried to do, he says he tried to follow Sabbath and he couldn't. He sat at home twiddling his thumbs. He didn't feel like he could start his car engine, go to his kid's baseball game, watch TV, turn on a light a candle for heat, anything. He felt like he couldn't. It's like, no, that's not what it is. That is what it turned into, which Jesus hated. Look at how Jesus, when he healed the guy at the pool, that he thought the pool was going to heal him. Even in the movie The Chosen, it's clear. The guy takes up his mat, walks. The Pharisees confront who about breaking what law? Did they confront Jesus about healing that man at that pool on the Sabbath? No, they confronted the man. What are you doing walking around with your bedroll that goes against our law? It's clear what Jesus came for. He brought a sword of division against the traditions that trump God's laws and God's laws.
Preach it.
Is there somewhere it says don't never mind.
Yes, in Revelation as well. Do not add to these words. Do not subtract. But in Deuteronomy 12:32, that's easy to remember because 12:31 is New Year's Eve. There is no 12:32. You're adding to December. Deuteronomy 12:32. Do not add to these words. Do not take away from these words. It's a fence. You're choosing to go into the fence where the shepherd, Jesus, is the gate holder. And he says, come into my house. I see how dirty you are, but guess what? You're going to have to clean yourself up. Okay, it's cool. It's cool. All the other sheep are going to freak out at first, but just, take a bath today and don't drink any blood of your, that you were just doing outside the gate. There's a contract here. You were going to clean yourself up. But if you do anything wrong, just come to me. And when I see that you're contrite and you're not just trying to get over the fence to the babes, like the Baal Peor lesson, you can be lusted away from God. You can be drawn away from him by lusts, but you will never be snatched out of his hand. No enemy can beat you head on. That's going to happen. But these people don't understand, like I was saying, who we were talking about before, they're on the outside of this fence peeking in, seeing these blessings come down from heaven and saying, oh, how are they doing that? Well, it's for their salvation as well. Oh, like here on earth, you mean like I'm not going to get in a car wreck, or you mean like forever because I don't want to live in the hellfire because I saw a cartoon of Bugs Bunny or Daffy Duck when he was in flames with Satan, and Satan has a tail and horns and babes all around him who are half naked. Oh my God, no!
Mike, I've been drinking a 12-pack of Shasta, every day for the last 30 years, and I have diabetes, and God healed the diabetes, and He didn't even tell me to stop drinking the Shasta, so I keep drinking 24 sodas a day, but my diabetes is healed.
Right, that's your Romans problem. All these people are talking about also. They're like, oh, what is this? We take it to the law, and the law will shut up every mouth. What are they talking about? It's like, dude, yeah, it's like the law is done away with. It's like, no, if you have a problem, if you have a question, let's go to the law. Oh, do I have to get circumcised? I'm 38. Well, I'm actually 61. I'm just speaking in another man's voice. I'm 38. Should I get circumcised to join you guys? That's probably how they're going to word it. It's like, yeah, if you want to get in covenant with the Father, your 8-day-old males is what the law says. You're 38. It's a choice. Let's go to the law. The law puts an end to your question. Paul said,
I was born with Abraham's sauce, so I'm.
Paul said, I never told you guys to get circumcised. I never told you guys that. You can. It's a land covenant. If you want to get part of the land of the resurrection, instead of living up in the New Jerusalem or wherever, Omaha, if you're living in Omaha, you're going to be fine. If you come once a year to the tabernacles, it's going to, everything's going to be cool. But no, you want to, where do you want to live?
So that's interesting. My understanding is like that kind of language would be less literal, I guess I would say. Not that I would appreciate taking the Bible literally, but on some level, I think it could go too far, though. But like when it talks about they were an example for us, like to me that means like Abraham. Like everybody makes such a big deal about the land thing, and it's like maybe that's right. I could be wrong, so don't misunderstand me. But it just seems like that's a picture of the promised land, which is like being part of the redeemed, the redeemed creation. So like God. Like that whole, like, what if that's not such a big deal? Like, I do think Jesus is going to rule from Israel, like from that land where it happened or whatever, and that there'll be a temple that comes down out of heaven there and all that.
Right. So if this temple comes down out of heaven,
we have to have land divisions for the 12 tribes of Israel. It just seems like that was like a picture of like the meek shall inherit the earth sort of thing.
Right, but this 1,200 square mile New Jerusalem that could be a cube, a pyramid, or an inverted pyramid, because it says the length and the width was 1,200 square miles, and the height was the same. So a four-sided pyramid, the height would be the same. A cube. What if that thing comes down and that's our new sun? All of a sudden the sun is gone, but it rotates around the earth every 6 days, and on the seventh day it rests over Jerusalem. Wouldn't you rather have that than the whole day of having no daylight?
It seems like the land splits to accommodate the New Jerusalem, though. Like when it talks about the earthquake and the land, because it's too big to fit where it says it needs to. So this idea of the earthquake, I've heard stuff like that too. So I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, it's speculation. I've heard the New Jerusalem can fit perfectly inside the moon. Maybe it's inside the moon. I mean, stuff like that, I don't believe that. But.
Oh, on a 1 foot, we actually did
That's
this.
why there's no sun and moon anymore, because the moon breaks apart and New Jerusalem comes down.
I mean, that's an interesting thought. I don't know.
I'm just.
Oh man,
I'm just being sarcastic.
New Jerusalem comes down and flattens the earth.
Yeah, like a Mr. Kool-Aid,
The earth isn't flat now, but it's gonna be.
Yes. You would see it if you just deflated your eyeballs now. Well, there's a sense that it is flat. Just go outside and look. It is flat. That's how I think about that.
Yeah, it says that he'll make every valley high and every mountain low. So it will, like the topology will change.
Yeah, what's your standard of flat exactly? Because like on what scale? Because like I mean, like we're talking pancake here. Or are we talking?
Or every island out of place?
Are we gonna? I mean, like I like to do machinery. So like, are you like? I'm into watching people do it. I should say,
think of a bowl with 4 columns with 4 corners to it. That's what it's going to be.
Well, how tall are the columns?
I'm just having fun.
I was going to say, yeah, there's 12 foundations, the 12 names of the apostles, and there's 12 gates, each the size of a pearl. So don't bring any lusts with you. It ain't going to fit through something the size of a pearl. Your whole body, your whole spirit is going to have to go through there somehow.
What's your all's take on this Ezekiel verse?
And quite frankly, those on earth won't be able to get in. That's why I think there's a full
Oh.
resurrection.
I'll tell you
Instead
what,
of
I've
Jamie-
got an interpretation.
Jamie staggers it.
I think that's saying God was progressively teaching, because even in the old covenant, or the covenant before Jesus ratifies it, don't take too much the way I title it or whatever.
You can
I'm
speak
probably
freely
more like
here,
you guys
please.
than most
just,
people.
Just speak freely. Just ask. Just ask.
Right. I'm just saying,
Please-
I don't
please
think it's a
speak freely.
brand new and out of the whole cloth thing. Okay, so I think it's a continuation sort of idea. But
Heretic.
during
you
the
don't
old,
have to give
Okay,
heretical disclaimers here.
So, no stranger uncircumcised in heart. It means you need to know the Lord. You need to be, your heart has to be circumcised. I don't think it's saying you absolutely can't be let in unless part of the PP is cut off. I think that's a picture, an object lesson about what God's
very,
doing.
very true. But sanctuary is the key word there, not like heaven. Or
Right.
do you think it means heaven or what?
Yeah, there's a lot of conditional things here, I guess.
So
Out of
I
all
agree.
of the-
Sorry, Callie, go ahead.
Out of all of the feasts, the only one, Passover, says that you have to be circumcised to do the Passover meal.
Amen.
Right? Yeah, that's kind of my point as well.
What if your parents circumcised you and you didn't choose to? Are you just good by default? Because I was circumcised as a baby, so
You have
Well,
to do
that's
the
a
deeds of
command.
Abraham.
What 8-day-old has a choice?
right. So I'm saying,
Yeah,
like,
It was I don't know if I'd really call it a fad, but that was just like the thing that you did in that time period for male babies.
yeah. So like, so if you're good, but your buddy who didn't, like, and he's got well, I just mean, like, I don't want to be the guy who's like, abortion should be legal because of complications of pregnancies or whatever. It's like I don't want to be that guy, but I'm thinking, like, what does that even have to do with anything? To me, it's like the point of that originally was to like, is this like an eternal thing? God wants people to be circumcised.
Well, I guess my question would be, if it was made a point that you didn't need to be circumcised, like, why are we 2,000 years later still circumcised? If everybody came to the conclusion that you didn't need to get circumcised, surely this should have ended a long time ago. I mean,
that is interesting. Don't you think that's
like,
In the book
as
of
far as I
Jubilees,
know, there's not really anybody else that does it. I mean, like, there might be a couple of other cultures out there, but to get the United States was started by the church, and if the church thought that you didn't need to get circumcised, why is the United States circumcising people? Or like, if Halloween and Christmas weren't pagan holidays, why were they illegal whenever the Christian nation of the United States first started? Makes no sense, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a cultural, complicated question. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I think there's probably there may or may not be advantages to circumcision, but it kind of gets to the point of like, because they certainly didn't. Those people that did that weren't keeping the Sabbath for the most part.
Yeah.
So it's
for
like,
sure.
there's all sorts of probably motivations there. Habit, looks, cleanliness, stuff like that. At least they thought those were reasons to do it, because they looked at the Bible. It was like God was giving, like Lister got his idea for antibiotic or whatever for cleaning surgical equipment or whatever, and because see how many people died during the Civil War, and then some guy who like read Moses was like blah blah blah, and then Louis Pasteur and Lister, who's the guy who made Listerine.
Some Jew came in and was like, no, you got to clean that stuff.
Yeah, dude. Like, look at what it like. It's like really faint in the Bible, like these principles. But They don't give you any like scientific details, but they did make people
Mm.
stop and think, which led to those discoveries. And so,
Right.
you know, that sort of thing. So I think that was kind of like, so it was a lot easier for them in a pre-scientifically advanced society to like appreciate that more, because they depended on it so much more. And then sure enough, that led to these discoveries. Now everybody thinks they're so high and mighty over the Bible because we have all this detailed information about those discoveries. All those early scientists were Christians.
Right.
I mean, not all of them, but you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they science was because of the Bible, you know?
You don't have to know every detail to just do what it says. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole difference between the Hebrew mindset and the Greek mindset.
Just
The
do what
Greek,
you know.
the Greek wants to go in, learn everything about the religion, and then he'll think about it. And if it makes him feel good, then he'll start doing it. Whereas a Hebrew would just be like, that looks cool, let's go do that, and then I'll see if if I don't like it, then I won't do it anymore. Like
well, both have advantages and disadvantages.
The action came, immediately, and while the discovery was going on, where the Greek wants to discover, and then if they decide that it's good, then they'll act. Which, obviously you need to know what's good and bad first. But, the point is
that's funny.
They just,
sorry,
there's action involved.
That's probably why they went headlong into like worshiping the other nations' gods.
Right? Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I was thinking about, like worshiping other gods and, sacrificing their children and whatnot. Yeah.
But God's the one that like saved him first, right? Took him out of Egypt and then gave him his laws. So it's like that's kind of like, there's so way. I'll just keep my mouth shut.
In the book of Jubilees.
Well, I mean, even from the beginning, they had action. They had to leave. They had to kill a lamb. They had to, follow. Like, they had action either way. And then he's like, all right, here's the words. Now you got to do it. Like it's not like.
And we learned today.
And like the thing is that he gave it to them over time. It wasn't like, okay, here's the whole shebang. It was just like, hey, if you guys will listen to my voice and obey what I say, you will be my people and I will be your God. They said, okay, we'll do that. And then, they get a little bit and then they don't do it. And then he gives them a little bit more and they don't do it. But anyways, you know what I mean? Like, I guess that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah. Like we read today,
Bro. Callie was trying to say something.
I'm leading into that.
Okay, good.
Like we read today, one of the only sacrifice of a female goat we read about is for the sin of ignorance. So isn't that funny that it's okay? So that's a bad segue. Kaylee, you brought up 2 jubilees or something else. Please speak.
It's talking in regard of circumcision, and chapter 15, it goes throughout that, and it says, for this law is for all generations forever, and there is no circumcision of days and no omission of 1 day out of the 8 days, for his eternal ordinance ordained and written on the heavenly tablets. And then it kind of goes on and it explains that for all of the angels of the presence and all the angels of sanctification have been so created from the day of their creation, and before the angels of the presence and the angels of sanctification he hath sanctified Israel, that they should be with him and with his holy angels. So I was just pointing out that in the book of Jubilees, the angels are circumcised. At least that's what it says.
That's interesting.
Adam wasn't. I mean,
I thought angels didn't have peepees.
Well, they don't have marriage.
Oh. Is that the same
well,
way?
Adam was made from the dust of the earth. Angels are made, they're spirit beings. They're made of spirit and water. At least that's the ontology that I see in Corinthians 15, is that there's 2 creations. There's the flesh and blood, and then there's the water and the spirit.
That makes sense to me.
And we judge them in the end somehow.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yep, you have to have that second birth through the crimson worm to get your spirit and water.
Because the crimson worm is Jesus.
Yes. And if your worm doesn't die, then you don't get born again. And if you don't get born
Someone
again,
asks, but then someone asks,
then
is
you
Jesus
die.
your crimson worm, or does your worm have to? Is it also your worm? Because it's kind of both, wouldn't you say? Because I mean that's what Romans says. Jesus died for our sins, and then it's like, but we have to die with him because we died to the law, but not
like
in the sense
your worm would be like saying your mom. You know, like if my mom or my worm didn't die, she could not have given birth to me. So if their worm, their mom, doesn't die, then they can't get born into the spirit and water.
Well, what about that other verse that says, like, is it a different word there when it talks about, like, because don't you think that's tied to, like, the idea that, like, he's becoming lowly, but also, like, a worm would be, like, I'm just thinking out loud here, so I'm sorry if that sounds stupid.
Oh no, definitely that also. He is so much higher than us when he was begotten of the Father way before he became flesh. He is so much higher than us. But yeah, he literally became like a worm to us.
But literally, he's naked on like the creator of all things that sustains everything and is, part of the Godhead, was naked, dying on a cross like a criminal, like before people. So seeing that, I mean, think about Jesus died for the creator of the universe becomes a human and then dies beaten naked on a cross and completely naked, on purpose for people who deny him.
The most embarrassing time of your life, however you die, if it's in old age, if it's in a battle, it's the most embarrassing time of your life. Your friends have to literally do everything for you. You are in a position of complete disadvantage. Yes, his crucifixion was not only harsh. I mean, the nails. They usually tie their hands, but they nailed his hands because they thought, maybe he would do some miracle. No, when Isaiah says, "I am but a worm; all my joints are out of place," that means they are dislocated. So if you dislocate a man's shoulder, it'll kind of go back into place if you put him in a cross, if you extend it out. So if you nail his hands at the wrist so that they stay dislocated, he's not going to be able to pull himself up. He's going to die in a matter of hours instead of a week. It would take up to a week sometimes for these guys to die. And that's another thing. And I think it's the Isaiah prophecy. They will mourn for the one they pierced. Yeah, that's the Father, of course. I told her earlier. But it wasn't when they pierced him in the side, although it is because the Roman soldier. But no, it's when they pierced his hands with the nails and his feet with the nails. That's when they pierced him. And this word in the prophecy in Isaiah it means, it has two meanings. It means to pierce, like as with a bow and arrow or a spear or a nail to the hand, but it also means like as a tiger would devour a cow, it would rip it apart with it would pierce it with its teeth. So let me ask you this question. We all have seen every movie made about Jesus ever made. We've seen every movie, and oh, the drama when they pound in the nails, and oh, they pan to his face, and oh, the pain. It's like, let me ask you this question. How did they get the nails out? They probably just ripped it across his hand like a lion, a tiger eating a cow, and didn't care about his body. He was dead. They probably ripped it.
Have you considered the fact that Rome is the kingdom before the everlasting kingdom in Daniel? And it's talked about the beast with the iron teeth, and like iron is like Rome, because it's strong in a certain way. And
Rome does call themselves everlasting and the holy place. So if you see the Arch of Titus, the abomination of desolation in the Antichrist's holy place, not Jerusalem's holy place, you see it in the place that ought not to be. Yeah, get out of Judea.
I'm saying, like, as an eternal thing, the fact that like Romans are the empire which is over the people and over the world, or if as it were, when they had Jesus crucified. It's more complicated than that, but I'm saying the Jews killed him, we killed him. I would say our sin killed him, but
no, the God killed him. Right, but the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin used the temple inscription that we can easily Google that they found recently.
Yeah, I'm
temple-
not trying to say it wasn't the Jews, or I mean, I think it was. There's all these things. But I'm just saying Rome was the empire that like was in charge of the people when. So, but yeah, it was the
Right.
doing of the people. It was the doing of our sin. It was the doing of God. I mean, it was the doing of Satan.
Right. So they sacrificed him. So they sacrificed him on their Mithra cross. You go to Atheist channel wearing a crucifix or a cross around your neck. They're going to ask you, what are you doing with that Roman execution stake hanging around your neck? It's a Roman execution. The cross is a Roman execution stake. It's no offense to those that wear it. I get what you're saying.
It's also a means of our salvation.
The Jews cast him out. That's the only way they could kill him, was by saying, you're not a Jew. You're on the Temple Mount preaching, and we've got the Romans. We put up this temple inscription. We put in 3 different languages, no Gentiles beyond this point. And Jesus was beyond that point. He was at the treasury, which is right next to the temple, speaking daily, preaching daily, casting out money changers and such. And they said, no, the only way they could kill him was say, no, you're not a Jew. And there's a law. Hey, Rome, this guy is a malefactor. And Rome says, well, yeah, take care of him yourselves. And they says, we have no law for this. They don't. They stone people to death when they kill them. I think there's a couple instances they do something else, but no.
Even God sets it up in the prophecy of Daniel that it must be by the empire's permission. The ruling empire of the world has to give them permission to do it.
Oh, yeah. Who do you think let the Jews build their cool temple? The Romans.
Let them rule the Torah over the land by permission from the empire. They had to get that from the empire. Obviously, God's sovereign, but they still that's the way God operates.
Right. But after what we read in Acts with who's the husband and wife that were coming from Rome, because they were kicked out of Rome. All the Jews were kicked out of Rome. And then eventually in 68 AD, 68, according to Maimonides. Is that his name? Maimonides? It's in the year 68, the temple was...
Daddy Mac, Mom, and
well, you're the one that knows the ancient writers. And
Maimonides, I think, Mammoindes.
Right, it's hard to say, yeah. But the temple was gone in 68 AD, yeah. "40 years of no crimson worm." That's in the Talmud.
Say is that discrepancy between the law, the I think it's between the Septuagint and the whatever they call it, whatever that Jew book is. No, I'm kidding. The what's the other one?
Masoretic text.
Masoretic, yeah. Isn't it? That's one of the big differences between those two, right? One says like his piercing his hands and feet, and the other one's like, no, it just means like something like when you're torn to shreds by a lion or something. I was just thinking maybe.
Yeah, there's a lion at my hands and feet or something. I forget what they say.
What? For real?
Yeah,
it's a discrepancy in the.
Yeah, I thought that you were talking to me about it. Biblical apologetics. Courtney, what's her name? I'm pretty sure that's like one of the things she discusses. I thought that's what you were talking about the other day, was them misinterpreting they've pierced my hands and feet, or like a lion at my hands and feet or something like that.
Oh no, she was talking with an Orthodox Jew on Isaiah 53, I think it was, if not Isaiah 7.
I got you.
Well, I can look it up. What's the verse again?
Oh, yeah,
it's Zechariah 12, I think. It's the one.
But you have it on your thing there too, right? Or no?
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Let's compare the two later. It's good practice, anyways, to make sure you know how to do it. Let's see.
I think it's Zechariah 12.
I'm looking for the. Okay.
It's talking about like the false prophets of the land.
Give me the verse number, because the way I'm looking it up here would be helpful. Let's see. Never mind, that's the wrong thing. Okay. I'll do this.
Idolatry cut off. It's Zechariah 13, sorry. The shepherd struck. No, that's not it. Dang it, which one is it?
I think I can call it up right here.
Psalm 22. That's what it is. I'm completely wrong.
Okay, here it is. Torah Resource says, an ancient controversy has surfaced once again in our times. It revolves around the text of Psalm 22:16, verse 17 in the Hebrew. In the Hebrew Masoretic text, the verse reads, "For dogs have encircled me, and an evil congregation surrounded me like a lion, my hands and my feet. Like a lion, my hands and my feet." The LXX translation, Septuagint, however, did not read the Hebrew word like a lion, but rather ka'aru, they dug, and thus they translated the word with the Greek word they dug or they pierced. Same thing. The difference was because they don't have there's the Hebrew is limited in its words, so it's context dependent more so than Greek, obviously. The difference was whether the original word ended with a vav or a yod. Virtually all English translations, except those offered by Jewish publications, have followed the Septuagint translation instead of the Masoretic, giving us the well-known phrase, "They pierced my hands and my feet." To some, this appeared as an obvious example of Christian translators choosing to follow the Septuagint because it fit their messianic interpretation of the passage, disregarding the clear reading of the Hebrew original. Well, I don't know how old the Masoretic really actually. Let's see. What is more, the Septuagint was accused of changing the original to bolster the Christian interpretation of the Psalm. Excuse me. Unfortunately, the Psalm scroll found at Qumran, Dead Sea Scroll thing, did not include Psalm 22:16 because the manuscript was damaged at the very place where it would have appeared. The pre-Masoretic text seemed lost forever, that is, until recently. Scraps from a scroll containing some of the Psalms were discovered at Nikal Hever. I presume that's Hebrew, so I'm trying to pronounce it like a Hebrew. And one scrap contained the line from Psalm 22:16 with the word in question well in view. Though the writing on the scrap was faint, under magnification, it was easy to see and decipher. The word clearly ended in a vav, not a yod, and was therefore a third-person plural verb, they dug or they pierced. Here was evidence that the Septuagint translators had not fooled with the text, but had faithfully translated the Hebrew original that was before them. Since this scrap is dated in accordance with the style of letters used, not by dating, doing the paper analysis, but literally by the handwriting analysis, which is way more accurate, by the way. This scrap style is to 50 or to 68 CE. It is almost 1,000 years earlier than the Aleppo Codex, the earliest extant manuscript of the Masoretic text. So this is 1,000 years older than anything they're using for the Masoretic, and it says pierced because it ends in a vav or a yod, not a yod.
We'll go to the scripture where it says they will mourn for the one they have pierced. That should be the same word. It has the two meanings of like to pierce with a sword or those nails, or to tear apart like a lion. So it fits perfectly with the word he's using, if it's the exact same word. They will mourn for the one they have pierced. Where is that?
Where was that? What? That verse? That other verse? Isaiah 53?
Well, what's the number of the one pierced where we're looking at here in 22:17? 6.
That's the Zechariah 12 one that I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah, right. Not Isaiah 53. Yeah, that's one. They'll look upon me, the one they pierced. Yeah, that's an interesting one, too. There's another one in a weird, kind of obscure prophet, too, where it has a similar issue with, like, is it talking about his side or his back, or is it talking about, like, his hands? Because it can mean either way, right? Have you heard that one, too? It's like one where it's like a rainbow. It's coming out of his hands or something. Like it's something weird like that. Can't remember what verse. Similar discrepancy. There's only 8,000, around 8,000 words in the Hebrew, like available. Yeah. So like, is this opposed to like 400,000 and plus skyrocketing in English? So context matters, How it's used with other words in its context, like, is going to be highly important. more so than in the Greek, obviously, but that's the case in the Greek too. So people like misunderstand that about how words work. Like, oh, I can just take this word that's here and it's over here too, therefore it must mean the same exact thing. That's not necessarily true.
Right, especially if the translators have an agenda, but even with their agenda, they're going to have to preserve something because they know that the people, scholars are going to read the first Bibles, the first scrolls. Only the rich people could get and such. You could only hear it, but yeah, other people are going to examine it, and you don't want to find fault. So they try to preserve it as best they can. Praise the Lord for that.
Yeah, it's why popular writers who are scholars will say one thing in the scholarly content and kind of the dumbed down cow version to the lay audience, because they know what they can and can't get away with, or they know what the people want to hear. It's understandable, and yet it's kind of egregious at the same time. Like, I can't get away with saying that to the scholars because they know better. It's like part of that's kind of a practical thing, and part of it's kind of like depends. You can speculate about someone's agenda. Some of it's just human flaw in the sense of, not wanting to have a mob of people. Like, it's just like when I'm around Hebrew roots people, I can probably talk more freely about how I look at it. When I'm around other Christians, like, just to not cause the stir, I have to and so I have this habit of giving all the caveats just because I get so sick of
You have a complex.
and used to being, well, it's like no matter, you can't win. So you can't win with people. It's if you're really upfront, they'll tell you you're overbearing, and if you don't bring the stuff up, then they'll say you're sneaky, trying to, and they'll have this idea like you're sneaking your tentacles of heresy into their poor innocent truth of grace, So
yeah, it's pretty sad that you have PTSD from talking with Christians.
I know I just pretend I don't have it, and then I choose not to notice it and don't stop acting like I do.
I mean, you're stepping on eggshells around a bunch of heretics, so
Exactly.
Right, like more law dog than you, and you still have to.
Oh, I mean you, yeah. I was thinking the other way around. Sorry.
I kid.
Yeah, it's just it's a habit.
Right, like I would never go onto a Christian show and say, "Is it possible that Jesus sinned before the age of accountability?" Like
I
don't think that they would even be able to entertain that question, let alone answer it.
Yeah, Jesus, like, I don't know. So to me, I would just say, like, that's not a sin. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, why do you?
But it is,
why
and
do
it
you
isn't.
think, first of all, do you agree with what he said about it being 20? Why do you think he used that? That's what you ought to be at. You don't. I know you don't know. That's his point. It's like the Baptists will tell you it's 7. The Catholics will tell you it's 12 after you've gone through your confirmation. Why did Yahoo say 20?
Oh, I'm not sure. Did he say 20?
Yeah, I said 20.
Probably. Well, why? Because there's something in the Bible.
That was the age that they could be numbered for war.
Oh, right. That's right. You said that, didn't you? Or
I don't know. I don't know if I said it specifically in that one thing, but I've said it before, I guess.
You said it before, is what I mean. I've heard you say something.
Right.
Well,
So,
that makes sense conceptually, but I mean, what does that even?
Yeah, right. So everybody older than that got to go in. Everybody younger than that, got to go in. Everybody older died in the wilderness. So at one point, and we can look this up in scripture, he said, even your children that you thought would be a prey to you, or some such, they did who did not know good from evil. So that tells us that up to 20 years old, you don't know good from evil. And that's why I have the theory that the garden, we were children. In the future garden, we're going to be children and such.
Wouldn't that just allow everybody in? Couldn't he just let everybody that didn't get saved in as children then? And that's just like, it's just kind of like saying it's a do-over.
You can say that they're all going to go through Jesus, whether they knew him or not. They're going to have to go through him. And that starving kid in Africa with the flies in his eyes, is going to have to be there
Well, no,
right alongside.
I identify with your thinking on that. Just so you know, like I tend to think something like that in the mercy of God is going to be there. But I'm just saying, like on the other hand, though, and I think something like that is true in some way for some people at least. But I mean, but on the other hand, it's like God seems to have judgment for the wicked, like that He's talking about being executed at the end of this age. So, because I mean, I tend to be more wanting to think in that line of thought, like you're saying. I really do, and I kind of like hope for that in some sense, right? But I think if I'm wrong and there isn't that sort of thing, I was being naive, and God, because then I think, well, that's how I see God's mercy. But then on the other hand, I think God's like been saying for a long time, like judgment's looming on this age. Doesn't that kind of require? I guess you could go with like He's judging the spiritual forces or something, which you can make a case for. Like humans are innocent, but it sure seems like man is guilty. Man. Like people say, he flooded the earth because of the Nephilim, and it's like, dude, have you read the verse? It's like man's evilness, man's corruption, man's judgment on man. It says like over and over.
Boy, you spoke that part really good.
Yep.
Well, when I said man.
No, when you spoke for like 5 minutes there, and you didn't like give all these qualifiers and stutter, and you like made sense of a huge paragraph.
Sweet. I tried. Sorry it took so long still. I want to hear what you think. I mean, what do you say about that? I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, do you think I really want to know I want you to respond to it because
real quick, just a real quick question. Going back to the previous thing that you guys were talking about, was that Psalm 20?
22.
Psalm 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Verse 16 in our Bible, or I think in the Jewish Bible it's 17, verse 17.
Yeah, I like that the scriptures put both of those in there.
Yeah.
They put the MSS text or the Masoretic text in there. I don't know what MSS stands for. Masoretic something. I don't know.
I put the article that I was reading from regarding this issue in the private chat.
Gotcha.
It's pretty interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not since you joined late, but Steve Mutria's new video is on the 70th week of Daniel.
Oh, cool. I'll watch it. I subscribed to his channel, so I didn't see he just put it out.
Yeah, it literally just came out like maybe an hour ago.
I heard my phone ding, so it might have been it because I did subscribe to the channel.
Gotcha. Did you get to watch his As in the Days of Noah series? Or at least the fourth one?
I've only seen a few parts, I think, from when we first talked. I haven't had time to do it yet. I've gone through his channel a little bit.
I'm not trying to berate you. I'm just like genuinely curious if you've seen it, because when you do, like, I don't know. I almost want to watch it with you just so I can like pick your brain and whatnot. But yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, just making conversation. But I thought that was interesting. I saw that and I was like, oh, JB's gonna be so excited. He'll have something to listen to next time he goes to work. I feel like you just put in headphones and listen to YouTube all day.
Not as much as I'd like to. No, I do.
Right.
I pretty much do. I get without thinking about it. I wish I had it. I don't have headphones though.
Man, I got a new phone and it doesn't have a headphone jack, so I have to get the newfangled wireless ones, and I'm not excited.
Oh, really? Wow, that's high tech to not have a plug.
I mean, I never thought I'd lived this long, I guess. Does
it have no charger port either? No charging port? You have to do wireless charging?
It does have a charge port, but it does have wireless charging as well. But I had a free upgrade not staying charged very long. It was time for a new one. I had like an S7 or something, or S8. I think it was
I had
an
one of
S7.
those. I had a 7 and then a 9, then a 10.
This is a 4, Galaxy S4.
Man, I still miss
Boomer.
my Razor phone. Still
Boomer.
miss my Razor.
Me too. High school.
Yeah, I got I don't know, some cheap super beginner phone, and then my first free upgrade was right when the Razor came out. So I got that, and even like the
Were you
cool rich.
were you in high school too? I was in high school when that happened. I had the same thing. My dad
yep.
got me one because of that. It was like a special.
Yeah, I was in high school, and like even all the cool rich kids, they had just got a new phone the month before, so their parents wouldn't buy them the new Razor. So like, I got it for free, and I had it before all the cool kids. It was nice.
Crazy. That happened to me too, bro.
And then the 2 years later, when the next free upgrade came out, it may not even have been 2 years later. Just whenever I had my next free upgrade was when the Razor V3 XX came out, better camera and all that. So got that one for free too. And then my first Android smartphone was an HTC, and I bet it still works. I bet that it would still work.
Chapter and verse, please.
Give me like an hour. I could probably go find that phone if I didn't throw it away.
I've still got an old phone that's got my daughter's text messages from 2000 and oh goodness, 5. She was in high school at the time. In one of the bathrooms when they had a school shooting. It killed the principal, and then the guy wounded some other guy and shot at the custodian. And then he drove like 19 blocks away and killed himself. He had just been reprimanded for driving his dad's car on the football field and doing a bunch of damage. He had just gotten like 19 days suspension, and he came back with his dad was a cop. He stole his dad's gun and came back and shot. But yeah, I still have my daughter's text messages. When I was doing deliveries for an auto parts place, we delivered to all the auto repair shops around Omaha here. And I was driving, and she texted me. She did not have a phone. She says, "Hi, Dad. This is Sarah. I'm using so and so's phone. We're in a code red, which means there's an active shooter right now." And I texted her back with cuss words. I won't say here, but I said, "Don't trick me like that. Don't lie. That's not a good lie." Was the essence of my response. I'm on my way, and I still have it on an old phone. Her text message. "No, Dad." This is what she said. It's going to make me cry. There's an active shooter, and she's talking to me live through text messaging in the year 2005 as I'm driving. And as soon as she texted me, I hit the gas to go there. And I went 120. I was the first one there after the cops, before any parents got there. And we set up the at the church next door, like a headquarters. And as the people came in, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, go over here, the headquarters. They're going to set it up here and this and that." I flew through every light. I did not care. I'm going to get there now, but I'll never forget. But then as I was driving that fast to get there, I texted her, "Don't play a prank on me on such a serious matter," because I'm trying to keep her calm. I'm trying to also get better information. I'm trying to be a dad and a friend at the same time. And she texts back, "No, Dad, don't come here. You might get hurt."
Wow.
Right.
What shooting was this? This was near Omaha, Nebraska?
Yeah, Millard South, maybe 2005. Millard South. Oh wait, no, she graduated in like 15. It probably would have been like 2013. She said she was in the bathroom with her friend, and she came out, and the hallway was empty. They walked by the cafeteria, and everybody had left. It was empty, but everybody had left their food on the cafeteria tables. And her and her friend were just looking at each other like, "Huh, I wonder where everybody is." And so they went to their classroom, and it was locked. And,
that's wild.
And she says, "Who, open up." And nobody answered. It's like, don't answer the door. Don't let anybody, just lock the door, turn off the light. And he said, "It's Sarah. What the hell? Well, what the heck or whatever." And they brought her in and said, it's a code red. It's an active shooter. Get under the desk or whatever they do.
Is she? How many people lost their lives?
The principal for sure. Another was wounded, and the custodian was shot at. And then the shooter himself drove to a strip mall parking lot and shot himself dead.
So your daughter's fine.
Oh yeah, she was never like
Okay.
shot at. She wasn't. Yeah, she didn't know. She knew like of the guy. Like
Is that a result of the fall?
Right. This is wild. I've seen this before.
What a terrifying day for you. I'm so glad she's fine. She was fine.
Right. That's like a worst nightmare for a parent.
thank you for that, because it's so funny. My daughter, she's this innocent, naive. I can't even describe how innocent. To this day, she's 28. But then I'll take her to like one of her favorite bands, and she'll crowd surf. So
those are the days.
But I'll never forget, in third grade, somebody dared her to eat a grasshopper, and she did. It's like, what? That's not you at all. So I am always surprised on her response from such an innocent point of view on how things are going in the world, in life, in our daily life. I'm very proud of her, and I'm not ashamed to say that, because we divorced at age 2. So I, as a father, am not bragging about my daughter. I lost my fathership at age 2. I am now like a toy she can take out on the weekends. I'm her friend, But no, I have been there for everything, every class, recital, singing, and I went on every date, every one of her dates when she was 15 on up. She insisted that I not only take her, but that I go with the date guy, and we would go to, and the guy would insist also, no, Mr. Banner, please come along. It's just a game show at the convention center here, and some people may be dressed weird, but no, it's cool. Come on, we want you here. Like I was a safety guard for these people. They were afraid to go out in society. That's how innocent they are.
Right on. I was picturing like sitting on the toilet seat in the bathroom, but like they do in the movies. Like, sounds like she's pretty calm.
Well, yeah, but then like she's driving with my mom. My mom is driving her, and she's like age 20 or something. She's in the passenger seat. My mom goes to make a right-hand turn, but then stops, and so the guy behind her hits her. She gets out of the car and starts screaming at the guy. I mean, screaming at the guy. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just got done with a defensive driving course." And she's like, "You need to go back to that defensive driving course."
I got hit like that too. That's the only time I've been hit. Like, it's a horrible feeling when they're coming up behind you at 35 miles an hour and you're at a dead stop, and the traffic in front of you is like super busy. You have nowhere to go. You're just watching them plow you.
Yeah, that's very important to like double look.
Were you in driving school when that happened? Is that what you said?
Right after. He had just gotten, well, it could have been like a day or 2 days earlier. But yeah, he specifically, like, that was his defense. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I just got done with a defensive driving class."
I went to defensive driving class too, which teaches you to like avoid.
Yeah, you go to them because you go to them because you got a ticket and you're going to get out of the ticket. And so it's like, dude, you doubled down on your wrongness.
Yeah, I took driver's ed after I had my driver's license, just specifically because it would make my insurance cheaper. And it was a like free class in high school.
That must be Virginia law. In Washington, you have to take driver's ed, but you can drive with a permit. At least when I was 16. In fact, you
Yeah,
can get.
I don't know what the new stuff is now.
Yeah, it's cheaper in Nebraska. Cheaper in Nebraska if you take the not required, just cheaper on your insurance.
Yeah, that's true everywhere because it's just that's why I went to a defensive driving school. It cost a little bit, but it got you it was better. They taught you to like ride on the freeways to avoid like you can drive in the pocket sort of thing and that sort of idea. Because people want to they'll always just speed up until they're on your tail, and then you got that's what causes traffic. But like there's like little pockets in between packs of cars to like ride in. That's way safer and better. So I remember learning.
Yeah, don't become part of the snake. Stay far back so that when the guy ahead of you slows down a lot, you just have to slow down a little. And then the guy behind you probably doesn't even slow down at all. You don't create a snake. You're on the interstate and somebody taps their brake lights. You got a traffic back pile up for 5 miles over the next 3 hours.
I know.
You create a snake. Yeah, it's a real thing.
People are impatient. No, you can manipulate people too by playing with your gas. Just if they're yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say one last thing about my daughter, since it is so close to Father's Day. I told her she's familiar with my beliefs and such. And quite honestly, in fact, the other day she was talking to me about her diet. Well, not that she's on a diet or needs to be on a diet. Or gorgeous woman. She was talking to me about what she eats and everything. I said, dude, and how she didn't like it. She didn't like what she was eating and stuff. I'm like, dude, eat the good, eat clean food. You can find it in Leviticus 23, 11, and that's all I said to her, and that's it, and then of course later she texted back. She goes, I'm gonna try that. I'm like, wow, she like actually listened. But no, since Father's Day is so close, I told her, and she knows my beliefs. The good Lord says, call no man father. But then in the 10 Commandments, you're supposed to honor your father and mother. So I don't know how that works out. But she's clear on the fact that Jesus said, call no man father, and that it probably means a Greek priest or a current day Catholic priest, whoever you call father. Back in the day, the Greeks called theirs. But also, what are you supposed to call me? So that you're differentiating. You're not committing the sin of calling me father. What should you, daddy, papa, Abba? I heard the little girl say. My point is, it doesn't really matter because we both have one Father in heaven, and that kind of resounds with her because she was adopted at birth. I cut the umbilical cord, but unfortunately we were divorced 2 years later. Whatever. But anyway, so so I said, I think it's cool that we honor mothers. Mothers don't get the respect deserved, and there was a Mother's Day created for them. I think that's totally cool. But Father's Day, fathers don't give me a card and a tie. Oh, I love it that you love me on Father's Day. Cool, I get it. But no, there shouldn't be a day for this. But I tell her, Jesus said, call no man father. So I don't want you to give me a gift. I don't want you to give me a card. I don't want you to do anything on this day. And if you do, quite honestly, I'll burn it in front of your face.
Oh, I'll take a new guitar.
And so so she rearranges the word in Happy Father's Day to read Happy He Farts Day.
I love it.
To get around calling no man father. I love her.
That sounds like something I would do. I love playing with words like that, but that's funny because it's totally in that the letters are there, aren't they? Or is that her?
I did Abba with my daughter just because I'm lazy and don't want to have to turn my head every time some kid says dad or daddy or whatever. So
it was a 4-letter word. If you ever been to a carnival and you have a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 6-year-old, whatever age your only daughter is that you're carrying in your arms, hey dad, hey dad, hey dad. It is a 4-letter word. Oh my God, quit yelling at me. Why do you think oh my God, I'm carrying a child. You want me to come play a game where I knock down some milk bottles? Oh my God. Hey dad, hey dad. No, go away. Oh my goodness.
No, I have a little shadow that says, hey Abba, hey Abba. Say it for everybody. Can you say hey Abba?
Hey Abba.
Oh.
Yep. There it is. She has this super awesome gift to like call me on all of my hypocrisy. It's good. She really builds character.
You mean every time you're doing something wrong, you turn around, there she is standing at you, staring at you, looking up at you. It's like,
Yeah, telling me exactly what I did wrong and when I told her not to do what it was that I just did, and yeah, it's great, super good.
I gotta have
Keeps
kids
you
someday.
humble.
I want a kid. So. I love kids.
Man, I'm telling you, what would it take to get you in Missouri for like a week or like 10 days? Is that possible? You know, come do Sukkot with us?
As soon as I get a truck and I finally get a truck and yeah, I definitely want to do that. It'd be fun.
Well, I mean, like, even if we had to fly you in, we could pick you up on the way there, drop you off on the way home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the money right now, but yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to.
Well, you got till October, so you got a couple months.
Yeah, I'm going to try to save up money. I'm just...
First week?
Yeah. I should be able to save up some money if I get enough work here, so... I'm just trying to, like... Well, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, no worries. I love going to the same Sukkot every year and, like, seeing the kids grow up and all that. It's amazing. It's wild walking around because we stay up until like the wee hours of the morning, and so you like walk by a teenage camp, if you will, and you know they're up at like midnight, 1 o'clock sometimes, and you walk by and like they're talking about scripture and not just like you know, the mainstream Christianese verses. Like, no, these guys are like digging into the scripture and talking about topics that I wouldn't even have thought of talk about whenever I was a teenager.
The same kid you would see at Midrash, mind you.
Yeah. The teenagers really impressed me this last year. Like some of the stuff they were going over. You know, just never having grown up in the world. You know, like they've been in Hebrew for 10 years and they're only like 15. You know, so yeah, it's wild. It's so awesome to see.
So are all the men walking around with long sideburns because they can't cut the locks off their hair or something, whatever the law is?
Nope. Actually, I think there's only like one guy that's actually mildly Jewish.
How do you get around that
in as
law?
much as he dresses, anyways. It seems like most of the context on like the hair and the beard and stuff is like in reference to the dead. Like I guess the pagans would like pull their hair out or something when their families died or whatever. I'm not sure. And then it says, you know, don't square the corners of your beard like the Egyptians or something. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Thankfully, my wife just loves my completely unkempt homeless man beard, so it's kind of nice. But yeah, nobody wears kippas. There's no rabbi. A lot of tzitzit wearing folk. Some of the women wear head coverings. Some of them don't.
Think like homesteaders and Torah
Yeah.
pursuant people. That's a lot what you see. You know,
Yeah,
kids that might be running around barefoot and tassels on, because that's what they do daily life. You know,
Well,
I'm not saying everyone's like that.
Well, like we chill in this video, I picture chilling at a campfire, and just like in these videos, we all go back to our individual homes and put this all behind us. If it was a big argument, 4, 6, 12, 20-hour discussion, just like at a campfire, and then you go back to your family at your tent. I that's how I picture it. Like,
yeah, I mean, like there's one example I can specifically think of. I won't name the two people, but there's one guy who we'll call him Thesaurus because that's kind of how he speaks. I mean, I have trouble following the guy, not gonna lie. I mean, he uses big words and like every single word he uses is not the common word. you know. And then he believes a certain way, and then there's another guy who is I don't know how I would describe him. Very redneck, like do-it-yourself kind of guy, and they are on opposite ends of the spectrum, if you will. And like I've watched those two people, well, at least one of the people, you know, drink quite a bit. Both of these brothers argue passionately, very passionately with each other for several hours, and then they're still brothers the next day. You know, they can still greet each other, you know, they don't hold hatred in each other in their heart for each other.
Yeah, I picture it like that
And
cartoon.
yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see.
I picture
really.
it like that cartoon where Wile E. Coyote is in it, but he's not with the Roadrunner. He's with that sheepdog, and they both clock in. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Fred. I don't know if that's their names, but
Right, yeah, I mean that's kind of how it is. I mean,
yeah,
like
and they fight
everybody,
during the week, and then they just go their separate ways when they punch out.
yeah, and it's not like people are putting on a facade. Like it's not like, you know, oh, you know, we're here for 7 days. We need to, you know, play nice in front of all these people. Like, no, like it's just everybody being genuine. And even though they disagree on things and even though they argue passionately about it, like they still agree on more than they disagree and they still love each other. I mean, it's really, it's amazing to see. I love it. I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't go to Sakota every year. I don't think I would make it through the year. It took us a couple of years to get Kaylee's family to come, but I know that she probably feels the same way I do.
Well, you said last night, and I wanted to. I'm sorry. I want. You said you went to. When I asked you what, you know, how if they're saying the commands are too hard to do. Oh my God.
Right. Yeah. What
And I'm
did
like,
I
hey,
do
what
for
did you do
Sakota
for
last year?
Tabernacles? Yeah,
Right.
you said you specifically said 9, and I was hoping somebody would question that. But you said, yeah, for 9 days last year. Yeah, for 9 days, I did this and this and this.
Because the first day is a Sabbath, and the 8th day is a Sabbath.
On a 7-day feast, the 8th day
feast,
is
the 8th day Sabbath. Yeah,
is an added right.
makes
So
you
you're
think,
not going to
like,
go anywhere on the 8th day.
yeah.
So
And
you're
then we usually get there early. Like last year, we showed up a day early so that we could have like the sound set up and get our tent
making
set up.
9 days
And then
exactly.
we can
Making 9 days.
we can
But
help
nobody
everybody
asked.
else
Nobody
set up.
questioned it.
Yeah, all like the widows and, you know, stuff like that. We help them set up the new people because, you know, I'm good with faces. I'm terrible with names, so I can usually tell if you're new and kind of direct everybody around. And then yeah, we stay a day late because we're resting on the 8th day, and then we're usually one of like the last people to leave because we make sure that everybody's gets out okay. So
We've
So,
got
yeah,
big,
it's
big tents and PA and
yeah,
all of our stuff.
yeah, we
Come
have
as a
a
big group.
big convoy.
Yeah, there's the word.
But yeah, a lot of fun, whole lot of fun. I don't think you could pay me to miss it.
And you also said that there's. I won't give the exact number. I'll lower it down for you. At least 300 people there. But how many people do you know that went to a different place that had 300 people? I'm sure you would know 300 right off the top of your head because you could go to any Hebrew roots room and find many in each room. Everybody's
Right.
talking about what they're doing for tabernacles when the season comes around.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, if the command is if you're not going to Jerusalem, they're doing something at home,
Mhm.
like I do. I throw a party for what 8 days, 9 days. For Passover, I throw a party for 12 days. The Sabbath of Shavuot, it's kind of like a 2-day thing, so you kind of gotta like prep for a day, but in advance. But no, I throw another party. It's the Deuteronomy 12:21, as I read it, what you're supposed to do. So yeah, like Dustin was saying, and it's the farmer attitude. Your typical suburbanites don't have a clue, but your farmers and Dustin would all agree, do something, even if it's wrong. Just do the best you can with what you got and know. Always seek
Yeah.
to know more. Always look for a little bit more knowledge. But don't be looking and studying all these scriptures and stuff to try to finally convince yourself that some guy was right and now you might want to follow Jesus also. It's like, what? You're doing it so backwards.
Yeah. I know there's the one that we do, and then there's Eliah Ministries, and I want to say they have like 1,000 people at theirs. I think they're kind of big, if I'm not mistaken. Dustin might be able to correct me on that. And then there's a congregation up by my mom. What is it? Congregation of Yahweh, maybe? I can't even remember what the name of it is. But anyway, there's two brothers up there, and they've each got a church in like neighboring cities. And then I would assume that there's at least 100 people, if not 300, at their Sukkots. So there's one or two more. And then Ava's probably got maybe 3 Sukkots just by themselves. There's so many Hebrews down there. I don't think you can even go into Ava without seeing somebody wearing tassels. Like I bet it's so common there. But yeah, I mean, and then St. Louis, there's got to be at least 1 or 2 in St. Louis, and I would assume in Kansas City as well. So yeah, there's quite a few in just Missouri that I would say have, if not a couple hundred, at least 1,000 people.
And you could go to anybody's website that's pro Torah, Zach Bauer, Rude, Arthur Bailey. You could go to any and see how many subscribers they have, and just make an estimate of a percentage of how many are actually doing something, and still come up with tons and tons of more numbers of people that are doing it.
Yeah, Zach Bauer's is pretty small. I think his is like 20 families maybe, because he lives on a mountain, so his like camping land is restricted, I guess you could say. So
Right,
yeah,
but
it's more of an intimate setting, but yeah, I mean,
but within his subscribers, there's
oh yeah,
probably a great percentage that are actually doing something off his land.
oh right, yeah. I would say a lot. Like I don't know that many people that subscribe and don't keep the feast. I mean, I guess Jamie's one of them. But yeah, I mean, I would still assume a very vast majority of the subscribers to Torah people would be keeping feasts.
I
And
think
yeah, like we've even done it before we found a place to do it. We even did it with ourselves. We went to Brian and Kaylee's house. Dustin and Tabby showed up.
I've
And
seen
Austin and Sophie. So yeah, we had like 4 or 5 families there. My mom, yeah, like 5, 6
I've
families
seen
there.
I've seen women guest speakers on shows saying they'll make blanket forts in their living room.
Right. Yeah. People do it in their backyard. Yeah. Do what you can with what you got. That's all we can do to
With
rehearse
what
for
you
the
got
wedding.
to know. With what you got to know. Yeah.
Yep. It's a wedding rehearsal. That's all we can do.
Yeah, that's what stumped me. When I saw that the Passover was a foreshadowing of the Passover Lamb of God, as rehearsals for the final act, so to speak, I could probably say within this community without giving any disqualifiers. When I saw that and I made that connection, I had not given any consideration to the Christmas tree, except for what may or may not have been about it in Scripture. And then you read further and further, don't do like they do. And then you read further and further, and it's pagan origins, this and that. Okay, throw all that away and just step out of yourself and look at what you were doing. You were kneeling down before this tree to open up some cool gifts. So if God's laws were a rehearsal, and for the afterlife, what was I rehearsing? How easy for it would be for me to have a beautiful angel on top of a beautiful tree, and it's like, oh, this is the tree of life, maybe, or this is the tree of whatever, and you just get on your knees. Oh, here's some presents underneath it. I'm going to pick up your pine cones that fell. Oh, I'm not going to pick any fruit from you. I'm just going to grab something off the ground. I'm just going to kneel down. You're going to feel very comfortable doing that. You're going to feel right at home.
Yeah. Yep. Jesus said you can either serve me or you can serve sin. Like you are a slave to whoever you serve, and you serve somebody. So just because you say you're not bowing down to that tree doesn't mean that God doesn't say that you're bowing down to that tree. Like that's just the way that it is.
Oh, absolutely. As a Catholic, I never did this, but I would stand behind my mom when we went off to the side where they had a statue of Mary. They have a statue of Joseph on the left of every Catholic church that you could ever find, and on the right hand side, Mary, and a bunch of candles underneath her, and then a place to kneel, and she would kneel and light a candle for somebody, and I would just stand behind her watching her do this, and it never occurred to me that she was worshiping her. I spoke to her often about this, even Catholics amongst ourselves. No, we don't worship her. We just venerate her highly. And
Right.
I caught that. And it's true that we did not like worship her. And then but if you were to take a step out of yourself and look at what you are actually doing, it's like, oh, you know what? How do you worship God the Father? Well, I get on my knees, I light a candle in front of him and ask for something. Oh, wait a minute. I just did that with Mary. Yeah, maybe I am worshiping her, because even the Catholics of the United States look down on the Catholics of those south of the border, because they actually make a painting of her, which actually got them converted to that form of Christianity, by the way. After the conquistadors or whoever came through, they said they didn't like Christians, but that miracle of that painting occurred. So they actually do worship her. We look at them like we look down on them like they are worshiping her, Mariology. But no, as a Catholic, if I had just stepped out of myself and looked back and stepped out of myself, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yep. Pointed the magnifying glass at you. One of the things that frustrated me was whenever I was going to church is that there's this like Christianese language that people use to say things that sound like they're coming from the Bible, but everybody's definitions of the words in the Christianese language are different. So, the people sitting in the church are all getting a different message from the same pastor because everybody has a different definition of the word. And I was just never learning anything. It was just all nonsense and gobbledygook, and it just doesn't make any sense. And you're, not only that, but you're stuck using this language that nobody can define, so you can't even ask questions. And then, you're just in this place and you're hearing these words, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, there's nothing clicking. There's no data being transferred or information being gathered. And then, I come to hear the Torah and how everything fits together, and it's just like, the whole like border of the puzzle just got put together. And now we can just start putting in these pieces that we've already, got, these chunks, and start connecting them. And then before long, you don't, I'm not saying I have a completed puzzle, but a lot of the pieces just fit together so nicely. And, we can learn, and we actually have definitions to our words from scripture that we can go to. So when people say things, we know what they're saying because we have the same definition. So there's no more confusion. And it just made things so simple. And then whenever I hear people say, no, you can't do that, it's too hard for us, it just makes me throw up my hands, because, none of that other stuff makes any sense. There's not a foundation to stand on, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it literally says, "My commands are not grievous," but I think that's the New Testament. The Old Testament is, it's not far from you. It's not in the desert. You got to go seek. Maybe I got them switched, but it is an out lie.
That's basically what he's saying, is it's not too difficult for you to do this. Like, what I'm asking is not an impossibility. You can do this, guys. And then whenever they get into Joshua, it's kind of even more clear that they can, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess Chris Lucas feels the same way I do. You go there, you hear stuff, but I don't know. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't stay with you. You're
Soothing sayings from a soothsayer.
Spiritually starving and not getting any food. That's basically what it felt like to go to a lot of the churches.
I was an altar boy for 2 years, but we went to church like every Sunday, and it was an hour and long for a child. Well, like going all the way up to 20 years old or so. But I'll never forget, every single time the service is done, we're all done, we're walking out the door, we're getting in our cars, we're leaving. Hurry up, get out of my way, move it over there, get that out of the parking lot. Watch it, Daddy, she's packing up there. Oh, there's a child running across, and watch it. Everybody yelling at everybody in the parking lot. It was a very good learning experience.
Chris, you're welcome to come in. We're just hanging out. Probably need some topic to get to. I feel like Kaylee was about to go on like an hour-long tirade, but I think she got disconnected. Man, I wish I could talk about them, but I don't want to, give out information that they don't want to give out. But I really love those people and the way that they have their families. How do I want to word this? They submit to each other very well, the husbands and wives.
Yeah, I think Ben Shapiro, I'm sure we all know him. He speaks like eloquently fast.
Yes.
He's actually a Jew,
Mm-hmm.
not like whatever you call it. He'll
Not
wear
an Orthodox.
He'll wear the yarmulke. He's under some rabbi's authority. Yeah,
he does.
Yeah. He was on some show, and they asked, it was one of his topics that you will see on the internet, but he interjected the man and wife of Genesis, and it kind of blew me away. He says and I don't know what word he was talking about. Maybe it was the word wife, maybe it was the word Eve or whatever, or help meet. Maybe it was whatever the word was. He put his fist in the air in front of him and put his other hand open, and they touched each other. And he says, if you're this, it actually means something opposite that is opposing you, but is going along with you. It is your hand that is trying to move smoothly will move more smoothly if it has a steady resistance it's moving against. And that's what that word describes. I thought that was genius.
That is pretty good, like that. My wife and I did a study on that word one time, and it's been so long I can't remember most of it. I need to do it again. I thought it was linked to like God going out and fighting for them.
Like a battle partner.
Yeah, but I don't remember. That's just what I think it was whenever I did it. But yeah, it's a teammate, someone to go into battle with. Yeah, or at least that's the way I look at it now. I can totally be wrong because, like I said, it's been a minute. But yeah, I don't know. My wife helps me do all the stuff, you know, whether we're working in the yard or working in the house or working on vehicles or whatever. I don't know. She's right there. So it's nice having somebody that you can count on. And I'm probably not as good at being there for her, I would say. She's definitely better at it than I am. But that's kind of how it is for most things, I guess.
Yeah, when I was married, my wife asked me to do the laundry, so I intentionally shrunk her sweater, and she never had me do laundry again.
I do help fold clothes. That's an easy part. My daughter's loves helping do chores, so I'm very thankful for that. I hope that stays with her. Loves to follow me around in the yard when I'm doing yard work too. Doesn't help as much in the yard as she used to, but still follows me around, gives me an earful.
Yeah, I'd mow my ex's yard. My daughter would come out with a glass of ice water. I'm like, oh, you know how to hold a door for a mover.
It's nice holding doors for people in public and they actually thank you. You get that like surprised look like, oh my goodness, there is somebody good still in the world.
My first, was it my very first day? It had to have been my first day. My first day at my reconciled job or whatever, in a depressed part of town with a bunch working side by side with a bunch of thugs. Some guy, I could see some guy was next to me, and that they were a customer approaching my area. And within 10 feet, you got to say hello. Nobody does. Nobody ever has. I'm the only one in the whole entire world that has ever done it to every single person that is within 10 feet of me. I will look the man of the family in the eyeballs and say, ask him a question that he is going to have to answer. I am saying it so loud to him and clear. How you doing today? And he's forced to answer. Good.
That's awesome.
I saw my and a guy came up to me. He says, "Where are your whatever he asked for?" And I said, "Sir, you are my first customer that I just got this job, and I am so happy to see you. Here, it's over here. I have been 9 months living on food stamps only, and I have such a high respect for food now. But I remember the times where at the end of the month, where I was going hungry, that the food stamps ran out. I would drink water to fill my belly up, and I am so thankful that I got this job. And I just want to tell you, I want to remember you. Oh, you got a Dallas Cowboys ball cap on, and you look like this, and you're my first customer. Oh, blessings, brother, blessings. Yeah, your sugar's over here, or whatever he was looking for." And I left, and he left. He comes back 15 minutes later with he had purchased a submarine sandwich, clean actually, roast beef only and cheese. And he says, here you go. I've been hungry too. I just wanted to share that story. For some reason, my train's going to be honking.
That's beautiful. Love hearing stories like that. How's Evie doing there, Dustin? Is she doing any better?
Shh, you'll wake the baby.
She's doing fine. She got a nap in after some medicine, and she's sitting here behind me on the couch.
Nice.
Keeps wanting to tell Kaylee hi, but Kaylee isn't here anymore.
Right.
But thanks for checking.
Yeah, we didn't get a song this morning. Kind of missed out.
Yeah.
Been working on any new ones?
Not recently. Been too busy playing this new game.
Right.
Oh, are you the musician that I said I got a job for you?
That was me.
All right, brother. Let this train go by, and I'll explain it. I'll mansplain it to you if you got the time.
For sure.
I think. Sorry, I was going to say I think it's gone. So, I think it's gone. Yeah, gone enough. All right, so the us good Torah lovers think there's 10 commands and 613, or however you want to number them. Others think there's 10, and then they kind of push it down to 9 because they don't really do the Sabbath. They think it's been changed somehow. Others push it down to 2, love God and love your neighbor, and still even others say no, it's just 1, love your neighbor as I have loved you. And I want to add a command that I haven't seen in any of these people discuss, and it's a command directly from God Almighty. Let me ask the panel a question. We are all familiar, and I'm not going to give any qualifiers because we all know. We all know how Moses struck the rock at the beginning of the 40 years, and then at the end was supposed to declare it, but instead struck it 2 additional more times, breaking the whatever the thing. Did the father, since Moses, and so he got punished for that. You can't go over into the land. So Moses never declared the rock. Did God Almighty subsequently ever then declare the rock for us?
I don't remember him having to declare the rock. I remember he was supposed to speak to the rock instead of striking it. And the people were like complaining that they didn't have any water, and he was frustrated at them complaining, and it seemed like in his anger he struck the rock instead of speaking to it. So I haven't thought about it the way you're saying it. I'd have to go back and reread it.
Gotcha. I thought this was common knowledge. He didn't say, he wasn't told to speak to the rock. He would, if we look it up, I don't know how you would look it up. I don't know in the Hebrew, what is it going to say? Declare. But whenever somebody says a better translation, you really better pay attention. They're probably, so when somebody says the better translation is he did not declare the rock. Jesus, our rock of salvation, the rock that followed Moses, not like literally behind him on the trail to Jerusalem, but followed him in time. Jesus came after Moses. He was the rock that followed Moses. I just thought everybody knew it was he was supposed to declare the rock. I mean, what sense does it make to speak to a rock? I mean, I guess to get water out, you could speak to and say, "Hey, please give us some water." I don't know, but I always assumed it was. We all knew it meant he did to declare it. So I'd be curious on that part to begin with.
So is this the song entitled "The Rock"? If we want to get like Dwayne Johnson in on it to sing it.
Hey, I think you're on target. I don't know what scripture you're on, but what you just spoke is on target.
No, I thought you were going to talk about a song. I just didn't know if you were still in reference to that or not with this.
Oh,
rock.
absolutely. Tell me your version of what did God ever declare the rock since Moses did not? Or do you think he said, speak to the rock? And
so is this a question or a song idea or both?
Oh, it's a question that's going to lead into on what I think you ought to be doing for the good Lord and the rest of humanity.
Okay.
I don't know. It's Debar. It kind of seems like it's speak.
Yeah, I don't know what Debar is.
Oh, that's like words. Like Deuteronomy is Duvarim or Dubarim. So Debar is like speaking words, like the action.
Well, So is it saying speak is davar, or is it saying speak of words and the words is davar? What's speak then in Hebrew? What I can't
Yes,
see the.
speak is dabar. That's what I'm getting at. It's basically the same thing as words. Where is it? Speak, yeah, dabar. To speak, answer, command, commune, declare, destroy, give.
Oh, they must have just jumped
like
on that one.
it's the 10. Is it Dewberry? I'm not positive, but yeah,
Yeah, they
like
must have just jumped on that 10th translation of declare.
right.
So my whole question's on
declare. I don't know, because they're supposed to declare to the rock, and then the rock is supposed to give them water. So I don't know if it's saying tell the rock to give us water, or what. It just says, and you shall speak to the rock, and it shall give its water. But if you compare it in some of the other ones, it's like speak to the rock, and it shall give forth its waters. There was another one that was like command the rock to give its waters or something like that. Tell the rock before you. Yeah, tell the rock to yield its water. So that's more of like a declaring, but it's not declaring the rock, it's declaring to the rock. So I don't know. I've just never thought about it the way that you've mentioned it.
Because it comes to mind on the 614th commandment or whatever that I've never really seen anybody on. It'll be in was it Numbers? No, that was too hard. Nobody ever reads that. Deuteronomy. Yeah, that's a recap of Exodus with some detail. Oh, yeah, Deuteronomy 31:19 is a command. And Deuteronomy 32:1 through 43 are the actual words. And somebody needs to put a tune to it.
Yeah, for sure.
I tried. I can play the piano. I can read notes, but it's like hunt and peck. And then through the course of a week of hunting and pecking, I can play If I Were a Rich Man. So I'm not, but so I know how to read music, but I'm not like. So I just figured I would use somebody else's song and put these words in it. But if you talk to people and you say, or if you Google or YouTube search the Song of Moses, you're going to get the wrong song. You're going to get that song that they sang after they crossed the Red Sea. So, and in Revelation, it says that they sing the Song of Moses, and it's not the one where they cross the Red Sea. It's the one where he's declaring the rock. But I at least so.
Are you making reference to this Deuteronomy 32 that he has pulled up here, like the Song of Moses?
Yes.
I wanted to put music to that for a while and just haven't.
All right, I've done a little bit.
In English, there's not much of a flow to it. It would need to be reworded a bit, I believe.
Not reworded, but well, anyway, yeah, true.
It's already been reworded. Like I'm rewording a rewording.
But if you, so if this is a command that we're supposed to teach this song to our kids, yes, I think it would be easier, like in song where you actually have the music
and sing song.
So right, but it would have to be like, oh my God, in a ballad form or some repeating. Oh my goodness gracious, it would be forever. So I did the first few sentences, and I want you to do some more, either and then pass it along to another guy who can do a little bit more, or maybe just finish it all yourself, or maybe just come up with something new all yourself. But that's what I would suggest as a job to a musician that shouts our shofar at the beginning of our Torah portions, Torah reading. Oh, here. So mine goes to the tune of the Sabbath prayer from Fiddler on the Roof. How does that go? May the Lord protect and defend you. That song? Are we all familiar with that?
I mean, not super familiar. It's been a while. I mean, I couldn't sing it and recall it for sure.
All right, let me sing the part that I did, and you can pick up on it. And you better have something next week. Not just kidding. Let me try to read this. I'm going to turn my phone sideways. Hang on a second here and see if I can read it, because it's only like 2 verses that I put the words to it. Give ear, O ye heavens. Oh, you're going to have to go KJV on me. Yeah, you're going to have to go KJV. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of. Oh, then I lost the tune of it. But yeah, that's how I did it. Carry on with it. Let's get this thing going, because it's a command, and time is short.
Amen. Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, maybe a week or 2 ago. I was reading through this. It's a good
Oh yeah, and what's
good
pretty
chapter.
in the KJV, what's pretty is their rock is always a little r, and our rock is a capital R. It's genius.
Sorry, I was talking away and was muted and didn't realize it. Yeah, I wrote a similar song. I mean, different melody, but quite similar to the
Melody, that's the word I was looking for. Yes, as long as you keep the words intact of some version, yeah, put a melody to it, and man, it'll put it on YouTube, brother, and I'll play it over and over.
Yep, I was looking for 32, 39. Everybody wants to quote that, no one can take them out of my hand, but they don't know the context.
I can't see
Yeah.
it. Can you? I'm filling up my cup. Can you read it, or the part you're interested in?
Oh, it was just like those people that say, you can't lose your salvation because no one can take you out of God's hand. And I just wanted to show people that.
Yeah, read the verse for me, please.
Oh, see now that even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. So.
Right, and so
It's not a new concept that no one can take you from God's hand.
Yeah, you're saved, so you're always saved. No one can take you. Yeah, that's the whole lust thing we were talking about. But you can certainly be lured away or even choose to like go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then just reading Deuteronomy 32 will tell you that you most certainly can lose your salvation. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are perverse and crooked generation. Remember the days of old. I want to say it even goes on to talk about a guy. Maybe I'm thinking of a different chapter. Oh, yeah. But Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat, thou art grown thick, thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not unto God, to gods whom they knew not, to new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat thee thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of their provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are very froward generation, children in whom is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy. They have provoked me to anger. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents on the dust. I mean, if you think that this guy isn't losing his salvation here, I'm confused. Like, what do you think that this story is about? Like, this guy up here, Jeshurun, he waxed fat off of all of the blessings, and then when he got all of the blessings, he forsook God and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. His salvation. And then it goes on to list all of the bad stuff that he did and how God's anger is kindled against him. This particular person who is not able to be removed out of the God's hand. Like, no one took Jeshurun out of God's hand but himself. He removed himself. That's the whole point of the story and the context of no one being able to take you out of his hand. It's not your enemies that you have to be worried about. It's yourself. So anyways, there was a bunch of people misusing this verse, and I had to go looking for it the other day. And then whenever I found this verse, I wanted to make sure I had it in context, so I read the whole chapter. But while I was looking, because I was thinking it was in 31, so I ended up reading that first. And then whenever I saw that it was the Song of Moses, I'm trying to remember that the no one can remove you from God's hand verse is in the Song of Moses, and then I just have to remember the verse.
Well, they additionally use a different verse though, or is this the one where no one can snatch him, or is that a New Testament?
Oh no, it's a New Testament verse, but the people that are using the New Testament verse don't understand that it's quoting an Old Testament verse.
The part where in the New Testament he says something about you can't be snatched from my hand.
Yeah, no one can take you out of the Father's hand or something like that.
Good.
Or, Jesus says, out of whom the Father gave me, I lost none.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure they were using the New Testament and that I was understanding you that they didn't understand. It was a quote from the Old Testament. Yeah, that's good. I never made that connection.
So, anyways, we were just talking about the Song of Moses, and I remembered that one particular verse is in here, and that the entire chapter of 32 makes a really strong point. So yeah, it's definitely something that I would take note of or read it for yourself for sure.
Well, hit up 31:19 and show everyone it's a command.
Oh yeah, I did that first before we got here.
Oh, good. My theory that this is where God is declaring the rock after Moses did not declare it can be set aside. It's still a command. Teach this to your kids. A song. Right? I don't hear anybody singing this song to their kids. I don't hear this on the radio. I don't even see it on YouTube that it's been done. Maybe it has. I don't know.
Do you think that it's going to be, this is the new song in Revelation that they sing?
Oh, absolutely. There's two. There's a new song that nobody can sing, and they sang the Song of Moses.
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's not, if you Google, you can go Song of Moses in your search engine within your little Bible, blue Bible, whatever you got there, and it'll give you, but if you Google Song of Moses, you'll get a lot of hits that are him after they were married, whoever shaked your tambourine and they sang the Song of Moses, so to speak. Oh, you delivered us across the sea, and oh, thank you, all praises to the Father, and that song. They'll get them mixed up. It's like when people say Jesus is the way and the truth and the light. It's like, okay, I understand what you're saying, but it's actually he's the way, the truth, and the life. Yes, he is the light of the world, but if you're trying to mimic it, or the the coyote, the wolf will lie down with the lion will lie down with the sheep, or
Yeah,
with
but
the
it's
lamb.
actually a wolf and a lamb.
Yeah, Jesus is the lion, yes, of the tribe of Judah. He is also the Lamb of God. He is the lion and the lamb. They're talking about the same
Yeah.
thing when they're talking about the song, the lion.
Yeah. Is that Michael Rood that's the lion and the lamb, or Monty Judah? I always get them mixed up.
Yes,
I'm sure
Gary.
you're waiting. Yeah, I'm sure you're waiting for the train to pass by, so I'm just trying to fill the dead air. But there is a ministry called Lion and Lamb Ministry, and a lot of people get that confused with the lion will lay down with the lamb, but it's actually like the wolf will lay down with the lamb or something.
Which is fine, fine and dandy. But if you're gonna suddenly get on a panel or make a video and have a complete doctrine around it,
Right? Yeah.
it's like we saw. Oh my gosh, Jamie showed a video of a guy that did all these studies on something, and he got all these sources and all these. This man had gotten all these sources to make his proof text and everything. And Jamie's like, what's wrong with this? Do you agree with this, Mike, or do you see what's going on? I'm like, dude, look at his sources. Not one of them is Jewish. He's
Right.
looking for something in the Old Testament, and he did not consult one Jew, ancient or modern, not one Jew source. And it's like, Jamie's like, oh yeah, I get you.
Yeah, all the universalists that say that aeon means an age or a period of time, that won't connect it to olam or ad olam or any Hebrew or Jewish source. You know what I mean? It's just like, how much more I don't know if ungenuine is the correct word, because maybe they are just not that educated, but I don't know. It blows my mind that somebody can take Greek and then not want to, find the foundation of what that Greek word is in the Old Testament and find out what the Hebrew word is, and then figure out what the Hebrew words or what the Hebrews thought of those words. Because they're taking a Hebrew idea and putting it into a Greek language. That doesn't mean that we need to take Greek thought from there. We still need to figure out what the Hebrew thought is. So I'm not impressed whenever those guys are like, look at this Greek philosophizer over here said that aeon means an age or a period of time. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, that guy's a Greek, for one thing. Number two, he doesn't know Hebrew. And number three, he's not a Christian, so he's not arguing about the same aeon that we're arguing about. Like, just every premise of their argument is wrong, and it's just, I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, not knowing what a Nazarite vow is, what you do at the end of a Nazarite vow.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have paintings of a balding Paul. Oh, yeah, he was bald or some such. Nazarite vow? No, I don't. I have no idea what a Nazarite vow is. But no, Paul, he was kind of bald for some reason or some such. I don't
Yeah.
get it.
Well, it doesn't even say that it was a Nazarite vow. It just says that he took a vow. You have to know that it's a Nazarite vow.
Right, you search it out.
But
Yeah,
but yeah, if you're nobody's a Berean anymore.
yeah. That's just New Testament, New Testament. Nothing.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so happy to find
Man,
stuff in the Old Testament.
I had to catch myself the other day. I forget whose channel I was on, but there was somebody talking, and they were like, we can't go back to the Old Testament and root our ideas there or something like that. And I was like, so we can't be Bereans? Is that what you're saying? I probably didn't say it as nicely as I said it now. I was very taken by surprise when I heard it.
Play avatars with us?
Maybe later. I'm talking to my friends.
I got an avatar tail.
You do have a tail. So, anyways, yeah, it really takes me by surprise sometimes. I have to catch myself that I don't know, the church just does not educate people on how to read the Bible or study or that stuff.
Yeah, as Catholics, we're advised not to read it without a priest, without telling a lot of people think that we weren't allowed to read the Bible at all, but no, the advice was, yeah, read it all you want, but make sure I'm around, or an elder or some such is around. But a good book to read on the Catholic Church is The Faith of Our Fathers, and they try to explain away the Sabbath change. And the first words out of their mouth are, in that chapter, nowhere in Scripture will you ever find a change of the Sabbath. They admit it. They know it. It is their mark of authority as God Almighty on earth, that they are allowed to change it, because Jesus told Peter that Peter is the rock that his church is going to be built on. So he was the first pope, and then Clement, or whoever, Argent or somebody, was the second pope, and they can trace the pope line all the way to the current day pope. So they have the power of God Almighty on earth vicariously, the vicar of Christ on earth, who are able to bind, like Jesus told Peter or the crowd or whoever, bind what you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, loose what you loose on will be loosed in heaven. So he has been given, and it all stems from a 3.5-year ministry that the Catholic Church wants you to believe in. They say they were not written chronologically. There's no way these guys copied from this guy got it from a different source, John was there and such. They'll even quote John, where Jesus says at his final Passover, which was at the Last Supper, I've been dying to do this Passover with you guys. So they know that the Last Supper was a Passover Seder, which we all know is not true by the simple reading of the additional line. Hey, but I'm not going to be able to do this Passover with you guys because I've got to be dead here real quickly. They don't read that part. Yeah, they don't read that
I
part.
know. I never got that either. Like, how can Jesus be our Passover lamb if he ate the Passover the day before? It does never made
he
sense
took
to me.
in the Greek is a dead giveaway. He took our tone, that's just regular leavened bread. He took our tone and broke it, and then he gave wine and drank. He didn't drink.
That's another thing. In that chapter, it starts off by using the Greek word for unleavened bread, by saying, hey, we're in the time of unleavened bread, or the time of unleavened bread is approaching. And then all of a sudden they switch it up, and they're eating bread at this, Seder meal or whatever it is that they're eating. And then everyone's like, oh, they're eating the Passover meal. And it's like, no, that word right there is leavened bread. And the only argument that they have is, well, they already mentioned unleavened bread in that chapter. So whenever they just say bread later, they're just, saying the shortened form of it. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know. If they have the words to be specific, why wouldn't they just be specific? And
as an altar boy for 2 years, I stood behind this guy and watched my cue. I was the guy that rang the bells. The guy on the right, well, stage left, I think it is. I'm on the right of the priest as he's seated. I ring the bells at a certain point twice. It's these heavy brass, solid brass, 4 bells on one handle that you shake. And when he lifted up the Eucharist, the literal body and flesh and blood of Christ, and said, do this in memory of me, I was supposed to ring those bells. So it always rang with me, do what in memory of me? Lift up this bread? Well, let me read the passage. Break what? I don't get it. So thank God, the Holy Spirit gave me this Holy Spirit puzzle chart that my buddy Yahoo here was so months ago happy to record, because I was going to lose my internet, and I did the next day. Everything came to a head the next day. It was beautiful. But if we look at, you have to get, we don't even know that there's a puzzle, but we have to look at all 4 gospels at once to see. You have to read them all at once, and that sounds like something impossible to do, but I literally laid down side by side. I copy paste printed and laid the paperwork out in front of me side by side. You can't hardly do it on a computer. and I compared them, and I looked only for different days, and it worked out to such a beautiful pattern of what went down during his Passion Week. But my point is, at the end of it, he came in on the 10th of the month, like you're supposed to when you choose your Passover lamb that you're going to keep up for 4 days of inspection. He came in on that day into Jerusalem on a donkey, a triumphal entry into Jerusalem, and that night was his Last Supper. So the Catholics say it was the 15th, a Seder. Everybody else in the world says it was the 14th because he took our tone, leavened bread. But I did the research, the study, and the Holy Spirit spoke in my ear at a certain point on a key part that I was stuck on, and gave me the answer. So this is not even my own doing. Whatever religious beliefs or dogma I may have about a mother Holy Spirit or an eternal salvation of annihilation, hellfire, soteriology, whatever that is, you can set aside. This is direct from the Holy Spirit and proof that the gospel was written chronologically. And thank God for all the changes that are done to it. No matter what you do to it, as long as you put the 4 gospel authors together and read them all at once, you will still come to the same conclusion that they were written chronologically. So if you put that into his entire ministry, rather than just his Passion Week where he has his triumphal entry, if you attach that to his entire lifetime and you see, ministry, you'll see that it was exactly as Michael Rood has discovered, it turned out to be exactly 70 weeks. But if you think that there was a 3.5-year ministry of Jesus, you're probably going to say after Pentecost or after the death, burial, and resurrection was another 3.5 years until the time of either the conversion of Cornelius's house, or the stoning of Stephen as a time lock 3.5 years later, to give us a 7-year period. You're never going to have a future 7-year event. Even Jamie admits this. He has run out of years at Jesus, but he still thinks that there's going to be a tribulation. It may be 7 years and maybe 3.5, because there's so much in the book of Revelation about that amount of time. But what I've looked at, my discovery is, why does Matthew say there's 2 donkeys, but Mark and Luke and John say there's only 1 donkey? And why is they entering Jerusalem before in this chapter, and why is it after? Why did Judas complain about Jesus's feet getting anointed in one location when another version gives it, he complained about it in another location? We discovered because it was on 2 different days. Quite honestly, it was written perfectly, chronologically, perfectly. And as long as you think there was a 3.5-year ministry, I don't think you have any business going on YouTube talking about anything eschatological. And Jamie will be the first to admit it. He has run out of years in Daniel's prophecy, but he still thinks there is a future event. Whereas the rest of your soteriologists will say, no, there is a future 7-year event for sure. But no, there's his ministry. The prophecy in Isaiah specifically says a one that Jesus read and in Nazareth when he stood up to read, the acceptable year of the Lord. Okay, you're never going to get 3.5 years in out of that prophecy. You're never going to make a Jew jealous by saying our God his ministry was 3.5 years, and that's an acceptable year of the Lord per Isaiah. No, 70 weeks are which works out perfectly. I did it myself with what we know through the chronology of just a simple reading, and you get exactly after 62 weeks is his triumphal entry, and that's on a Sabbath. It's on the 10th, and exactly midweek on Wednesday he was dead. It's all been prophesied and fulfilled as far as weeks of like regular weeks, but that's still, since we now know that there's only 1 year of his ministry, that does leave a future 7-year period of tribulation. that we know is going to be either the wrath of God or Satan's tribulation or the Father's wrath. And you can't even discuss that with people because it's like, are you pre-trib or post-trib? And it's like,
Right.
okay, what trib are you talking about? The wrath of Satan's being loosed, or are you talking about the wrath of God with the vials being poured out on the unholy? You can't even get a
walk
discussion
into
going.
any Sunday church and ask them about the second Exodus and watch the deer in the headlight approach.
Yeah, they don't know what the first Exodus is. As
Yeah.
a Catholic altar boy, we were experts in Passover. Up until my 20s, years later, I was even to this day, I've made videos where I call myself a Passover expert. But what's funny is, as a Passover expert, I have no idea what you're talking about if you talk to me about the Feast of Unleavened Bread. What are you talking about? Passover is a one-day event. You kill the lamb, you eat it, you burn it, you put it on a cross, you bury it. It's all in one. It's a Sabbath. You do that is what Passover is, a one-day event. And it's like,
you go to
wow.
the temple in the morning, you kill your lamb, then you go home and you cook your lamb, and then that evening as the sun's going down, you eat it, and then you're done. Like, it's what, not even a 12-hour event, what, maybe 10, 8?
And when he was arrested, if you think he was arrested on the morning of the 14th, when I can prove to you it was the morning of the 11th, the daytime morning, not it starts at nighttime.
It's after midnight whenever he catches the disciples falling asleep and they won't stay awake. And then
after he's
Judas
arrested,
returns with the high priest, sometime in the wee hours of the morning before light, I guess we assume. And then so he has to get tried by the priest, and then they have to send him before Pilate. And then Pilate has to try him.
Ananias is first. We have to read all of them. It's Annas or something like that. And then Caiaphas or vice versa. And then, like you said, Pilate, yes.
And then he goes before Pilate a couple of times. He has to get flogged in there at some point.
Right. He hits Pilate. Pilate sends them to Herod. Herod sends them back to Pilate.
And then 3 p.m. he's on the cross, even though he's been interrogated 6 times. He's been flogged. And
false witnesses, many false witnesses.
Many false witnesses. Then they have
even
to
if
do
it was a lynching. Even if it was a lynching, it couldn't happen that fast.
There's no way. I'm with you. I've had so many questions about some of this stuff because when I was trying to get into Christianity, you hear things that atheists say, and then you hear things that Christians say, and you're trying to reconcile the two. And then you go read it for yourself, and you find things like this, where it says the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it gives you osmos. And then they want to say that this bread down here, artos or artone, is the same bread. And it's like, no, you're arguing with me that they're saving one syllable by saying artos rather than osmos. And in that, they're giving us less information or less concrete evidence as to which bread they're speaking about.
It's like the KJV changing cook to boil. The Passover lamb was to be roasted whole. So if you change cook to boil, you are explicitly excluding the Passover lamb. You would never boil your Passover lamb. So what a tricky...
I think it even specifies not to boil a Passover lamb. I think that's even in one of the commands for Passover, is that you don't boil it.
Yeah, so we see that just a simple word, or what was it? Get yourself baptized in the name of the Father and in the Son of the Holy Spirit. That was that was added. You get baptized in the name of Jesus. And that's it.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. The Pentecostal churches were something else, but that's a different subject entirely. But yeah, it was very frustrating for a pastor to have 2 different Greek words, and then the only argument I get is go read this article because they already mentioned osmos. So whenever they say artos, what they actually mean is osmos, and they're just simplifying their speech. And it's like, get that they're supposedly writing down quotes, but again, they're writing, they're not speaking. And it's not going to take that much more time to write, what, 2 extra letters? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then whenever you pair that with all the other stuff that you mentioned about the stuff that Jesus had to go through with the high priests and the Pilate and all that, it's just, there's no way that can happen
3
in
hours
between.
of darkness.
Yeah, you've got 12 hours between 3 a.m. and 3 p.m. that supposedly he went through, what, like 6 different interrogations, got flogged, had the whole Barabbas thing, you know, had to walk through town carrying a cross. Then they had to get, who was it, James or Peter or some guy off the hillside to carry the cross, help him carry the cross. I mean, there's no way. There's just no way. I mean, I'm not going to say that I've tortured people, but a lot of stuff in there takes a lot of work. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what's beautiful is that the Passover Lamb of God followed the rules exactly as the Passover Lamb. His triumphal entry to Jerusalem on the 10th, being inadvertently chosen by the high priests, they all screamed, "Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord," just like everybody else. They chose him. They interrogated him for all that time. They inspected the lamb for 4 days. But if you lump it all into one day, you're not going to see that. And then on the actual day that you do sacrifice the lamb, yes, he was let out and hung on a cross.
Right.
But this chart that you wouldn't even suspect that there was a puzzle out there if people didn't push me to prove my point. Prove it from scripture, Mike. Prove it. And it's like, dude, I'm reading it to you. Why don't you see this? So I had to make this chart, and thank God it's just so beautiful when it comes together that the prophecy in Isaiah, I'm almost sure it's Isaiah, he has to be imprisoned. He was taken from prison. Okay, if Jesus was arrested and killed on the exact same day, he was only held over. He was in the drunk tank. He was only held bound. He was never imprisoned. But yes, he was. And if you think that the rooster crowing is an indication that is a proof that it was only one day, Jesus says, "You're going to deny me 3 times before the rooster crows." And sure enough, we read in other gospels that at one point he denies him to a woman and a rooster crows. Another point he denies and a rooster, and then a third time and a rooster crows. But there's also, so we think that the prophecy is fulfilled. But if we read all of the gospel authors' accounts all at once, we'll see that he told Peter at the Last Supper, "You're going to deny me 3 times." And then as they're walking across the Kidron Valley Bridge, Peter asks him again. Well, they're going to the Garden of Gethsemane. They could have gone down the steep hill into the valley, and then that's right where the garden is, because you're going to go across the Kidron Valley Bridge anyway, and then go down the Mount of Olives to get to that garden. But he says, "Lord, I'll never deny you." And he says, "I've told you twice. I'm telling you twice. You will deny me thrice," or something along those lines. Maybe he just says, "You will deny me." But then so it sounds like there's 2 times you're going to deny me 3 times. So that proves that it all happened in one day. No, Jesus is just saying, "I have told you twice already. This is the way it's going to happen." But if you read another gospel account, it sounds like you're going to deny me thrice before the rooster crows, or something along those lines. It doesn't seem to make any sense. It doesn't jive. But if we understand just from a simple, we always know that that's another day. That's an indication of a rooster. Hey, we'll see you when 3 roosters cry. Oh, you mean I'll see you in 3 days? Yeah. I'll see you in 3 days. We all know that a rooster crying is the indication of it. So that ought to give us a clue that maybe this happened over a 3-day period. But if we read just one gospel account, we'll see that it has to happen in one day. And we do see that. We see that one of the prophecies he told about denying Jesus, would happen literally before the rooster crows. So how did that happen if I am saying he was imprisoned? I'm saying that he denied him at the garden where he told Peter, wait here, and he told a couple other guys, wait here and pray. I'm going to go further ahead and pray. They did not wait. He comes back. They were asleep. They denied him. They did not wait and pray. He says, oh my God, you guys are so sleepy. What the heck? Do you think he was talking to them sleeping? No, he awoke them. What are you guys doing sleeping? I told you to stay here and pray. And he again, a second time, goes off and prays alone by himself. But he comes back a second time and they are still asleep, or went back to sleep. They have denied him again a second time. And then a third time he comes back. He essentially says to them, never mind, my time has come. And then they arise and cut off a guy's ear. He has just thirdly denied a command of Jesus before his arrest. But subsequently, through the course of the next 3 days, what the high priest that brings in the Passover lamb from the sheepfolds of Bethlehem, he brings them in on the 10th, and they all inspect it for 4 days every night, and he stakes it out so all the people can walk by it if they want to. Hey, Dad, I'm in town for Passover. It's the 11th. Let's go look at the lamb they have for us. It's the lamb that they sacrifice for all the people. All the people individually have all their own lambs per family. But at the end of the night, this high priest, everybody's inspecting it and nobody's found fault. He takes in that Passover lamb and he says, I find no fault. He cries out in a loud voice, I find no fault. That's what Pilate was doing. I find no fault. Pilate says it 3 times. It's clearly over the course of 3 days. And a rooster doing it rooster in Hebrew could very well be translated as man. You will deny me 3 times before the man cries out. What man? That high priest who says there is no fault. Because at one point in one of the Gospels, it says that Peter denied him a second time, and then about an hour later he denied him a third time. That to me is like the end of the 13th. He denied him a second time, and then an hour later, when the 14th started, the actual Passover sacrificial day, the man would cry out again. The high priest would cry out again, I find no fault, and then they would immediately kill that lamb. You have to, as soon as the 14th started, from evening to evening, you kill your lamb. And when you kill it, you do not do the blood of its sacrifice. You do not have any leaven with you, in your household. So yes, we're not supposed to have any leaven from the 15th to the 21st. But as you sacrifice your lamb, it goes along with our don't cook a kid in its mother's milk. It's in the same scripture. You're not going to don't do my sacrifice with leaven. And then the other part is don't delay to do my first fruits. And that's a reference to within the Feast of Unleavened Bread, there's a Sabbath that is always going to fall. Well, what if that weekly Sabbath falls on the 21st? We are supposed to have, after that weekly Sabbath, we are supposed to have the day of first fruits. Should we put it on that 8th day? This is the point of tabernacles. There's a separate Sabbath added to tabernacles. So is it part of tabernacles, or is it a separate, coincidentally, just the day after tabernacles? Well, he says in the 3 times, don't cook a kid in its mother's milk. Don't do the blood of my sacrifice with leaven. And then he thirdly says, and don't delay to do your first fruits. So if you had the choice of putting it outside on the 8th day, or you had the choice of, because if the 21st is a Sabbath, the 14th is also going to be a Sabbath. And if you choose to have that as your Sabbath, that you count as your weekly Sabbath, the 15th would then also be your day of first fruits, a Sunday. So this is what I think we see in the New Testament, where they're talking about some esteem the 8th day above the first day. He's not talking about Sunday versus Saturday. He would have said some esteem the first day over the 7th day. He's talking about this conundrum that you might run into if you were given just the commands of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then you thought to yourself, what if the 21st is a Sabbath? That makes the 22nd the day of first fruits. That's outside of your week. What should we do with that? It's a natural question that God answered. And so if Jesus followed the rules in the Old Testament of exactly right down to the hour, to the minute, on how to do a Passover lamb. He did that. Then we should look at people that think he was a Last Supper on the 15th as 100% not understanding anything, and also those that think his Last Supper was on the 14th. We have to throw their religion out as well.
Okay, so help me understand this then. This is how I understand it, like because of John 20. So you can see the bottom there is a Jewish rendering of the week. So the Sabbath, right? Evening and then morning. That's the middle thing is this, just giving you the day-night cycle. And on the bottom is the Jewish week. On the top would be a Roman week, midnight to midnight, right? Or that's approximately right. I know it doesn't get light at the end of midnight, or whatever. Or you get what I'm saying. It doesn't end at sunrise or whatever, but you get the point, hopefully. But how that lines up with the Jewish week. So Sabbath is on Friday and on Saturday, as you can see when you look above and below. So it says, so this is how I take it. The first day of the week comes Mary Magdalene when it was yet dark. So I'm taking that to be a Jewish rendering. So the first day of the week is the 24-hour period after the Sabbath ends, which it ends at sundown on Saturday. So sometime after sundown on Saturday, but before what would be the light portion of the first day of the week, Jesus was already resurrected. So it struck me when I made this chart, and that's how I understand it. If this is right, then if you're talking Roman week, he could have risen on a Saturday, in the later portion of a Saturday, in the Roman rendering of the week. In fact, it's kind of necessary, it seems, unless it was after midnight, right, in the dark portion. But if he rose before midnight, it would still be on the first day of the week on a Jewish calendar, but it would still be part of Saturday, talking about a Roman week. It could be. He could, if he rose before midnight, if that's how they do, in fact, how they do it. I'm not even sure if it's midnight, but that's how we do it now, right? Sort of thing. But so long, that could be on, that would be on a Saturday if he rose in the dark portion, but that's still not so you know what I'm saying? It's like Saturday isn't the Sabbath. Friday and Saturday is the Sabbath.
Right, but I'll let you continue. But the prophecy says, and the prophecy continues, I should say, and raised on the third day, like daytime.
Oh, that's how you read it? I read it like on the third 24-hour period. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, because it's 3 days and 3 nights. So you're saying it's 3 night portions and 3 day portions under that regime of thinking. He raises on the third day under that mode of what would you say if you're being that pedantic about it, like, and that's where the argument lies, right?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily like, hey, let's go look at the Hebrew or the Greek or whatever and see if this day versus daytime thing. You don't really need to go there. The context is days and nights. And then he says raised on the third day. So you're going to have to start at a night for him to be raised on the day, just by the context.
Right. Because the night comes first, then day. For him to fulfill 3 days and 3 nights, if it's on the third day, it would have to be. If it's indeed on the third day, it would have to be obviously in the light portion, because or you would fall short, or that's the problem with Chris Lucas's view, in my opinion, is because it's actually over. Yeah, it makes it so he's dead more than 3 days and 3 nights. But that it is true to say that that's, it's kind of like, I'm 35. That means I'm also 21. It means I'm also 31. You know what I mean? It's like, or like whatever's less than that is also true, right? So, but if it says he rose, if it says also on the third day, that kind of, if and you're being, if you don't accept it as an idiom of just counting days, like how we do now, like on the third day, like 3 days and 3 nights just means on 3 consecutive days that are not called the same day, right? So like any part of Thursday plus Friday and in any part of Saturday, then that's 3 days. And if it's on the third day, it can be any time on that third day of 24 hours. That's how I think about it. Like he has to be dead on 3 consecutive different days.
and he must rise sometime on that third day. Any time in that day would count, as long as it's after the second day, because that's how I think about it. So, but if you want to be more strict about it, say it says 3 days and 3 nights. That means it has to be 3 days and 3 nights, and I get that, I do. But that's something to consider. Then, if that's the constraints, that three days, as I'm thinking about it, does not fulfill 3 days and 3 nights. And there's an argument to be had there. It's a good argument or whatever. The question is, how strict is the text being? Is it, is 3 days and 3 nights an idiom for 3 days, like I'm thinking about it, or does it demand more than that? That's the question, right? You guys are saying yes, it demands more than that.
Well, yeah, and we're basing it, quite frankly, on only one gospel author's account that specifically says 3 days and 3 nights. Both say like Jonah, but the other one says he was dead for like 3 days. I think he doesn't say nights as well. So and then the only text in scripture we have to go off of him on his risenness is the Mary's accounts and when they got there. So we have to backtrack to what he meant and said, and he said raised on the third day. So yeah, if it was on the Sabbath, like shortly after sundown, let's say on a Friday night, the sun goes down and it's now 3 hours later, it's like completely dark. So it is definitely the Sabbath has started. It's another day. If Jesus is in that grave for 2 minutes of that Sabbath, he has completed, in my mind, and I think what you're trying to say also, that the day portion of the prophecy of he will be risen on the third day, he at least did part of that day.
That would count to me because it's during that next day, which is the third day in a series of days.
Right, but if you think it has to be a 72-hour period, that's totally cool and it does work. He was in the grave just before sundown, meeting the criteria for the high Sabbath that year. So 72 hours later literally would be like before sundown as that weekly Sabbath was ending. But no, it would never be later, like midnight, right, or
you'd have to rise sometime before the sun went down on Saturday.
Right, and it could have been noon. It could have been noon the day before. It could have been, well, as long as the sun was up at some point, and he was still in the grave while the sun was up.
Well, I would say if he died before the sun went down on our Friday, the way we think about it, as long as if he died before the sun goes down on Friday, which I think it says he does, that would mean he died on Friday. He was dead on Friday. And then I would say he died on Friday, so he was dead. So that was the first day. There was a day called Friday that Jesus was dead on. That's the first day he was dead on. He was dead on a Friday. Saturday, he was dead the whole Saturday 24-hour period. And then sometime on the next day called Sunday, or the day after the Sabbath, anytime on that day he rises, as long as he was dead for part of it. So in other words, he could die 1 minute before the sun went down on Friday, and then rise 1 minute after the sun went down on Saturday, and that would actually still suffice for being 3 days that he was dead. He was dead on 3 different consecutive days, as long as he was dead on Friday before the sun went down, and he was dead all Saturday, 24-hour period, and then he was dead for at least a second or two or a minute or whatever. And that would be kind of cutting it close, right, or weird, but it would still qualify as being dead on Saturday and dead on Sunday, but he rose on that, and then he rose on that day. So that would still be 3 consecutive days during which he was dead for some part of that day. So he was dead on Friday. He was dead on Saturday. He was dead on Sunday for part of it. That would account that he was dead on the day called Friday. He was dead on the day called Saturday, and he was dead for even just a minute on Sunday and rose that day. That would still be 3 different days Jesus was dead on. I'm being hyperbolic, but I don't think that's how it works.
Because you'll never get a third night in there, which would have to be Sunday night. But yes, hey, just throw in the 3 hours of darkness, and you've got a third day.
I know people do that. It's awesome. No, and I get it though, because but for that to be true, what I just said would then mean that you must interpret 3 days and 3 nights as like an idiom that just means 3 days, like generically, like 3 days and 3 nights is 3 different days. You know, it's just a way of saying 3 days, 3 different days.
Yeah, right. You
It
could use
requires
that
you
in
to interpret that way, kind of loose that way. Yeah, and I don't really like that, but
well, right. The one gospel account, you could do that because it's very general. But the other guy says specifically 3 days, 3 nights, and raised on the third day. So your Friday, you've got a day of Friday because it's not dark yet. When it turns dark, it's another day. So he's dead on Friday at daytime. You've got one daytime. Friday night, which starts the Sabbath, is one of the nights. Saturday daytime is a second daytime. Saturday night is a second nighttime. You're raising on the Sunday daytime is a third daytime, but you don't have a third night in there unless you count Sunday night.
well, the problem is he didn't rise during the day portion. It says he was already risen when it was still yet dark. The stone was rolled away. So he rose. That's the thing. So that's the big problem
2 days
here.
and 2 nights.
Because that night portion is when is the day after the Sabbath. So as soon as the sun went down on Saturday, sometime after that, before the sun came up, he was risen, is what I'm saying. That's what the text indicates, because we know it's the first day, so it has to be after sundown. And we know it was dark when she came on the first day of the week. So sometime after the sun went down on Saturday, our Saturday, and Sabbath ended, right, on the Jewish week, because it tells the first day of the week is the day after the Sabbath, which starts at sundown, when the sun gets down on Saturday, as we understand it today. So sometime in that blue box with the R there, but before the sun came up, he was resurrected. But obviously it has to be after all. I should put arrows down the other way too. Sometime after sundown, the Sabbath ended, I would argue, and before the sun came up on the first day. In that period, Jesus rose. Do you guys agree with that? Seems like the text demands that.
I think both of us are Wednesday crucifixion.
But regarding this thing where it says when it was yet dark, doesn't that require that whatever day it was? Because so you're gonna, the first day of the week to you is a day after the Sabbath of the festival, right? Was that
The weekly Sabbath.
The weekly Sabbath, yeah.
Oh, you do take it to be the weekly Sabbath.
Raised on the weekly Sabbath. Yeah.
So when it says
Yeah.
the first day of the week, that's talking about like on my chart. Then you agree with my chart, though.
Sunday.
For Sunday, anyway, yeah.
Well, I mean, so when it says the first day of the week, does it mean the first day after the Sabbath, or does it mean Sunday? Because they're not the same thing, right?
Yeah, they're the
No,
same
they're
thing.
the same thing.
Look at my chart.
Right. We just think that he resurrected on Saturday, or like the night period or the day period of Shabbat, and then the night period of Saturday, which is technically the first part of the first day of the week. He was already resurrected before that.
Excuse me.
And then they show it
Oh,
when it gets light, and
Okay.
he's already gone. So we're
So you-
saying
so
that he
that- so you
resurrected on
disagree
the
with
Sabbath,
me.
which is why he's the Lord of the Sabbath. And then on Sunday, which is first fruits, he went up to heaven and presented himself before the Father, because that's what you do. You present the
No.
first fruits to the Father.
That's
so
funny,
he
'cause
rose,
Adventists would
he
say
rose
Jesus-
up to heaven on Sunday.
Adventists
So
say Jesus
saying
did.
like Sunday is, Jesus is risen is kind of a misnomer, because they're saying he was risen from the grave, but we're saying he was risen up to heaven.
Ah. Oh, okay. Oh, that helps a lot. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
they didn't see him. He wasn't yawning, stretching, trying to come to life. Some things were there. The soldiers were gone. They were on their way there to it, which isn't very far. If you've ever been to Skull Mountain, it's right there. And they didn't see anybody on their way there. He was gone. Me and my daughter went on a trip one time. We left Wednesday before sundown. We got back at 3 in the morning Sunday at 3 in the morning. And as I pulled into her mom's driveway, I said, to her, she knows how dark and daytime are counted in the Hebrew calendar. The day starts at nighttime and such. She knew it was the first day of the week. I told her, it was 3 in the morning. I said, what if you go inside and find your mom's bed made? You would know that she wasn't home since at least 10 o'clock yesterday when the sun goes down. in the summertime, you do it in Omaha, the sun's out till 10 at night. In the wintertime, it goes down at 5. So so really, there's not much to go on when exactly, but yeah. So we have to go back to what he said, and it's specifically 3 days, 3 nights, raised on the third day.
I think the women buying spices is the most important piece of information here. Like, whether you think that the Last Supper happened on the 10th or not, let's just focus in on the actual like Passover day when he's hanging on the cross. The third hour would be 3 p.m. right when he's hanging on the cross, or whatever time he's hanging on whatever hour it says he's hanging on the cross. We like can agree that it's 3 p.m. that he's on the cross, right? And then the women are like, wanting them to break the legs so that they can get his body off before nighttime and in the grave. So the Romans are going to oblige so that we can get these bodies in the ground before nighttime. So we're basically going to have to argue that in this 4 to 5 hour window, they get the body off the cross. Nicodemus has to go and meet with Pilate, and then they have to go and actually take possession of the body, and then they have to transport the body to the tomb. And then it says that Nicodemus bought like 70 or 75 pounds of spices. So they have to prepare his body and get him in the ground. So they've got his body, 75 pounds of spices. They got to transport him to the tomb, do all of that stuff. Then they have to rest for whatever Sabbath it is, whether we're talking about the first day of unleavened bread or we're talking about the weekly Sabbath. Either way, they've only got like this 4 or 5 hour window to do all this stuff. And on top of that, they still have to go and buy more spices that they're going to come anoint him with whenever they figure out that the tomb's empty. So we'd have to say that somehow they had time to prepare the 75 pounds of spices Nicodemus already got, then go and do more shopping, and then I guess they spend all Sunday morning while it's dark preparing the spices that they bought, and then they get out of the city gates as soon as it's unlocked, and then they somehow get to the tomb before sunrise, and he's already gone. But in my opinion, it makes more sense to say that he died on a Wednesday. The Sabbath that they broke his legs for was the first day of unleavened bread, which was on a Thursday. And then
I see what you're saying.
They have time to do the 75 pounds of Nicodemus's spices. And then Friday, they have a chance to go out and buy more spices. They can come home Friday, prepare all of the spices that they bought, and then they can bring those spices to the tomb on Sunday morning after they rest again on the weekly Sabbath.
So we both believe that the preparation day, that he died on a preparation day before a Sabbath, right?
Yeah, but the preparation day before a Sabbath could either be the weekly Sabbath or the first day of unleavened bread.
You just believe it was that preparation day is. So we both believe the Sabbath being talked about surrounding his resurrection is the weekly Sabbath. We both agree there, although we don't believe he rose on the same time, and we both believe he was taken down off the cross just before a Sabbath, on a preparation day, but it's a different one. But we both acknowledge that. Okay, that's very clarifying. Right. Thank you.
The KJV specifically says a high Sabbath.
Right. Adventists think they were aligned or something. That's what I've heard. I don't know it really all the details, ins and outs, but I think.
You're even a lot of your Jewish sects. If you read on how to do Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you can come to the conclusion that you think it is a weekly. It is not a. Yeah, you can think the other way. Yeah, and then you can base your first fruits off of that, and it turns out different every time, and you don't get 50 exact days within your 7 Sabbaths to follow that in your Omer counting commands. So it doesn't work.
What do you mean? Because this weekly Sabbath shifts every year because of the calendar, the way the yearly calendar works. So like the days do shift. Like if a holiday was on a weekly Sabbath, that wouldn't mean every year it would be then, because it would shift. So there would be random years where there would be holidays that aligned with the weekly Sabbath, and then it would just
exactly. Yeah. Whenever one of there's 7 added Sabbaths. There's not 7 feasts. There's only 4 feasts, but 3 that you take a pill. But there's 7 added Sabbaths, and so the KJV differentiates between the weekly, and they call it a high Sabbath. I think they actually capitalize the weekly Sabbath, and they don't. I don't know on that part. So yes, as you're reading how to do the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you may come to the conclusion that you're talking about a completely different Sabbath, but a lot more people than not believe otherwise.
No, Adventists are the only ones that basically. So like the thing with the Passover, Adventists are acknowledging that it was that because Adventists think he's fulfilling the Passover thing. So as its death, and so Adventists are strong on that idea. So they just think the Sabbath it's a high Sabbath because the festival Sabbath and the weekly Sabbath were aligned, and that's what makes it a high Sabbath. And of course, no one else believes that or says that. And everybody else says the high Sabbath is just the Sabbath of the festival.
Right. Yeah, and I would agree with that. That the high Sabbath is the festival Sabbath, not the weekly Sabbath.
Yeah, Yahoo probably runs into the same thing I do. Whenever we do one of those 7 added.
Wait. I want to make sure I understand him real fast, Mike. 1 second. So it's not we don't think it's a high because it's both together making it a high, not that.
No, it's a high Sabbath because it's one of God's feast days that He is also making a Sabbath, or He doesn't actually make it a Sabbath. He makes it a day that you can't work on, and so it just gets named Sabbath. But yeah, the first day of unleavened bread, the last day of unleavened bread, the first day of tabernacles, and the 8th day of tabernacles.
The Day of Atonement and
the Day of
Shavuot.
Atonement. And is trumpets one? I'd have to look. I don't
know.
If trumpets.
No, it is not.
One what?
I had to correct everybody last year. 8 months ago. It's a day of trumpets. Yeah, Day of Trumpets.
Isn't there a day that's a Sabbath day in the festivals called as just a Sabbath? Aren't they called Sabbaths? The certain day, and you're not supposed to work on it. It's not just the whole festival, is it? Is it the whole festival?
Like for the Feast of Trumpets, it says, "Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation." So he is calling it a Sabbath, but he's also saying, "You shall do no servile work." Right. Blah blah blah.
Right, it's like a weekly because it's based off the idea of a weekly Sabbath.
Right. So yeah, it's an added Sabbath. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not trying to say one is high and one isn't. I'm just saying the distinction of calling it a high in that context would be it's high because it's like a regular weekly Sabbath, which is not a high Sabbath, and a festival Sabbath that's not normally called a high Sabbath. It's just a Sabbath also. And then when they correlate, it's a high Sabbath because it's something special. In other words, like both Sabbaths.
Well, I would say that it's special because it's a feast day. So, I mean,
the regular Sabbath, because the feast day Sabbath is also on that day, it's high. It's something special.
No, that's not how I would look at it. I would look at it as a special Sabbath day because it is a feast day, and that's what makes it special.
Does he call it high? Does he call them high Sabbaths in all the other cases, though?
There's no point in Scripture where any Sabbath is called high other than the one that we're referring to.
Right.
So it's and that's just like
something special happened.
I don't even know. I don't even know why they say that because they don't make that distinction anywhere else in Scripture. So it's just kind of like out of left field, they're bringing it in. Doesn't make any sense.
I would argue that's is an indicator. Well, I know I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying it seems like not that you would care if I was, but I guess I am kind of trying to argue. But maybe that's why, because it's special. It's the one where Jesus dies on it, right? I'm not saying you're denying that, obviously. I'm saying that could be the reason, I suppose. It's a high Sabbath because Jesus, it's the fulfillment of the Passover in the sense of what it was pointing to, the death of the Messiah, or whatever, I guess. I don't know if you think about it that way. I
right. But like whenever it's talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it says on the 15th day is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. In the first day, you shall have a holy convocation. So you could almost say high Sabbath there. I don't, set apart gathering, I guess is what it would actually translate to. But it says you shall do no servile work therein. So it doesn't even call it a Sabbath, but they're saying it's a high Sabbath. So maybe them saying high Sabbath is what they're translating holy convocation from or something. I don't know.
Interesting. Because it's a day of rest. I suspect
the
word Sabbath is used like that.
And it says the same thing on the seventh day. On the seventh day is a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work.
And the first day, though, you said.
Yeah, the first and the seventh day.
That's the that would be what holiday?
That's unleavened bread, Passover.
Okay. That doesn't start on the first of the month, though, does it? I thought
no, it starts on the 14th, but the first day of unleavened bread, which actually starts on the 15th.
Oh, okay.
The first day of unleavened bread is a holy convocation, no servile work, and the seventh day of unleavened bread.
So if one of those landed, how does that correlate with the Passover? Is the Passover the 15th or something?
The Passover is the 14th. It may be possible for the 15th to land on a weekly Sabbath. I'd have to look because I honestly don't know.
That's what I was going to say. Is that,
and I just don't remember.
Yeah, we keep track of that every year, and sometimes they're back to back. Sometimes they're on the same day. And yeah, this particular year, there was an in between regular day after whatever Sabbath it was, and then there was the Sabbath after that. It's I don't know.
I did a video on this. I don't think very many people watched it, but trying to figure out. I know people think they know for sure what day of the week it is based on certain things, but there's discrepancies with how the calendar worked and how we can prove how they were keep doing it. I've looked into it a little bit. I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm right. I'm just saying and I'm not just saying we don't know because all the evidence says my view is wrong. I'm saying there's not all that aside. Nothing's that's motivating what I'm saying. There's reasons you can't prove it for certain. It seems to me. Let's say it that way. Like what day of the week it was. Regarding the week of Jesus' death. I know people think there are reasons that we can know for certain, but I'm saying you can try to deduce it from the text, I would argue, but as far as aligning the days and how they were working the calendar, I don't think you can prove it historically is what I'm saying. That particular year.
Trumpets is a Sabbath, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to admit correct.
It's first fruits that's not a Sabbath. And I almost wonder if that's the case specifically so that women could show up on the first day of the week and find the tomb empty. There's no other reason I can think of that it wouldn't be a Sabbath day, because every other feast day is not necessarily a Sabbath, but at least one where you do no servile work. This one does say Sabbath. But yeah, first fruits is the only one where you don't.
Because you have to pick your fruit.
Don't you think that's the day she went to the tomb?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if first fruits is not a Sabbath, specifically so those women could show up, 4,000 years later and find the tomb empty.
Wait, you think it would break the Sabbath to go visit it or involve?
Well, they were going to anoint a body with spices, so I guess.
Jesus healed people on the Sabbath.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know,
but he didn't touch a dead body and let it.
The example that we have, and so.
Oh, you can anoint the Lord. You can anoint the Lord on the Sabbath, I say.
Right. I mean, they obviously took it seriously. That's for sure. But
don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. I don't think.
No.
They didn't take it seriously. They certainly did. I just think Jesus did clarify some things that people were maybe getting wrong.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely, saving lives, restoring people. You can definitely do that. But I guess since he's dead, it doesn't really matter. it's not life threatening anymore. So it's not like an
and his body didn't see corruption. After all, it's the Lord.
Right.
But they didn't do it anyways. It's kind of like you could make a whole Abraham and Isaac thing. Well, he didn't kill his son. He was going to. Well, they were going to break the Sabbath, but they couldn't because he is risen. So.
Oh, right. If they were going to break the Sabbath, they would have just not buried, like they wouldn't have put the stone in front of the tomb. They would have just said, "Hey, well, we'll be right back. We're gonna go get some more spices." Like, we
got to anoint his body. We have to anoint his body, but we'll be breaking the Sabbath.
Yeah, why didn't they just show up on the weekly Sabbath then? If they had already bought the spices the night before, like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
How much work would it?
Oh, I wanted to tell you, Adventists have always said, this is something that Adventists say, but they go, Jesus died, and then he rested like a good Sabbath keeper all 24 hours of the Sabbath, and then it's funny the way you said it. I mean, you could say it either way. I just thought that's funny because like Adventists always say that. They're like, and he should give us his example. He rested. Jesus equates death to sleep. That's all based off of his death and resurrection, and like Jesus showed us how to keep the Sabbath by that day being resting the whole day, quote unquote, sleeping, if you will.
But I mean, about Jonah was Jonah. What does he say about Jonah? That's the sign. The only sign he'll give. Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights, not just like 3 days. Does he specifically say? And does the story of Jonah say 3 days and 3 nights, or just like not random, but three days that could be a partial of each?
Well, what is that original? Let's look at Jonah and see what it is. It Erev Boker or what? Because I would also say that like a day is a 24-hour period, and that's set forth in Genesis. There was evening and morning, one day. So 3 days and 3 nights is 3 days, because an evening and a morning is what a day is established in Genesis. And there was evening and there was morning, one day, the first day. Evening and morning, the second day. So an evening and a morning makes a day. So then that makes a case for the whole inclusionary counting idea, but from a Jewish perspective, quote unquote. But unless you can show me that isn't the case, I guess I would need to show you that it is the case. But that's what I've always been told by different scholars, that in the Jewish mindset. Now, it's obviously the case that it could mean it more strictly, like you guys are saying. I don't deny that, but it seems like perfectly reasonable to think that's how we talk about days because it's practical. I don't have any proof of that. I don't have an example as to what I should share. I'm not saying there is no proof. I'm saying I don't have it right here. But I know that when it says, for instance, the guy told, oh, this is good. This is interesting too. I'd like to hear Chris Lucas's response, in fact, because, there's in the Mount of Transfiguration, the one in Matthew says after 6 days, he took them up the mountain. The other one says 8 days later, he took them up the mountain. That seems to suggest to me you could count and use inclusionary counting, because depending on how you count the days, it could be after 6, just like we talk about days. If I mean it like you can mean it like you guys do, it must be 72 hours, or it must be 3 day portions and 3 night portions, or it could just mean 3 24-hour days that are distinguished by different names in different periods of time.
But I think we showed you if you count your partial days, you won't get a third night.
I know, but I'm saying you don't need a night because the idea of 3 night portions of 3.
Oh, here's something interesting. The high day there. So let me put it up on screen. So, it's
referring to that Sabbath, obviously.
Right, but what's really interesting here is something that they don't do in any other verse in the New Testament, as far as I'm aware. They literally have the Greek word for day here. Every other time that you see like first day of the week, this word is always missing. This is the only place that I know of where the Greek word for day is actually present in the verse. But anyway, what we're looking for is high. What we're looking for is high day, which day is not actually here. It's just high, which is megas or megas.
Interesting.
And then whenever you do a search on this phrase,
mega day, that's hilarious.
Yeah. High day should be the sheep gathered together.
Jesus is the mega man, I guess.
Right, exactly. So we get to in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow after the Passover, the children of Israel were out with a high hand. And then was it this one? Yeah. And they answered them and said, he is before you, make haste now, for he came today to the city, for there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place. So maybe the high day is the day that you make sacrifices. Or the high
I'm
Sabbath.
guessing that context is probably them doing something bad, though.
No, I'm just saying that maybe the high Sabbath is
I hear you.
saying that because that's the day that you offer sacrifices, or that's the day where you're at the temple at the high place. Maybe that's why they're referring to it as a high day, because it's a day that you're at the temple for one of the feast days. You don't necessarily go to the temple on the Sabbath, so a high Sabbath would be one of the feast days because you go to the temple on the high Sabbaths.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, it was a high day because the sacrifice of the Messiah happens too. I mean, the writer of that,
right?
John is obviously has a high Christology. If you didn't notice,
right? And I think I clicked out of my pop-up. Dang it! I was going to see what the other verse was, because I think there was one or two.
So there's no other one though that a Sabbath is called a high day. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting because it did say day, but it also says high place, and so maybe that's where they're getting the high Sabbath.
I think you're absolutely right. Something that's it's not a coincidence. In other words, it may not be pointing to that per se in that usage, but something was special about that Sabbath. That's certainly the case, is what it's meaning. What is it? So I don't think you can prove the Adventist view, right? My view, that it correlates that Sabbath was a high day because it was a corresponding Sabbath. I mean, it was all, you could also say it's a high Sabbath because Jesus was crucified on that Sabbath. Right? You know what I mean? Or he was dead on that Sabbath, or however you want to look at it, or he rose on that Sabbath, or whatever. But it was a special Sabbath, which Passover is always pointing to, because he is the Passover lamb.
Yeah, and there's no references to it, to whatever this high Sabbath is, and I don't guess it's even used in any of the other Gospels either.
That's probably why it's a controversy, because you can't prove it. That's my point, I guess.
Gotcha.
Like, it may be for this reason or that reason. It's interesting because Adventist view is kind of a hybrid view. It's like saying, no, they didn't get it wrong. The church history didn't get it wrong, but they didn't recognize maybe the significance of the Passover relationship to it or whatever. And then you guys are saying, you guys are being like tinfoil hat wearing guys, saying like they literally didn't even know what day he rose on somehow and started going to church on Sunday because of it. But that's all just made up somehow. I'm being hyperbolic and kind of a jerk. I'm just saying, like, I have a hard time swallowing that. Like, they just made up Sunday, like everybody did early on. Like, I don't think they should worship on Sunday, right? Because Saturday, it didn't change the law. But like, historically speaking, they all said that.
I thought that was interesting in that CJ video you shared, the old CJ, the super young CJ, because he was arguing against using.
I know, he seemed to know better back then, didn't he? Almost. That's kind
of that the Corinthians verse where it talks about the first day of the week. It seems like he was arguing against saying that was actually the first day of the week, or that was evidence for Sunday. But then the last time we had a conversation with him about the Sabbath, he used that to argue.
I know. Yeah, I did pick all that up. What you're saying right now, I did.
Okay.
All that it was in my mind, and I'm thinking, CJ, you already knew.
Yeah.
That's why I called the video what I did. Youngblood knew all along.
Yeah, it took me a second to catch on, and it's not that I disagree that they're there on Sunday. It's just a super weird way to say Sunday, even though we already know that there is a Greek word for day that they just for some reason don't use. And then it doesn't help that
is there any do you question to me the way that's written, what the first day of the week, it just means the day. I like to say it's the day after the Sabbath according to the text. When you say
it's definitely the day after the weekly Sabbath or Sunday, however you want to say it. I'm not arguing that it's not. It's just a weird way to say it because they don't actually put the Greek word for day in there. And then all of the verses in the New Testament surrounding the first day of the week, or whatever this phrase actually translates to. Let's just
The
for
first
the sake
day
of
unto the Sabbath kind of thing, right?
right,
Isn't that
but
what that?
every verse in context is them counting counting Sabbaths to Pentecost. And so it's like, yeah, they kind of are saying, the first day of the week, but they're either talking about the first Sabbath in the count to Pentecost, or they're saying, hey, I'm going to meet with you on the first day of the week, which is the day that you guys need to bring me all of your stuff because I'm going to Pentecost, and I'm going to take all of, I'm going to take all of your offerings with me whenever I go up to Jerusalem. And so even if you are saying, that they're meeting on Sunday, well, you have to admit that they're meeting on Sunday to give their sacrifices to Paul so he can take them to Jerusalem and offer them up at the temple.
And not be, bothered with his preaching on Saturday.
Either way, yeah. And so they're still preaching on Saturday, but they're just not going to interrupt the scripture reading and worship with money and that sort of thing. They're just, they're going to keep the Sabbath so holy, they're not even going to deal with money on the Sabbath. They're going to do it on the first day of the week, even though it's already going to God anyways.
Oh, I think how dumb it is to say it. Like,
can you imagine if you showed up to church on Sunday and your pastor said, hey guys, we're not going to have an offering today. You guys need to come back tomorrow and bring your offering because we're going to keep the Sabbath holy. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's basically what they're arguing.
Well, yeah, because
gather all your stuff up.
They're already like inventing a new Sabbath just instantly, like with like how like if like think about the like
it's
actually how that could possibly occur. They're like desperately keeping the Sabbath, trying to like get Jesus' body off the cross before the Sabbath starts, and then the first Sunday or early on, like they're not keeping Sabbath. Like who? Like, dude, you need somebody to like be saying the Lord has declared the Sabbath is now Sunday. It's not Saturday anymore because Jesus rose on Sunday. And they'd still be like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But there's no record of any of it. And then Paul says something about a day, not judging each other about a day. It doesn't mention the Sabbath anywhere in the book. And you're going to tell me that's changing the law of God? I mean, have you looked in the mirror and considered what you're saying? Are you crazy? You are like making
Paul is higher than Jesus.
Preach it.
Paul gets to rearrange the gospel because Jesus wasn't able to because he was underneath the old covenant. Like, facts.
Dude, one of my favorite funniest home videos I ever saw was this parent with their video camera. And they walk in through the kitchen and there's like chocolate crumbs all over the floor. They turn the corner with the camera. There's a pan of brownies they put out, and this like cutest 2 or 3 year old kid standing there, covered with chocolate in his face, and his fingers are all gooey. There's brownie all over the floor. The kid turns around in fear, and then it's like puts his hands behind his back, and he's kind of rocking back and forth, covered in chocolate, little fingerprints in the brownies, all over his hands, all over his face, his mouth. And his mom said, "What happened to my brownies?" And the kid goes, I don't know. And she goes, "Did a bird peck at it?" He goes, "Yeah, a bird pecked at it." That's what these Sunday keepers remind me of. Yeah, bird pecked at it. You're covered in brownies, bro.
Yeah, and like this is the part I'm talking about. There is no Greek word for day here. And then just for some context, we can, oh man, I don't even know where to go for context. Acts 10 is about people, not about food. Acts 15 is about new converts and not laying the entire law on them, but they can learn every Sabbath because Moses in every city has them that preach him every Sabbath day.
End of story. Like just meditate on that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then Acts 16, I think, is where Paul's like, fine, if the Jews won't listen to me, I'll just go to the Gentiles. And so he's like, I'm going to go to the Gentiles. And then Acts 17, he stops off in Thessalonica, meets up with some Jews, then goes to the synagogue, argues with them for 3 Sabbath days in a row, and then he continues there like 6 months or a year and a half or something.
Oh, you mean in the synagogue of Satan?
Yeah, in the synagogue. Yeah. Paul's like, I'm going to go to the Gentiles, and then he goes straight into a synagogue. And then we get 18. Paul goes to Corinth. He finds a Jew, and then he goes into the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and then he stays there like 6 months or a year and a half. I can never remember which chapters, okay, this one's a year and a half. So, and then we get 19. Paul goes to Ephesus. Guess what happens? He finds a Jew, goes into the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and argues with him for the space of 3 months. And then he may even continue there.
I thought Paul couldn't talk to Jews because he's the apostle.
Right. Yeah.
Different
So
message.
this is what confuses me: is Paul's saying he's going to the Gentiles, but then he keeps going into the synagogue, and then we get 20.
It tells us why, because that's where they went to hear the word of the Lord.
Because that's where the churches were. That's where the churches were.
Oh, that's good. That's so good.
Okay, so just for context, Paul's been stopping off at synagogues on the Sabbath day, talking to Gentiles. And then we get to verse 20 or chapter 20 here, and he says the first day of the week, which I'm not so certain that this is the first day of the week. I'm almost arguing that this is the first Sabbath, and that's why he's arguing until midnight, because then if he argued until midnight, it's technically Sunday.
Day is a horrible insertion, because first of the week, the first Sabbath of the week. And that's how
which I guess technically it was the first day of the week after it got dark. But I'm assuming that he started his speech before midnight. And so it was the Sabbath day, and he, just continued so late in his preaching that it eventually got dark and turned into Sunday, and he was waiting on Sunday so that he could travel to Jerusalem. He was keeping the Sabbath and not traveling on the Sabbath day, which is why he didn't mind going until midnight, because he's going to be on a boat tomorrow anyway. He can just sleep all day. But then we go down a little bit and we figure out that Paul is counting Sabbath because he's hoping that he can leave Ephesus and be at Pentecost in Jerusalem.
Yeah, and that's when Pentecost is with the Holy Spirit.
Right. And so this phrase, first day of the week, only ever shows up in the context of Pentecost.
Is that week or weeks?
And then the Holy Spirit fell upon them and said, "Don't keep this anymore."
Because if it's the first,
right? Yeah, that's super weird too.
Yeah, they were keeping the festivals after Jesus rose, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, painfully obvious. And then we get
that's why the Pentecost, like the Jews were still coming in, right?
Right.
Look, also known as weeks.
Paul's going up to Jerusalem. Paul's going up to Jerusalem for Pentecost. Then we get to chapter 20, which is where they hear that people are going to think that Paul is teaching everyone against the Torah and not to obey Moses. And so Jacob tells Paul to go, that they have people that have taken a vow and that they need to go to the temple and make sacrifices. But then Paul gets arrested before he can actually make the sacrifices. But anyways,
isn't that just Paul and Silas?
This is so confusing when you get from 16 where Paul says, "Oh, I'm going to go visit the Gentiles." 17, he finds Jews, goes to the synagogue. 18, finds Jews, go to the synagogue. 19, finds some Jews, go to the synagogue. 20 is where they say we're talking about the first day of the week, even though technically he started on the Sabbath day and he's actually counting Sabbaths to Pentecost. It was actually Sunday because he continued up until after dark. But he did that because he didn't want to travel on the Sabbath. So he
midnight there means dark, or does it mean midnight like we think of it?
I would assume that midnight is midnight. Like
okay, but that's
like what, like how we
either
think
way.
of it. It's after dark. That is for sure.
Yeah, either way.
The boat wasn't leaving until the next morning, though. That's all,
Midnight, maybe not be 12 or whatever. It's just in the middle.
It might have been 2 in the. It might have been 2 in the morning. I don't know.
It probably doesn't matter.
The point being, Paul was observing the Sabbath in a synagogue, preaching to Gentiles and Jews, and he was collecting. If this was the first day of the week, which maybe that's why he stayed late. He kept the Sabbath, and on the first day of the week, he collected up all of their offerings and sacrifices that needed to go to Jerusalem. He's counting Sabbaths to be Pentecost, and which is why he's traveling to Jerusalem to keep Pentecost. And then we get to 21 when he's in Jerusalem. James and everybody hears that Paul could basically be misunderstood or mistaken, and so he needs to do this stuff, offer sacrifices to prove that he keeps the law. And then somehow in all of this Jewishness, we're supposed to somehow come to the conclusion that this one verse should trick us into keeping Sunday rather than Saturday.
Because they ate food on that day, so that they were having communion.
Yeah, they broke bread that day.
Doing communion is breaking bread, but it's not because having communion is what breaking bread means. Breaking bread means they had a meal, I think, right? So that could be used to describe a communion meal like that Jesus gave them to do, right? But it's not that because anywhere they broke bread. It means they were having communion, does it? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. It's like backwards.
Yeah, here is this the one.
Does that make sense? Is that true? I want to make sure I'm right here because I'm not positive, but it seems to me like breaking bread is just an expression of eating bread.
Yeah. Like,
then it's true
if
that
I were to have you over
communion,
here at my house for dinner, like I would say, yeah, Jamie and I broke bread the other day.
That doesn't mean we had communion.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we literally sat down and ate bread. It was like, no, I invited my friend over and we had a meal. Like, I had my friend over and we hung out.
Yeah. But you could say as a description of doing it communion that you in having communion we were breaking bread. You could say that, but just because that's the case doesn't mean when you talk about breaking bread it necessarily means it's communion.
Right?
No, it's the other way around. It's that breaking bread is just eating, and when you have communion, it's breaking bread's involved, but it's not. You don't. Yeah. It's like turning it around.
Exactly. Like I can take a bath and I can get wet, and that's different than me getting baptized.
But when you're baptized, you take a bath. That's true.
Yes,
when you get baptized. Yes.
Exactly. Whenever I get baptized, I get a bath, but not every time. Well, that's another topic. It's another topic. I'm not going to say.
I know what you're thinking, but yeah, exactly. It's not necessarily a baptism.
Yes.
We'll go back to that Acts 20 and see if it's what kind of bread it is. See if it's. Let's look at that word weak and see if it's
I don't
weak.
think that's the one. I was trying to find the verse where it said that they broke bread. But the collection of the saints, I think this one is just hilarious because, again, I don't care if you're going to say that this is the first of the week. I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is, let every one of you lay by him in store as God has prospered him. Let there be no gatherings for when I come. And when I come, whatsoever ye shall approve by your letters, them shall I send, and I shall bring unto Jerusalem. For I plan to be at Ephesus until Pentecost. So what he's talking about here, prospered him. You give 10% of your increase. That's what tithes and offerings are for. So prospered him is your increase. So Paul is collecting the tithes and offerings to take to Jerusalem because he's going there for Pentecost. So what are these guys still doing, making tithes and offerings, if all of that stuff is ended? And why is Paul telling these guys to obey it? And it's Corinth, which Christians are going to argue is for the Gentiles, even though from Acts 6 or Acts what was that, 19? No, Acts 18.
Did Jesus?
He's obviously writing to a synagogue. So he's definitely writing to a synagogue, even though they're not going to agree with that. But
did Jesus say you have to do breaking bread on any particular day anyways? Do you have to do it on Sabbath or whatever Sabbath day you know?
Right.
So does even if they did,
no, he just said whenever,
Sunday,
as often as you do this in remembrance of me.
So you could have communion on any day, it seems like, according to the text.
What about first fruits? The first of the first fruits. If he was there on the first of the week, the first of the weeks.
Oh, right. That's a good point too.
Yeah.
I don't think he's saying he said to do it on any particular day though. He just said do this in remembrance of me, like as often as you can or whatever.
Right. That actually makes that no. What Mike said actually makes more sense. On the first of the weeks that you're counting to Pentecost,
you're going to bring a barley sheaf. You're going to bring. What are you going to do on that day? You're going to bring a barley sheaf wave offering, and you're going to make flour and oil together into something. Flour, oil, and
right, because he's writing to the churches of Galatia. So on the first day of the week, he's going to visit the north end of Galatia. The second day of the first week, he's going to visit the east end of Galatia. The third day of the first week, he's going to go to the south end, and then the west end, and then he's going to go to the big city and, whatever. But anyway, during the first week in the count to Pentecost, I'm going to stop by all of the churches in Galatia and gather up all of your offerings. I think is probably a better rendering. He's he's stopping by multiple churches during the first week in the count to Pentecost to gather up all the offerings.
Here's another thought. Like, Paul's going around to all the churches. Do you really think is he really establishing like, I guess we take up offerings at church, whether it's Sunday.
And by church we mean synagogue, and by offerings we mean the tithe.
It doesn't really matter
in Jerusalem.
In the context, whatever day he happens to be having them meet for him to take their offerings doesn't even matter. It doesn't prove whether he did it on a Saturday or a Sunday doesn't matter. It's just the day he was taking up offerings. It's not proving they were having a church service which takes up offerings. That's actually kind of anachronistic, really. It really has no application whatsoever. It could have been a Saturday. It probably was a Sunday. It doesn't prove anything about whether they were meeting on the day for Sabbath or not. And even if they were meeting to celebrate communion on the resurrection day, and it was a Sunday, and at the day after the Sabbath, and it was doing communion, and they were doing it in honor of Jesus, still doesn't mean they weren't keeping the Sabbath according to the law, which God never did away with. It's like maybe they were doing both. My point is, I don't think they were doing that. But even if they were, they don't say, therefore, what are you arguing? Someone who says that, like, are you arguing then that's the new Sabbath? Even if that were the case, I'd still say keep the Sabbath because the law of God says it and doesn't change. Didn't change. No one changed it. Paul couldn't change it if he wanted to. Did I scare you guys?
No, it's just I was looking for this, and I just somehow skipped over it whenever we were reading earlier because I was all stuck on the midnight part.
I accept your explanation, the Hebrew roots explanation. Like, seems to me he was there on Sabbath and then threw into the first day.
Right, but either way, the coming together to break bread
that could be on either day, but it's most likely on the Sabbath.
Right,
the next day.
It doesn't matter what day that they broke bread on because that's not,
It just means they had food.
Ate. And they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine of fellowship and in breaking of bread and in prayers. Does that mean that they only broke bread and prayed and had doctrine and fellowship on Sunday? Is that what you're saying? Or just that they broke bread, had prayers and doctrine and fellowship whenever it was that they had it, like all the time? Like,
Yes, exactly. Whenever they could.
Yeah.
Because that's early on too there, if I recall right.
Yeah, that was chapter 2 of Acts, so that was real early.
So they have in memory Jesus telling them to do this thing in memory. Maybe it was communion. It doesn't really matter, even if it was, which I don't think. I mean, that one's a little the Acts 2 one because they're having fellowship.
That's exactly what it seems like. It's the Jews are fixing to get persecuted, and Jesus is telling them before they're enemies of the state, hey, as often as you can, get together with your brothers who are also being persecuted and hunted whilst you're in hiding. Break bread and remember me, because I'm getting ready to go up and get killed, which is what you guys are in fear of whenever you get together and break bread. So remember that I had the same fear as you, but I was still there and I still, was happy about it. Even though there was an enemy in a room that was getting ready to sell me off, I was still there washing your all's feet, hanging out, having a good time.
Yes.
And that's all he's saying.
I see a new button in my StreamYard that says, right here, stream this to your audience. I never saw it. That's new.
Yeah. Dustin pays for the StreamYard.
Yeah,
but it's an option. Yeah, he only gets like the basic one or whatever, but it's an option. But you have to do it like once you start up the stream, I think. I don't know, it's weird. Like
I just noticed it there. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, like it's something that you have to enable. It doesn't really.
Maybe Steven enabled it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Because I haven't seen it on yours or Eric's or anything, so
okay.
I just assumed that you guys hadn't clicked the box.
Word. Well,
Now I gotta throw my 2 cents in on what y'all said about your communion.
it's a thing, Mike.
Yeah, it's a thing. Do this in memory of me. So every time you break bread, when you're down and out, break bread, think of me. Well,
Grab a
yeah, that's,
Snickers.
I don't get it. It's if Jesus was the last Passover lamb, the Passover lamb of God, and he's going to do away with that special meal that we have for the Feast of Unleavened Bread that's commanded forever. You think he'd tell us what to do? Well, he did. Instead of getting this lamb, you choose me. You break bread. You drink a toast to the blood covenant instead of killing a bunch of bulls and sprinkling on all the people. You're not drinking blood, you're drinking wine as a toast. You're not eating his flesh, literally, as the Catholics say, and you are not symbolically eating his flesh, as the Protestants say. You are doing something for Passover only. Every year, instead of getting a lamb, you now break bread and talk about Jesus for 4 days before actually doing in every household of yours,
Dude.
whether you go to.
So are you saying that whenever the disciples came together to break bread, that first week that Paul's talking about is the week of unleavened bread, and Paul's telling everyone to keep unleavened bread? So
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, Mike. And by the way, Protestants are the ones who said Catholics are crazy. We're not eating the flesh and blood of Jesus literally. We fought them on that. So you can't say we're still that too. We're not that too. We said that's disgusting.
Right. So you symbolically do it. Are you going to, you think, literally cannibalizing our Savior?
No, I think he's the Word of God. He's the Word of God made flesh. He's the manna from heaven. He is the Word, meaning we take in the Word of God, literally the Word of God, and we want to live like he lived and walk after the way he walked. And so we want to internalize his teaching, his word, because he is the Word. That's why he said, if you don't eat my flesh and drink my blood, yeah, he didn't mean it literally, but he said it. He said it in the same way. That's why I'm saying it. Like he said it, I'm saying. You got to do that. What does that mean? Someone asked.
But he was only speaking the words of the Father. The Father's flesh and blood is back again to Jesus. Yeah, are you going to cannibalize him? No, it has to be metaphor, a symbolic something or other. So yes, clearly, once we see he was chosen on the 10th, had his last supper, that's the last thing he said before he was arrested. Do this in memory of me. Do what? This is what you're going to do for Passover. If he did away with Passover, how can we reconcile the Old Testament saying you're supposed to do it forever?
Well, he was in the belly of the whale forever.
No, because the Passover is not commanded forever. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is, as a memorial to come down.
I'm not fighting against that necessarily. I'm open to that. I'm just not there yet. I think it's a difficult thing because it's like one person said, look, and I was going to say this earlier. Whatever they were doing with the sacrifices at the temple, what that proves certainly is that it's not like we should be like, if you do that, it's like, it was a transitional period, right? And like, you could argue that, are you saying a Chinaman in 1600 who received the gospel, message or whatever in India and who had no correspondence with Jerusalem, which is where they sighted the moon from, has to keep the Passover or they're sinning? I can't say yes to that.
What contract did they sign that they would break that? They don't. If they know nothing about it, they know nothing about making a covenant with God. If they have enough smarts, like God says, if you just look up at the stars, you're going to believe in me. Yeah, they're going to believe in him. But I see remnants of Jew influence throughout India, Japan, China. I see it all over there.
You don't have to become a Jew. You have to become a covenant person of God. I guess you could call that a Jew. I'm fine with that.
Well, sorry. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, that was pointless.
I never noticed this before. I thought it was hilarious. But this verse also has break bread. So Paul preached up until midnight. And then there was a guy up in a window and he fell asleep from Paul's long preaching. And he fell from the third loft and was taken up dead.
Flew off to heaven.
Right?
Taken up. Yeah, what is taken up? I guess they grabbed him and like he's
dead. Right. And then when he was come up again and had broken bread.
There you go.
Yeah, like
he's having Passover
and
right
eating.
there, Mike, right?
Yeah. I
Just kidding.
just, you know,
Just
like what
kidding.
is
I
so
don't know. Laugh
special?
all you want. You're the one cannibalizing him symbolically. That sounds nasty.
So are
I don't
you.
know.
You eat a Passover lamb every year. Don't give me a break here. Is Jesus your Passover lamb? Yes. Mike says, yes, Jesus is my Passover lamb. And then I ask, do you eat that? Do you eat your Passover lamb every year? And Mike says, yes, I do. I eat the flesh of that Passover lamb every year. And then I say, you're a cannibal. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. Sorry, I was just teasing.
I love you guys. I love you guys so much.
And then Mike was like, oh, is he mad?
Right. I'm sorry, Mike. I did not.
I thought he'd think it was funny.
Right. Yeah. My mistake.
Well, I
read that wrong too.
Yeah, I was just having fun. Because he did that to me earlier. He was like making fun of me, or he was talking about what I would say, and so I was just doing it back. I didn't mean any harm. I don't think he sounds like that either. But all I'm saying is, I do think that Catholics are weird about it. They would say they're not either. We don't. I mean, they're the ones arguing that it's literally his blood and his flesh, and it's like, well, Mike, how am I symbolically doing it any differently than you in the sense of it not being cannibalism is the point.
Right.
I'm not cannibalizing. I don't think I'm literally eating it. I think that is a metaphor for internalizing his teaching and taking it seriously and communing with others to take it seriously. And then making that a part of you, because it's a part of you that, you know, if it's in your mind and in your heart, it doesn't come out your rear end. It changes who you are. Right. So it's just saying that it's the manna from heaven. It's the word of God internalized, meaning you believe it, and that causes you to do it or follow it, sort of thing. That's
like let's paint a picture here. This is the 12 disciples and Jesus. They've been together for 70 weeks or 3.5 years or 1 year, or however you want to look at it. But they've been together for a minute, and then not only that, but like they've been through some stuff together. Like it only takes like going through like one situation that's pretty rough with somebody, and you guys both come out on the other side, like you could be best friends for life. So I can only imagine how close these people are. You know what I mean? Like probably pretty good friends, even if they've only been together for a year.
No doubt.
Okay.
Especially think about it, it's like, dude, like Jesus rose from the dead. He's the Messiah. This is God's plan for the whole world, and now everybody's trying to kill us. It'd be exciting.
But then like, okay, so like everybody, it's basically like 13 best friends hanging out, but on top of that, they know that he's God. And then get this, let's just throw in the awkward wrench, put an elephant in the room. One of you is an enemy. Like I can only imagine the tension and awkward.
It was the maid in the kitchen with the candlestick.
But I can't imagine the emotions that are going on in that room. Like that would just be insane. Like you're thinking that you're there with 12 of your closest friends, and one of them's actually an enemy, and things are about to get bad. Wait,
are you talking about Judas? Who are you talking about? That was earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about Judas.
Not what's on the screen right now. Okay, got it.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the actual Last Supper. I can only imagine how crazy that must have been, being there with Jesus. One of us is an enemy. When they're getting like a private. They have an upper room, private. It's an intimate setting. It's not the crowds pressing in on them, strangers trying to, chop their way through the roof and
get a Happy Meal for free.
Right, like we finally have like a quiet, nice, fancy place to just like relax. We can, just the family can get together. And then Jesus just chucks in a wrench and is like, nah, want to use an enemy. Like, I can only imagine how just insanely paranoid and just the anxiety that would be in the room. Like, that's got to be rough, and then to be able to like...
Did he know?
I don't know. That's Jesus? A great question, man. That is a great question.
I suspect he had already talked to the high priest or whatever, right? So he probably figured that's what he was talking about.
I'm sure, like seeing Jesus be so, say such deeply things of wisdom, and then have him say that, and you're probably already feeling kind of guilty and like you were a sellout.
Right. Yeah,
so I imagine he was. I wonder if anybody noticed. Like he squirmed a little bit.
Right.
I mean,
I don't
he
know.
ended up telling him, "Just go do your thing." Right. That right after that. Right.
It doesn't seem like 30 pieces of silver is really that much. I mean, it's a bride price, you know, like it's okay, but like
I have no idea how much that is.
Well, like it's the price that one would pay for a bride, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to be a king because I, handed over this false prophet, like it's not like, oh, you're going to be a billionaire,
It's like, here, you can go buy a 99 Honda Civic with 180,000 miles on it, like that kind of money.
Yeah, like, hey, you can go buy like a plot of land and like live on it or something.
Okay, so it's more than that then.
Yeah,
of course, it was a different economy. Oh, by the way, did you see my? Did you see my
economy?
Did you see my joke when you said the Accord thing?
Yes.
I thought that was fun. I thought I was proud of that.
Yeah. So good.
It's kind of not quite in line with.
Yeah, I forget exactly how much it is. Because like the historical value of silver is much, much higher than what it is right now. So there's like a lot of
and land probably didn't have as high a value as it does now.
Right. And so you've got like inflation and a bunch of other stuff that you have to account for. So like 30 pieces of silver was a pretty decent amount, but like
land was cheaper.
The bottle of perfume or oil that the Mary puts on Jesus, and he gets all upset at how much that one bottle of spikenard was.
Yeah,
like that one bottle may have been more than
the bride.
What he got. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. You know what I mean? Like that was an expensive bottle.
What are you doing, lady?
Yeah.
You can understand why they would bitch about it, actually, in a way, right?
Right, because it said something like it was like a month's wages or something like that.
I wish I could buy a plot of land on a month's wage, dude. That would be sick.
Right. So maybe it wasn't quite as expensive, but like, just to put some things into perspective, like it was a lot of money, but it wasn't,
Well, I'm thinking maybe a month's wage could buy a plot of land back then. I'm not sure. It depends on where it would be. I mean, obviously in Jerusalem.
Right.
No.
Yeah, I have no idea, but maybe off in the countryside, no clue. But anyways, it was a decent.
How much is it? Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't like you were going to be like uber rich. You weren't going to be or something like that. Like it was just no more than any other husband got for his wife. Whenever he got married.
And that's doesn't the text suggest that as well? Like that it's really not. It was just kind of a pittance in the sense of what it was doing, like for what it was that he was selling out.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. He
wasn't all that
much. He bought the potter's field with it. So
yeah. And Potter's field is like,
he bought a field. Okay. Didn't say how big the field was. But anyway, he bought a little bit of land, but he wasn't like a king or, ruler of like whatever. Like he was still just a normal guy with a plot of land, no different than any other guy with a plot of land,
Right. Well, how much is like a couple acres where you live?
Like you could
probably where it's cheaper than the cheaper areas. I mean,
yeah, you could probably get a house with well and land for like maybe 60 to 100,000.
Holy cow, that's cheap.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, man, like that's depending on where you're at, the wells can be, either super deep or not so deep. Like my well's only like maybe 200, but I think we hit water at like 160 or 170. But then there's other places that have like a 1200.
I think we sold my grandmother's house for over 500,000, and it's a Rambler with in outside Seattle Tacoma suburbs. It was like 5 something, and and it's on like the small backyard, in a neighborhood. It built in the 60s, had 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. That's it, and it's very old with low ceilings. Rambler, simple yard, city water or whatever. Yeah, so. But dude, the tax is crazy.
It's like 4,000 a year just to, I forget, it was several thousand, or what was it?
Yeah. No, here property tax is cheap, electric is cheap, land is cheap. Yeah, like it's great.
Property taxes are the worst because they're forever.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You have
right?
to own your house. The guy who was running for governor here in Idaho was gonna do away with that. You didn't actually have to. There's no government money that once you had your land and house paid off that they could get you for, other than electricity and stuff like that. But like no property tax. And he was going to do that. That's hard for them to do because they get a lot of their money for old people or for Social Security from that, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I forget. Some major stuff's funded by that, and so you'd have to do a major rehaul of your whole economy to be able to do that. But like it would be amazing. Freedom from the government.
Like my electric bill is, I don't know, maybe 120 a month.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, and I mean I have a lot.
Is that summer or winter? Do you have to use air conditioner, or do you just use a heater in the winter or fire?
No, that's heat and AC. That's like year round.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We always have it much higher in the winter.
It's like 8 cents a kilowatt hour. Like it's super cheap. Like
it's half of what it was in Washington State on the King County.
Most places are like 13 to 15 cents probably or higher. Yeah, gas is fairly cheap, like 3 something a gallon right now, I think.
$3. It's $5 in Seattle right now.
Yeah.
It was just $5 when I was over there in that area. And
I got spring-fed rivers. Get hot ink. I get all 4 seasons. You can get them all in the same day sometimes.
Yeah, me too, actually. I love it here. It's like 90 in the summer, and we get tons of snow.
Yeah. You might get a little bit more snow than I like. I like to be able to drive around in my snow. Like, I don't need 3 feet of snow.
Yeah, I mean,
I just need like a foot or 2.
Yeah, I have to plow the roads, but that first winter was worse than this last one. But they'll plow the roads for us, and then I have to plow the driveway. But then it won't snow all that much necessarily. Like it usually just kind of accumulates, and then so they can deal with it. That's how I see it so far, anyway. But yeah, we get like 48 inches a year during each.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's like what you only got to plow one time, and then it just stacks up everywhere else.
Yes, and it doesn't. That takes a while to go away, but yeah, it kind of it's spread out pretty good. But you might get 1 or 2 storms that come through, and then you get like a foot or 2.
Yeah.
But so I'm trying to think how north on the United States where you are is. It's like how far are you from the closest Great Lake edge? Like how many miles away is that?
Maybe 8 hours.
8 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
To get to Chicago or something like that.
Virginia is like near Tennessee and Illinois, kind of.
Yeah. Raleigh, like the 33rd parallel. Is that what the war?
Yeah.
The war parallel. Yeah. So I'm south of it.
You're just barely south from the south-north split, right? Basically. Man, it's been so many years. I used to know all the capital cities of every state. Let me think if I can remember.
During whenever the North and South split, Missouri joined the North, and then the county that I lived in for school sits just north of the Capitol building. That's right across the river from the Capitol building.
Okay.
It's called Callaway County. And when Missouri joined the North, Callaway County seceded from Missouri and joined the South. And then they built the Capitol building, or the Capitol was already there. I don't remember. But anyway, when they put the statue on top of the Capitol building, it's the goddess of agriculture. And they made the statue face south so that the statue's back would be turned towards the agricultural community to the north that joined
that's awesome.
Their slaves. But anyway, and even today, it's called the Kingdom of Callaway County. They have the World's Fair. I don't know. It's an interesting place. But yeah, so that's like
How far from Kentucky border are you?
not very far. I can get to Tennessee.
So you're down towards the west.
Yeah. I'm like literally like dead center, but on the south side.
Oh, okay. Virginia, right?
I'm literally like right in the middle of Missouri, but on the south side, like in between Springfield and Poplar Bluff.
Oh, you're in Missouri. I'm sorry. For some reason I was thinking that. That's right. I knew that. I was off there. So yeah, you are near Illinois and
yeah,
Tennessee is attached
because
to
Missouri touches 8 states.
Yeah, wow, that's the most, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's crazy. Look at that.
One of the other states that Missouri touches also touches 8 states. I don't remember which one it is.
Looks like Kentucky, probably.
Yeah, or I don't know.
Or
but anyway,
Tennessee,
yeah. So
Tennessee.
we touch Tennessee and Arkansas and Kentucky.
I mean, if Arkansas was a little less, a little bit willing to give a little bit, you could be touching Mississippi too. Oklahoma barely even. It looks like.
There's I don't know. I haven't been to southern Arkansas in a while, but like southern Missouri and northern Arkansas are pretty much like the same area.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you could literally just land in any small town in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, and you're going to be like, man, this place looks really familiar. Have I been here before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map. So hey, Praise is in Oklahoma. You could go. No, I'm just kidding.
There's a monstrous Feast of Tabernacles in Oklahoma. I want to say there's like 2,000 or 3,000 people there. It's got some weird name. I want to actually. They may even rent the place from the Seventh-day Adventists.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What is that place called?
In Oklahoma?
Yeah.
So Adventists, they were started in the north. Adventists started in the north. They were northern abolitionists. So they were like, they wanted to. There's all sorts of interesting stuff because Chris Lucas was like saying she was a racist and all this stuff, and it's just absolutely just ridiculous. Like, not that you can really say people. I don't know. It's an interesting question. Like, I mean, do you think people weren't Christians that were racist? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say they weren't Christians. They were just, if you were born in a racist area, you would be racist. I mean, I don't know how to, back then, I don't know how to think about that.
I am thankful that I didn't live during those times, but I don't know. Maybe they look at us and are like, no, I'm not. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I could say that. It's very hard to judge someone's heart whenever all we see is actions and we don't know what's behind those actions. So.
Oh yeah, I have kind of different. I won't talk about it, but I mean, some of it's overblown too because when you're talking about individuals, because if I got jumped by a bunch of Chinese people, say that, and I wasn't around Chinese people very often, and I got jumped by a bunch of Chinese guys and beat really bad, I don't think it's dumb to like be afraid of Chinese people. Like that's reasonable to understand where someone's coming from. And like the problem with it is ultimately, it's kind of just. There's an ignorance there, but there's also an understandable reaction. Like if my friend, every time my friend got beat up in Seattle, it was like some black guy beat him up. Does that mean black people are bad? No. Does it mean he should be afraid when he sees a black guy when he's walking home at night? Maybe. I mean, that's racist. I don't like that idea, but is it practical and like understandable? Yeah. My friend isn't racist, by the way, or he doesn't like.
Right. Like I don't know. I'd try and keep an open mind, and people need to remember that their feelings getting hurt is
not racism.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. If something like when a comedian makes a joke and you laugh, most of the time you're laughing because it's true. So if you get mad at something or upset about something, it may also be because it's true. Um, the truth hurts sometimes. So yeah, like if you're in a particular
Exactly right.
location and certain people keep doing certain things to you, like, yeah, it might be smart to, pay attention in those situations. But if you go to a different location, um, those people there may not be the same. Uh, so yeah, that's, I guess, hopefully
Yeah, exactly
clarifying.
right. Yeah, I think so. That's exactly what I would say. It's you
Yeah,
got to be realistic. Like, look, you people like we're pattern seeking creatures. Like, you're gonna notice if a certain people from a certain region are doing a certain thing to you consistently, and others aren't. That's just a fact. Sorry,
right.
that
Yeah,
doesn't mean
like,
every single person of that kind of category, however you want to categorize them, is going to be that way. That's where you have to be careful. But even if you aren't careful and you kind of pigeonhole someone for having that particular characteristic that shouldn't necessarily be associated with the activity that they're doing to you, even if you do, though, it's understandable. We're made to see patterns. It's a question of, can you rise above that without being while still being practical in your circumstance? Because
right. Like if someone came to my area, um, they would probably have a lot of issues with white people who look like tweakers. Uh, you know, so if somebody was gonna get an impression that all white people are tweakers, that's you know obviously not the case. But they're just the fact of the matter is that there's not a whole lot of any other color here. Um, so if something happens to you, it's just a matter of the majority of the people in this area are white. It's not that all white people are, tweakers. It's
Southerners.
yeah, or Southerners, yeah, like just certain areas will have certain people, and sometimes there will be patterns. And you should
I
just
used
be
to, I used
careful
to,
in
I
all
used to,
situations with all people.
did I ever tell you I used to, when I was a drug addict, I used to be, I know I used to be involved with making that stuff. And I used to, when I was addicted to, not heroin, but morphine and stuff like that, like, or methadone and any kind of opiates, I would do that, both drugs. And I met somebody who made it and we used to make it and bad stuff.
Yes, sir.
But
Not good.
it's in Seattle too. Before I moved, it was well, I won't go down that road. I got to actually take off, but this is fun.
Nope. It's good hanging out with you, sir. Love having
What do you think of? Well, what do you think of hunting? Is
What do you mean?
Like the Hebrew roots people, are they hunters? They hunt.
Oh yeah.
They hunt.
Oh yeah. Like most like Hebrew roots people I know, homesteader, prepper, uh yeah, like just all of the above, I mean, you're commanded to live in a tent for at least 8 days every year, so you kind of got to get used to outdoor life. So you might as well do it all. And if you're going to be a homesteader and have lambs or goats or cows or whatever, you might as well get a deer. Yeah.
Do you think? So, like, think about. I wanted to ask you about this too. Like, before we go, like, do you think anything that they had for rules could have any modification because their purpose was actually had, like, let's say, either like why does God want you to not shave your beard a certain way? Well, like, what principle? Like, I would wonder. Like, I tend to think I'm going to go with just do what he says. Probably is the right way to start with it, or whatever, like you were describing. But I would say there does seem like some of the things where, like, to separate themselves from, like, the pagans, and so, like, to shave your beard would
Exactly.
common to looking like them, and you don't want to associate with that.
That's the entire point. Like God said, you're going to be a peculiar people, a set apart nation. The only way that you can be peculiar and set apart is if you are different from the rest of the world. So in doing that, God is going to make you eat different from the world. He's going to make you dress different from the world. He's going to make you look different from the world. He's going to make you act different than the world. Your relationships are going to be different from the world. Your sexual relationships are going to be different from the world. How you conduct business is going to be different from the world. How you conduct slavery is going to be different from the world. Like literally every aspect of your life is going to be different from the world. And they are going to look at you and say, wow, those people are different. That's the whole point.
Okay, but like, do you think God intended for slavery to continue forever? Even because there's rules for it in the law. Like, to me, I would say no. So in that sense, like, but the principle of how you deal with people under certain circumstances is what remains. In other words, so like, look, I'm not trying to like undercut the law. I'm saying, seems like the only honest way to deal with some of it is to say some of it is cultural, has some cultural particulars at the time it was given in the way it was, and then there's no principle. Certainly there's no principle or even a standard that's there that wouldn't remain, but there would be like, you know, maybe like God isn't going to have slaves forever, right? Like he's going to, but since we have slaves right now, and that's just like the way life is, here's the rules for it, which have principles, which we can always apply those principles, but without necessarily saying, therefore God wants you to have slaves forever. I don't picture the eternal estate having
slavery
slaves.
was a welfare system. Like
yeah, I agree.
If somebody got poor, they had to sell themselves to one of the brethren, and that brother would take care of them until the Shemitah year. And then whenever they left, that brother had to give them food, water, you know, all that stuff that they had worked for on his property, so that whenever they went back out into the world, they weren't poor anymore. They could, you know, survive. So like, I gotta say, if I was poor and needed a place to live, and all I had to do was potentially work for up to 7 years, which probably was never going to happen unless you somehow got poor right after the Shemitah year. You're probably only going to have to be in slavery for a couple of years. And then whenever I leave, I'm going to get a blessing big enough so that I don't end up back in slavery again. Man, I got to tell you, I'd sign up every day of the week. I mean, that's the best deal I've ever heard of, which is probably why our bankruptcy laws have a 7-year cycle on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, like completely different slavery, which is why God says you can buy slaves from the Gentiles, but you don't buy slaves of your brothers. The brother is supposed to sell themselves into slavery. And then you're buying the Gentile slaves because they're in slavery for their entire life. And on top of that, they're not getting to know God while they're in slavery.
It's a blessing to come into the camp of God. Come on now.
And so it's a blessing.
God's their ruler, like literally on like in the temple, and they're like the people of God, and God's ruling them.
I got to tell you, if I was a slave and I knew I was going to be a slave for my entire life, and any, you know, women or children I might have along the way are going to belong to my master and not me. And then some guy comes along and is like, hey man, do you mind if I buy you out from your master? You can come be a slave for me. You only have to be a slave till the Shemitah year. It's actually only like 4 years away. If you become a Hebrew, you can actually leave with your family, and you know, you'll have your own place after it's over. You know, and I didn't have to do anything for him to just come over and offer for him to do that. He was pretty gracious of a guy to do that. I got to tell you, I would sign up every day of the week to go serve that guy for however long it took, so that I could be free, because of how gracious I am for his graciousness, or thankful for his graciousness, if I put that into perspective.
Oh, what do you mean grace? Slavery is grace? I mean, are you saying the law is a grace? Are you kidding me?
That metaphor just brought itself full circle back to Jesus so quick. I don't know what happened. I kind of blacked out for a second.
Grace is like I don't have to not sin anymore. I get to sin now because I'm saved. Like that. That's like what people are saying. It's like,
yep,
dude, I don't want. They say like we're set free. I'm going to do a teaching. In fact, I'm late. I think I said it for 10 minutes ago, but come over there if you feel like it. I got to go. I'm late. Good to talk to you, man.
Good having you. Take care.
I'm going to talk about that somewhat. So,
all right. Shalom all. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. See you next time.